5 of competition here for the ISA World Longboard Championships. We are in Surf City, El Salvador. Waves have been absolutely firing at El Sunzal throughout the week. The swell peaked over the last couple of days, and we've seen it taper off this morning for some different conditions as we head into finals day tomorrow. It's going to be a great day of competition. We'll be kicking off bright and early now with our men's round 4 out in the lineup, followed by our women's main round as well. So 2 more main rounds in the event on the men's and the women's side with those surfers who have yet to lose a heat. After that, we'll be heading into some rapid charge. Shannon Hughes in the booth alongside Rachel Tilley. And Rachel, what do you think about the conditions today?
The conditions are a bit smaller today. Yesterday, we saw that swell peak, and we saw some amazing surfing in the morning. So many excellent scores dropped by the surfers that will be in these upcoming heats now, as we are still in the main round. So I think we are in for some more exciting action, but the swell has dropped a little bit. So it will be interesting to see how the surfers manage the change of conditions.
Yeah, it is a crazy, thing to be able to see the conditions change so much over the last few days. Now we're still looking at, maybe 4 to 6 feet on those sets, but a lot of smaller waves coming in between those. So we'll see a bit of a change there. Some south-southwest swell direction still. Light winds this morning, which hopefully will stay at bay throughout the day. That low tide is going to be at 2 p.m. We're just coming off of high tide, like literally right now. So we should see those conditions improve as that tide drops slowly through the afternoon. And we'll be wrapping up competition just after that that low tide drops out later today. Taking a look now at the heat in the lineup. Men's round 4 heat number 1 will be Carlos Bahia of Brazil, Sam Christensen of South Africa, Edouard Del Perro of France, and Kai Hamase of Japan. And each one of them has dropped, we've got at least 2 of the surfers between Carlos and Edouard who have dropped those excellent scores this event in the 8 and the 9-point range. We've got Sam and Kai that have been right on the brink of that excellence as well. So this is going to be a really smart battle, I think, of heat strategy as well as beautiful traditional surfing, Rachel.
Yeah, and we're starting this heat out looking at there's no priority established at the beginning of a heat, and so everyone is just positioning themselves in between each other. You can see a lot of paddling. It looks like Carlos went really deep trying to maintain that priority, not in a sense that is awarded by the event, but we know the surfer sitting the deepest is the person who has the right of way. However, if you do paddle too deep, then you can, although you might be first on, have right away for the wave, you're going to paddle yourself out of position. So those are kind of all the little tactics and strategies that the guys out there are dealing with and thinking about. I think it's interesting to see Edouard sitting so wide. He's the farthest one out, but most likely these guys paddling deeper, as soon as a wide one comes, Edouard will be the one who is in front of that section that will kind of keep those others off. So if he doesn't want to play that deep game, then it's best that he's sitting in that wide game.
Oh, I love that breakdown, especially at the start of the heat. Figuring out a new lineup this morning. There's been a lot of free surfers out there getting their feet in the wax, so to speak. And we've got our surfer in white, Kai Hamase from Japan. Straight to the nose. Nice cross step up for that opening hang 5. Throws the stall, runs back to that perched tight 5, stretches it back out for a more wide stance hang 5 now as he lines himself up here with a great looking S-turn. Throws in another stall, gets to that nose ride in a more challenging section as that wave is a little bit smaller. It's not running with as clean of a wall to it out in front, but he's staying in a great position in that pocket, in that critical zone. Getting some drop knee cutbacks thrown in. Great rail work as well. That board looking very loose and lively underneath his feet. This will be our first wave of competition this morning, Rachel, as we see him look for that inside section to finish. And this will also give us that indication, is it going to run? Is it going to stand up? And there we go. Great, beautiful hang 10 on the inside. Nice and critical. And another opportunity to find some tip time before he goes down in the shallows.
Wow, I love his surfing. That was so beautiful. And, as we see Sam answering back.
No surprise to see another quick ride ridden, but Sam goes down. What went wrong there, Rachel?
It looks like an effort to get up to the nose right out the back, which is something that's super important and critical to get those high scores. He just kind of rushed it, didn't have the opportunity to read the wave so much and got bounced off.
Carlos Bahia now up and riding outside of, more out on that open face of the wave, but finding that next critical section. So he positioned himself super deep, as we see Kai already up and riding on his second ride. Carlos driving off the top and off the bottom. That was a beautiful turn to finish that wave off with. And we'll have some scores to roll through, as well as some replays in a moment, as we see some great looking sets starting to roll through.
Yeah, that was an excellent opening ride for Kai. I think that's the one that's going to take the cake for this first exchange. As we see Edward taking off now.
Edward Del Perro with a 9.6 is the highest single score of the event so far. Perched on the hang 10 to start things off. Hasn't left the nose since he got there in this early morning sunshine. Goes for that grab rail, carve back into the pocket. Beautiful, smooth style. Throws in that drop knee for a flare of tradition in a second. Nice surfing so far. Great use of the upper body as well, just to emphasize those turns and that drop knee back onto that hang 5. Nice and tight. Pedals off the nose, into the foam. Sets up for one more nose ride here. Very committed to the 5, as you can see, most of the foot over the board. And a great finish on the inside with a stare back to the judging panel.
Yeah, I think that will be our highest score of the heat so far.
Sam Christensen now with another opportunity. So his first ride, he went down early. Maybe pushed it a little bit too hard for that opening nose ride. Now he's setting himself up on a good-looking line. He's a little bit high in that wave, but he's managing to keep that momentum forward. Pedals off that opening nose ride, drives down to the bottom, sets himself up here. Great cross-stepping out of that bottom turn straight away. Another hard off the bottom. Love seeing that spray come off that outside rail of the board. Throws in that drop knee, and now for the section that could offer a little bit more scoring potential before the sand. Sam putting together a great contest so far. Has had maybe some of those unlucky moments in his heats where he hasn't been able to walk away the winner of the heat, but he's been able to solidify himself with that second place so far.
Yeah, he's just kind of stayed consistent for what he's needed to do in the heat, the requirements that he's needed to have in order to get into that advancing position. He's been able to do that. So I think he's someone who can see a challenge in front of him and then knows how to read the situation in order to complete that challenge.
Well, we're going to have plenty of scores to drop through, but Carlos now already up and riding once again. 18 minutes on the clock. Great looking hang 5. Sets himself up for a wide wrap. Drawing a beautiful line. Love how clean the surface of the ocean looks this morning. Makes it look extremely inviting, especially seeing how many lines are coming through behind Carlos right now. As the rest of our competitors, no priority established, which means they're still paddling to get themselves back out there. Great work from Carlos coming through to the inside here. He was our first surfer in the event this week to get himself into that excellent range in the 8s. And he's been putting together some consistent surfing for Team Brazil alongside of Rodrigo Sver, Alanta Batista, and Chloe Calmon, as well as he finishes on the inside.
Wow, the judges have their work cut out for them. I think for the first heat of the day, this is a real opportunity for the judges to set their scale. They're going to take their time. They haven't even really tried dropping any scores yet. I think it's beneficial that all surfers have a decent wave now under their belt, and they can now sit there and replay, compare them all to make sure they have their scale right. I think we're going to see Edward going into the lead, and then maybe Carlos in second. As we look at this replay of Edward, confidently straight up to the nose, never doubts himself, never wavers. The judges really like that, and he's someone who has stayed really busy and exciting. I think the best way to describe his surfing is he's putting on a show. He's adding in that variety, and it looks like there's something always happening. He doesn't really allow for that. Even when the wave goes to downtime, even in these situations, he reads it to find something out of it and gets another opportunity for the nose ride, gets cutbacks here, back to the whitewash, sets up for this inside section and goes straight up to the nose, that confidence, and then gets this hit at the end. I think this wave I think I'm going to go and say this will probably go into that excellent range. A really confident way to start the heat.
And our surfer in red, Carlos, just on the paddle back out, but he caught that wave so far down, Rachel, that he's run back up the beach to have maybe an easier paddle out, not quite as long. Scores now starting to come through. So first of red, Carlos on his paddle back out will receive the news that he's got a 6.5 on the scoreboard. We are waiting for scores now for the rest of the field as well.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting one. Remember that first one of Carlos didn't take that one all the way in. He cut out about halfway through. So that's a pretty decent score for something that he didn't put a whole lot of effort into to start off.
Yeah, that would give him a lot of confidence, knowing that if he can get a wave that really connects through all the way, he's going to be looking, powerful to go into that excellent range. But as you said it, Edward Del Perro, a 9-point ride, Rachel.
Yeah, it's no surprise. He's been dropping 9s for the past few rounds. He is in rhythm out there, knows which waves to pick. Not only is surfing these waves really well important to getting a score, but wave selection as well. And you can see that wave that he chose just offered him so much opportunity to stay busy. It's also how he read the wave, but he never really went into kind of just standing there waiting.
Well, up and riding again now. He's already got the news that he has a 9 on the board. Great couple of cutbacks. Throws in that drop knee as well. Beautiful size wave in front of him. A little bit of froth on it from the wave before. Making that board look really good. He's been riding those single fins throughout this week. A board that's a bit heavier than what we would traditionally see Edward riding. And it's really just suiting his style of surfing throughout this event. Judges are loving it. All those flares to tradition as he just hangs on too long with that nose ride.
I think that's a good point to note that, like you said, he was previously more of a progressive surfer, riding progressive boards, and that's because that at the time when he was doing that is what the judges were looking for. Now the judges have changed their criteria, or it's evolved over the past 5 years to be more traditional, and I will note that it's not easy to then change your surfing to suit that. But he is someone who's done it really effortlessly and is surfing so elegantly to change all your equipment that's underneath you and to kind of change the way you read a wave and the variety of maneuvers that you're selecting from. He's someone that has just done it really naturally.
That's right. We've seen that exact same change and the elegance alongside of it with Rodrigo Sfire, who's coming up in the next heat for men's main round 4 heat number 2. We watched him take that change on a few years ago, Rachel, and walk away victorious at the WSL World Longboard Championships. It wasn't quite the world title that he was looking for because there were more events in the season that year, so he wasn't actually on top at the end with his points, but he walked away victorious over the best traditional surfers in the world, and that was a huge change to his equipment, to his approach to riding waves, which was really impressive to see. So that's been a fun thing, and I think a good takeaway for a lot of the surfers in this event specifically. There's Rodrigo just getting ready to paddle out for his heat, having a little chat with the Brazilian team, and sort of probably watching what Edward's doing in this heat, and Carlos as well, as Carlos is his teammate.
Yeah, and Edward drops a 7.0, so just under Carlos's second wave of a 7.83, but I think it's important to note that Edward didn't take that one all the way to the beach and still did enough work to get that 7, where Carlos's 7.83 was one that he was able to finish cleanly on the beach. So the judges are communicating that staying busy, traditional, clean surfing is what they're looking for. And as when Carlos or the others will look back on this heat, I think they'll be able to see those differentiations as well as wave selection. That's been super key. I think Edward's been on the best 2 waves that have come through so far, at least ridden for score potential.
And thinking about that idea with the judging scale for each wave is that the work that you get done, you're going to get rewarded for. You're not going to get points taken away because you didn't finish it all the way off on the inside, but you're just then building more into that score line. So even that fall on the finish for Edward, as we take a look at this one here, the 7-point ride.
Yeah, so this is his backup score. He would have just heard that he got a 9 when he was taking off on this, and he got that nose ride section completed out the back, which is really important for building a score, because as soon as you miss that nose ride section out the back or miss that out the back section to do anything, you can't get it back. Everyone can earn points on the inside, but the work done out the back is really crucial to getting up in that higher range. Gets up to the nose and then gets buried there, but it was the combination of those turns and that nose ride that the judges really liked.
And that very critical hang 10 to start as well, that was right in the pocket. Where a lot of the nose riding that we have witnessed this week, as good as it's been, has been farther outside of that pocket or that critical section of the wave.
Yeah, I think that's been a tough one because the wave is so fast and it's really fat. Actually, some of the waves haven't really been providing that traditional standing up pocket that we're used to. It kind of has mushed out, and which then causes the surfers' boards to run out with speed onto that face of the wave. So the surfers that are kind of able to come from behind the section and into what is the section that's about to break, which turns into that pocket, is what the judges are liking. It's a really mature reading of the waves, of the conditions, and I think that's going to be considered a paddle for Kai. It'll be interesting to see if they switch the priority around.
10 minutes, 22 seconds on the clock. Kai flipping the water because he knows that he's lost priority on that one. Goes down to 4th in the rotation with no sets coming through at the moment, and all 4 surfers already sitting out there.
Yeah, that's a disappointing priority mistake for him, especially having the lowest of the scores in your score line, a 5-5. It was a beautiful wave surf, but remember, it was the first wave of the heat ridden. He just kind of took off on something that was a little bit smaller, that first wave that came in, and I don't think he was necessarily looking for that one to be a 9. He just wanted to get his feet in the wax. So it's a good heat strategy. I'm one who likes to get busy right away at the beginning of the heat. However, it does put you in not as good of a situation when the rest of your competitors, there were sets that came shortly behind and they've been able to drop those stronger scores, and you no longer have that, oh, I got busy quick advantage, because now they all have a strong score in their score line.
Exactly. A lot of well, actually, just huge scores required across the board as we're looking at those requirements to change the situations. Our second place surfer is going to need an 8.18 to take the lead. Our third place surfer, Sam Christensen, is sitting with priority. He's chasing an 8.16 to be able to get that second place away from Carlos Bahia. As we see Antoine Del Perro, the winningest surfer in ISA World Longboard history with multiple gold medals, and he's been on the podium a number of times aside from just those gold medal wins, so he's an extremely consistent competitor. And we'll see if him and his brother Edward can make it to the finals this week, if he'll be able to help facilitate. Not that Edward needs any help at this stage. I mean, he is the surfer that's been the most consistent, dropping multiple 9s in heats and getting those highest scores. But if we'll be able to see the younger brother and Edward walk away a world champion this week.
Yeah, it was actually a really beautiful sentiment that Antoine communicated in one of his post-heat interviews. Sam asked him, well, if you guys are both in the final, are you going to be helping your brother win a gold medal, or is it going to just be, whoever is the best surfer in the heat, which we've seen them have some amazing rivalries. But he expressed, I think it would be as special for him winning a gold medal as to see his brother win a gold medal. So I know Edward is gunning for that. The Del Perro brothers have been the top 2 informed surfers, I think, of this event. It would be surprising to not see them in the final with the momentum that they've been having.
I couldn't agree more. Edward, of course, won the bronze medal back in 2019 when Antoine walked away, not quite in that final conversation. When Antoine walked away with the silver, and then it was Piccolo Clemente who walked away with the gold medal at their home break in Biarritz in France for the World Longboard Championships of the ISA. That was a really special event for both of them to be in that final together. They did help Team France take away that gold medal, which was a huge effort across from the entire team, with Justine Dupont and, of course, Alice Lemoyne walking away with that gold medal on the women's side. An incredibly outstanding result for her in her career. So it will be interesting to see what they do. I do have in front of me right now, Rachel, our team points for what we're looking at as we head towards finals day. Now, yesterday we had 7 nations that were tied for that first place position. But out of the results from yesterday's rounds and losses during the repechage rounds, we've whittled it down to 5 nations that are tied for that first place. France, Peru, USA, Brazil, and the Philippines. So all 5 of those countries have women and men in equal rounds across the board, and today is going to be the day that we likely see the shakeups. Well, we're going to see the shakeups of at least a couple of those nations, because we'll only be having 4 surfers from the main round that are advancing into that extra main round 5 heat, which will just be those top 4, and we won't be able to see a surfer from each of those nations because there's 5 nations in the mix, and just 4 surfers will be filling that out. As we take a look now at Sam Christensen up and riding. Nice stylish fade to take off, goes in for the nose ride. Gets a little bit bumpy on that carve back, but maintains his composure as he goes straight into the lip for a drop knee. Drives through that rail once again. Looking to put some power into those turns. Really wanting to emphasize to the judges that element of the criteria of speed and power. But connecting it together with everything else that he needs. Nice footwork. Looking for that section to line up for him, and I feel like, if anything, it's the wave that's letting Sam down at this stage as he goes down on the inside.
But look at these sets coming. I know Sam will be kicking himself, paddling back out, looking at these sets. These are the waves that will get into those excellent ranges with their opportunity.
Well, here's another opportunity for Edouard to get in the excellent range. So long 5 doesn't get that hang 10 that we saw in his first 2 waves. So that will already diminish that scoring potential, possibly, from what we've seen. Now, big fat wall opening up in front of him. He'll have to go for those cars, but he'll throw in all the variety that we expect with the drop knee cutbacks, with the regular cutbacks, a little bit of rail work, and drive off the bottom. Love the use of his upper body and his arms when he goes for those drop knees as he finds a nice stretched out 5. Pedals off of it, bounces back into the foam with a little bit more power. Nice off the top, and looks for that finishing section. Decides to just kick out the back with control. Carlos Bahia now. Quick steps up to the 5. Planted, nice and in position. Little rail work here to set himself up for a second 5 to 10 combination on the inside. So we're not sure what happened on the outside sections where that real scoring potential is at. But he gives the claim, so he's feeling it.
Yeah, I think that depending on what he did, I don't think Sam would have replaced that 617. If anything, that score his last wave will probably come within that similar range. So his requirement will still be around that 8 excellent range. So regardless of what Carlos just got on that wave, I think he's still going to be sitting comfortably in second, with Sam working his way to get back out there. Kai working his way, I think Kai's out there hoping that another flurry of sets. Look at these lines coming. It'll be interesting to see if those stand up. Here's this replay of Carlos's out the back section, and he holds that nose ride, gets a nice turn. So that was a great opening section to spend all that time on the nose, put all that work in. That is crucial for the judges and what they're looking for. Has a bit of downtime here, but adding in that variety. I like that bottom turn, that easy, swoopy, traditional kind of leaning through the rail, and gets a little flick. He does a little stall so that way he can get up on the nose here, runs away from that section a little bit, but he's just kind of at this point milking everything. Gets that hang 10 and finishes it off clean. He's happy with that. I do think that will go into his score line, but it's this wave of Edouard. Look at that composure on the nose. I know you said it was only a hang 5, not a hang 10 like we've seen, but I think that was one of his most critical nose rides. So a critical hang 5 can score better than a not as critical hang 10. I think it's important to note.
I love that.
Yeah, and he has a little bit more downtime in the center here not able to stay as busy navigating that bump. As you can see, it's kind of like sideways going across his wave, which does make things difficult, but gets back on the nose. Everything is just looking so clean. He doesn't push water when he's on the nose. Everything's concise around his feet. You can see him clearly and kicks out cleanly. That is, judges won't penalize you for falling at the end, but it can be kind of considered then that incomplete maneuver. So it is important to cut out cleanly or finish your wave cleanly. Just puts that final stamp of, I was in control this entire wave.
And showing that control, the judges absolutely love. Waiting for scores to roll through now as Chloe Calmon starts to wax up her surfboard. She'll be coming up in our women's main round. And we've got another excellent score on the board. It goes to Carlos Bahia of Brazil with an 8.1, Rachel.
Yeah, so that really was all that work that we saw done out the back, the nose ride, that boldness to go to the 10 out there. So as we predicted, Sam's wave came in as a 4.67, so going into a scoreline but not improving his situation. And so Carlos still sitting comfortably in second, but he has now push the requirement up for Sam into that super excellent range of a 9.76 near 10, and Kai Hamase is in a combination situation, so he won't be able to get himself out of that with only 35 seconds remaining, because that requires him to get 2 waves in order to better his scoreline.
That's right. He'll be heading to the rapid charge round. Edward with a little victory lap here, had some great rail work, just checks behind him to see what's going on as he's comfortably there on the nose. Nice bit of rail work here. And that was a great heat for him. Now, he would be wanting to take away the win, though, not even taking away that second place position. So I feel like he's kind of checking to see, is Carlos going to have one more opportunity to chase down that 7.91? Great bit of surfing from Edward. Again, super consistent. Sam Christensen now up and riding. Beautiful, critical nose ride, but loses control, has to go into the helicopter. Let's see if he is able to hang on to it. He does. Yes. He makes the full rotation.
That's awesome.
And gets that little jam out the back. But I think he would be feeling more disappointed with the fact that he couldn't ride through on that nose ride, Rach.
Sure. I think he would have known, though, looking for that 9.76, that was a small wave. He was just looking for a wave to ride in. So that was pretty exciting to watch. He put on a show for us. Won't be enough. It's a helicopter's fun to watch, but isn't one of those scores that is something that the judges will go, wow, that was the most critical thing that we've seen, and go excellent with it.
Well, a great heat. Edward Del Perro walks away with the win. Carlos Bahia in second. Sam Christensen with a score to drop, but it won't be that 9.76, so we'll safely say he's in third, and Kai Hamase in fourth. We will be heading into heat number 2 with Antoine Del Perro, Benoit Clemente Piccolo, J.R. Esquivel of the Philippines, and Rodrigo Sfire right after this.
Cuando cae el sol, es la hora perfecta para desconectarte, para disfrutar de todo lo que te rodea.
Well, heat 1 done, and Edward Del Perro again with a 9 on the board. Carlos Bahia walks through victorious, so they'll be those first 2 surfers to advance into main round 5, which is just going to be a single heat of 4 surfers, including the top 2 out of this main round 4 heat number 2. As we can see, that spread of the score lines very tight between first and second with those excellent heat totals. And as we wait for the set to roll through and introduce this heat, we'll go down to the beach to catch up with Edward Del Perro.
Thank you very much. Here we are with our round 4 heat number 1 winner for Team France, Edouard Del Perro. Congratulations.
Thank you, Ben.
So your first wave, I've been following your style through the entire competition. You start with an excellent score. Today I noticed the waves are a little bit more forgiving in the shore break, so you were able to get that end floater, which yesterday I think would have probably broken boards. You basically set the scale for the day. Do you think we're going to see a little more chance on that inside now that we have the little bit smaller conditions?
Yeah, definitely. I got lucky on that one because it ran all the way, and hopefully we have some more waves like this to be able to get like some good nose rides at the end of the wave too. And yeah, the re-entry the last few days were pretty gnarly, so it was pretty dangerous. So right now it's pretty cool.
Seems like the swell's getting a little bit farther away. There was a moment where all 4 of you were just basically sitting there waiting for the one holding priority to start moving. How much more important do you think the priority will be today?
We still have a lot of waves during the sets, so definitely matters to play with priority to be able to be in the right position for the right one. But definitely that spot like forgives you in terms of strategy for priority because there is a lot of waves, so it's cool.
Would you say that it's easier to read the waves before you take off today because there's not so much movement and activity?
Yeah, definitely. The waves are the good ones. You can see it. Like they are really like lifting a little bit further in the channel, and you see like they can really get a good insight. So that's the objective, trying to catch the right one and score on it.
That board's looking magic. It's the Minville Torque collab that you've designed together. I know it's a single fin with the smaller size today. Have you moved the fin in the box at all, or do you always kind of keep it in your magic position?
Yeah, I keep it in the same position. Whether the waves are big or not, the board works like this, so I keep it like this, definitely.
Is it a secret, or what size center fin are you using?
No, I change often, depending of my legs, of the feelings on the wave, and depending on the waves and the spot. But right now I'm riding a 9.5, so I was in the 10 at the beginning of the contest, and I changed. I might change again, I don't know.
Well, we love seeing your surfing. I'm going to go let you see your brother in the live action, but congratulations.
Thank you, Ben.
Back to the booth with you ladies.
Thanks so much. Well done, Edouard. Feeling the energy, feeling a gold medal this week for Team France, an individual gold, and getting ready to cheer on his brother. We've had a great start to the morning in that first heat. Antoine Del Perro, Benoit Clemente, J.R. Esquivel, and Rodrigo Sfire now out in the lineup.
And I think it's interesting looking at Edouard's strategy and Antoine's strategy, exactly the same, starting that heat out, sitting the widest. I think Edouard just gave some insight into the fact that he knows exactly the type of waves that he's looking for.
And a paddle here from Piccolo Clemente, 2-time world longboard champion on the WSL side. And great perched hang 10 to start as he pedals back off onto the 5 first and then off to the tail. Quick kick out from JR out the back behind from the Philippines. Great looking start here for Piccolo. He also checks behind him just to see what's going on. A little bit of rail work as he sets himself up through the inside. He, of course, took away the gold medal at the Biarritz Longboard World Championships for the ISA back in 2019. So he's one of those competitors that's podiumed multiple times. He would be having a close look at finals day tomorrow as we see a great finish on the inside section.
I'm liking that we're starting to see these finishes onto the inside section. Of course, yesterday the inside section was lethal.
A little heavy.
Yeah, we saw a lot of heavy falls. No one hurt, thank goodness. So it was kind of entertaining, I might have to say. But yeah, Ben asked Edouard, how does it feel being able to go to that end section now? And it is just a great way to stamp at the end of the wave.
Scores to come through for first of Piccolo. Quiet ocean at the start of this heat without much interaction coming, but we have been seeing that that's been the tendency today, and that's how a lot of these heats are going to start rolling through. Quieter in between, and then maybe 3 to 4 wave sets, and then quiet in between once again. As we see Chloe setting the watch. Now, Rachel, are you an always watch on your wrist when you're competing in heats?
I have been in the past. I haven't been as recently, but it's the best to have a a watch on your wrist, because you can then plan your heat a little bit more. You're not worried about looking in. At least here there is that time clock that the surfers can see from out there, but most competitions don't have that. So you're just relying on the beach announcer to tell you, hey, there's 40 seconds remaining. And in those last 2 minutes, it's so crucial. If there's lines coming and you need a score, you need to know exactly how to time that. You have until the last 1 second to get onto the best wave. So, if you have 40 seconds remaining, maybe you'll wait for that second wave because it looks better, versus if you have 10 seconds remaining, you will know to turn around on the one that's right in front of you, and that can make or break a heat. But it's easier to time manage that if you have a watch on your wrist than when the people from the announcers from the beach are just telling you out there.
That's a really crucial moment as well. I hadn't thought of it down to the nitty gritty of like the final 60 seconds, because often in the time that I've spent as a beach announcer and the crew that's upstairs doing a fantastic job, they'll announce 5 minutes, maybe 2.5 down to 90 seconds, 60 seconds to go. But in that final 60 seconds, really crucial to know as we take a look at this replay of Piccolo.
Yeah, that is a beautiful hang 10. So he kind of did that fade and reset up so that way he could be in that more critical part of the wave, and getting into that hang 10 was crucial. Now, I think it's an interesting comparison. If you remember Edward's waves during this section, this downtime section, he was kind of drawing his lines farther out, where Piccolo's just staying in this pocket here and just doing these like little S turns, and that back and forth the judges won't look at as favorably as if he was kind of going farther out onto the face and coming back with that rail engage. So he does get that work back on the nose and then finishes it off. So it will be a good score, but I don't think we'll go into that excellent range. And it does drop in now as a 717. So I think it was actually really responsible for that middle section and that work done there that separated it from the excellent range.
Oh, that was such a good analysis, because I would have kind of thought, okay, he's keeping that board moving, he's keeping it on rail, he's not doing anything too progressive, but recognizing that there could have been better work done with actual turns thrown in rather than just keeping that momentum forward and that speed.
Yeah, that was a way to stay busy, keep your speed up, but not necessarily a maneuver per se, and it's the addition of maneuvers that the judges are looking for to really give that quality to your score.
Now, you looked like you had something you really wanted to add in about that time conversation.
Yeah, I was going to add in that a watch that I normally wear will beep when there's 1 minute left, and then I always count down in my head. So
you just start counting down from 60?
Yeah. And I've gotten good at the 60-second countdown. So that way I'm not looking at my watch or relying on anyone telling me, so I know exactly where I need to be with how much time left. As we look at this replay of Piccolo's wave, straight up to the nose, onto that 10, holds that and puts the arms down, just trying to show that relaxed control. Judges do like that. And I think this angle is interesting and different. Here's where we'll start seeing him kind of stay in that pocket. That wave really shouldered off as well, not supplying the same opportunity as Edwards to go out on the face, which is, I think, why Piccolo read it in this way. But just kind of staying busy in there, not really getting to do anything noteworthy. I think it was just kind of staying busy, and gets a little stumble, but gets onto that 5. And that stamp on the finish was really nice. I think that finish there is actually what would have gotten him solidified into that 717, rather than judges saying, well, was that a 6.5 versus a 7.5? All the judges went into that 7's range between that 7 and 7.5 to land in that average of a 717.
Now, I do have one last follow-up question, and then we'll ditch the time conversation. But if you've caught a wave, say 1 minute, 5 seconds on your watch, and you're on the nose and you hear the beep, do you start counting down?
No.
You just ignore it.
I'm already on the wave. I'm where I need to be. The job is in front of me to actually then get a score. The countdown is only for catching the wave.
And the countdown stops once you catch the wave, even if you're at 42 seconds.
Yeah, of course, because as long as your hands have left the rail before that horn, then it doesn't matter how much time is left. Even if your hands leave the rail with half a millisecond before that horn blows, obviously it'll still count in the heat, so that's all that matters.
8:37 in the morning here. We've got a big day of competition ahead of us with 13 minutes, 50 seconds remaining on the clock. Benoit Clemente Piccolo, more affectionately known by the global world of surfing, from Peru. He is just been that stalwart of, Peruvian surfing, the surfers that have come up under him, and I think the team that's surrounded around him this week, having Sebastian, having Maria, and having Anna, all on that team, so many of them taking coaching advice, taking time working under Piccolo for their careers, surfing on his shapes. And it's been great to see them put together, again, such a strong team coming into this event specifically. As we see JR from the Philippines, beautiful footwork, such a traditional, classy surfer. As we see those multiple hang 10s, he hasn't left that 5 since he got there. Throws in 3 hang 10s. Nice turn up into that top third of the wave. Great footwork once again. Soul arch carve back into the section. Sets it up here now off the top. Great footwork. Looking for another nose right here and keeping really busy through that middle section of the wave. We'll see if this wave is now able to line up and really give him that perfect wall. And there it is. Right back to that 5, 10. Composed, quiet upper body as well. Goes in for that tight 5. Clean. Rides out onto the sand. And he had that 0.93, but we'll call this his first wave of the heat and well worth the wait.
Yeah, not as big of a wave, but I think it will kind of go into that 7s region as well. I thought his hang 10s were just so beautiful. Sometimes on the guy side more so, you kind of see that wider spread of feet on the hang 10, kind of on either side of the stringer, but he kept his really tight. The ankles were touching when he was putting all 10 toes over the nose, and I think that's really beautiful. We see that kind of style a lot more on the women's side, I think, and I think it's a really just like beautiful, graceful way of nose riding. But someone who is known for his hang 10s would be Piccolo. He's someone who is known to just be able to stand in a very tall, straight, confident position. He'd put his arms down by his side and just hold it like a
hood ornament.
Yes,
Car.
exactly. And that has been his key to success in the past. So he's someone who knows how to continue to build upon out there. So he's sitting comfortably with that 717. That'll go into Rogelio's scoreline as well. And gosh, slow heat for Antoine and Rodrigo, 2 of our strongest surfers in this event as well. I mean, these two, we're in round 4 now, these 2 heats, of course, with some of our strongest surfers, because we're down to these 8 surfers in the main round before, instead of that repecharge round. So we will see 2 strong surfers get bumped down into that repecharge round with that opportunity to still make it back into the grand final. But I wasn't predicting that it would be Antoine or Rodrigo, who I guess would have no waves ridden at this point.
As we take a look at the replay here for JR, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so we can see it is a smaller wave. He's kind of farther out in the section, surfing into this front face of the wave, but judges will be looking at how far away he is from that whitewash section, which is where the pocket is. That was a beautiful cutback and bottom turn, and then was able to reset himself up for that nose ride, kind of more critical in the pocket. And he's someone, I think, who was able to stay busy, too, with drawing out those lines in those turns, not only staying there in the pocket. So I think the judges will see that. And then his footwork is just so clean. He gets another opportunity for the 10. Just such a beautiful hang 10. I really like that. His arms really stylish and quiet. And then finishing cleanly with that. I'm excited to see how that comes in.
So judges still haven't dropped the score yet for our surfer in green. He does have that 0.93, and it's a 617, so comes through a full point shy of what we saw from Piccolo's first wave.
Yeah, so all that work done, but I think what I guess penalized him there, or didn't go to his advantage, was the size of the wave, especially for what we've been seeing from the last heat, where there seemed to be a lot more set opportunities, not in this heat, with only 3 waves ridden in the past nearly 20 minutes.
Chloe just grabbing that jersey, getting ready to paddle out. But this, I think, is really speaking to that dropping swell that we know is what we're looking at towards finals day tomorrow. Really getting a lot slower, getting a lot more challenging, and very surprising to see that both Antoine and Rodrigo have not caught a wave yet. Now, between Antoine, Rodrigo, and Piccolo, they are all in that similar age range. We've got 2 40-year-olds between Antoine and Benoit, and the 37-year-old in the mix as well. They have spent their careers competing against each other, Rachel. They have had so many heats like this. It's probably uncountable for them, going back 20 years within their careers, or even more than that, maybe up to 25 years. And now to see them in heats like this, in these moments where, you know, there's only 8 minutes left on the clock, we've already seen both Antoine and Rodrigo trying to changing positions in the lineup, maybe a little bit of those mind games coming into play, as there's that pressure mounting and building for them just to get into something. Rodrigo now up and riding, quick tap to the nose as he starts off, locks in for a moment, does great to get around that foam, and then right back into that nose ride. Nice cross step, sets himself up with that top turn. Back into that quick hang 10, little water spraying off the nose. Bounces off the foam, sets that line, nice wrap, and finally that set has started to roll through, or that next set has come through the lineup. You can see the reefs just lighting up with waves rolling through. So Rodrigo gets the first of the pick. Great footwork, staying super busy. We'll see what he does on the finish here, if he's able to put it up, and just can't quite pull that rail down in time. Now Antoine Del Perro up and riding onto that quick hang 5 to hang 10. Holds the hang 5. Down to that crouched position, kind of putting in a little bit more speed into things here, working a little bit harder to find that flow with this wave, but gets another critical nose ride through the pocket. Great wrap back into the foam. Sets that line, goes for that drop knee, whips it around as well.
I can hear Team France behind us yelling on the beach.
You can hear all of that passion coming through as he goes for that final nose ride here and looking for this next section. And there's just so much pressure in these moments now, because with 6 minutes on the clock, as he starts to finish, he's going to fall on the inside, which is detrimental. He also is going to have probably a 3 to 4.5 minute paddle to get himself back out there for the chance for one more wave.
Yeah, and Piccolo now is going to get a backup score, so put that pressure back on Antoine and Rodrigo to make sure they get a second score in order to even go into contention for the advancing position.
Absolutely. Piccolo with some great work done so far in the outside section. He was the only one to get that wave early in the heat, and then we sat quiet for a good 10 minutes with nothing being ridden, aside from the wave that we saw come through from JR. And we've got a score in now for Antoine Del Perro. Well, the judges loved it, even though there was that fall at the end. They rewarded him in that excellent range of an 8.17.
Yeah, he stayed patient. That was the biggest wave that we've seen ridden. I think that's what's noteworthy, is that all of the good waves that we've seen, while it's been great surfing, it hasn't been those sets that we know that we know can come, although infrequently, as this heat is proving. They're still out there, and the judges are comparing, to what they saw in the last heat, and so trying to stay true to that scale, which is why we've seen all those other scores kind of stay in that average to good range.
5 minutes on the clock. JR now up and riding again, so he's looking to improve on a 6.17. Stands so tall, right in the pocket of that wave. Beautiful nose ride. Love that quick rail grab to pull that board back to the top third of the wave. Sets himself up here through to the inside, staying busy, staying graceful, keeping all that style, flow, and grace in that traditional surfing, arms held high on the nose ride. Now patiently draws it off the bottom. This is a wave that's allowing that sort of repetitive nature. Great footwork as he kicks back towards the nose. Quick tap to the 10. And he'll finish out clean on the inside.
Yeah, that forward kick that he just did is not something I think that it's a little sweetener, you know. I think there's a difference between maneuvers and tricks. It's not necessarily considered a maneuver, but when you're already confidently completing the maneuver of a nose ride, it can be a little fun sweetener that the judges will go, oh, that was kind of cool. As we look at the replay of the outside, that hang 10, really beautiful, standing tall, and on his backside was able to just keep using his upper body to relift his board to stay in that high line. I think that technique was really crucial and important for him being able to hold that nose ride for so long. And just such delicate footwork, arms up. He surfed past his two competitors in Rodrigo and Antoine, which would have felt really good, putting the pressure on Antoine and Rodrigo for knowing, hey, another good score. And there's that forward kick, just a fun little sweetener, and holds this nose ride. I think this will be better than his 617, as it was a bigger wave. He did all that work on that smaller wave to get that 617. Now this is that wave size that he was waiting for.
Incredible. He's got the whole of San Juan back at home behind him. They've got a screen set up in Town Center, and they've been watching the contest. They've got a viewing party through the weekend now to be able to cheer on their team because they've just been doing such a fantastic job. And it's one of those regions of the world that's really, I think, one of the next on the front of producing the world's best surfers, same as we're seeing in Indonesia, where we're seeing a Rio Waida advance through, becoming Olympians. And now we're starting to see that coming out of the Philippines with that quality, that level of surfing coming through, and the scores being so deserving. Now, Piccolo Clemente drops in just a 3.67 for his backup score. So that's going to be not putting himself into a super safe position at the moment. We've got a 6.67 on the board for Rodrigo Sfayer for his first wave, that 617, and that 817 for Antoine Del Perro. So now everybody's staying busy. Benoit Clemente specifically looking to drop that 3.67. Great nose ride. Now he's behind the section. He's going to stay low. And in that front section of the board, sort of that front middle of the board, where that speed pocket really comes through when you're surfing. Great pedal back. Now sets himself up with the line. Throws so much spray off the rail as well. Back into the nose ride. Great lively surfing. Side to side. Throws in that drop knee. Rodrigo's up and riding behind as well. So coming down to the final 2 minutes, this is going to be do or die. We could see some major changes in the score lines and those advancing through. Great hang 10 through to the inside here for Piccolo. Finding that speed section, rides the lip line and finishes off clean, gives that quick claim, runs off onto the sand. Rodrigo now will just catch up with the end of his wave. We did see him flying by as this flurry of white behind Piccolo. Now setting it up for just this end section, and he's able to ride out clean of this one. He struggled with that last wave, so that'll feel good to get that finishing moment. Antoine now up and riding. Quick 10, back to the 5, nice and tight. Quick pump there to make it through this section on the nose once again. Everything the judges are looking for. Little shuffle there off the nose, I will point out, but back into that drop knee cut back. Off the bottom hard. Another drop knee here. Bounces off the foam. And you can just see how he is pushing so hard off the rail with each of those turns back into a nose ride as more sets are rolling through. So very dead first 12 minutes of this heat, and now all the action has come in the last few minutes. Little wobble here, but he's just keeping all that control, the style, and the salute to finish.
Wow, that was an exciting finish. Oh my gosh, all surfers getting a wave in this final minute. The judges are going to take their time with trying to analyze who got the scores that they needed in order to be in that first and second position, but it's going to completely switch around.
There's going to be scores, massive scores dropping across the board. JR, this wave will count. He was up and riding long before the buzzer sounded. He's now looking for that complete finish, and he can't quite get there, but he also got a lot of good work done on a wave that didn't quite have that stand-up wall, but had those sections where he was staying so lively. He was still able to find those nose rides and find those rail opportunities.
Yeah, and I think Piccolo, Rodrigo, those two waves that they got before, and Rogelio actually, will all kind of be higher than that 717, 617, 6.67, and Rogelio's coming in at an 857.
Amazing. One of the judges going into the 9. So an 857 now sets Rogelio JR up into the lead. His backup score was a 617. He does have another score to drop, so that 857 was from his previous wave, not this one that he just took off on that we finished off with at the buzzer.
The only issue is his backup is the lowest of the bunch in a 617, so not being able to kind of give himself that two-wave strength against these three surfers who have scores to drop. Antoine sitting in the best position with already having that 817. He doesn't need as much to get into that first place.
Now, only the second wave for Rodrigo. What are your thoughts on this?
So he got that quick tap out to the nose. Didn't get to go as far out on the face in that turn. That was kind of just like a little snap as he finds his way back out to the nose, a little bit wide. Again, there we go, that full wrap around, painting that canvas of the face of the wave, making that look really beautiful. Those are the types of turns, I guess, more so that the judges are looking for as compared to staying kind of in the whitewash and doing those little redirections for the sake of staying busy. And trying to make everything count out of this wave, finds himself, I think he'll get another opportunity for the nose ride. He doesn't, but he finishes off and runs onto the sand. So he has a 667. I think that might be slightly higher, but I don't know if it will go excellent. As we look at this replay of Antoine, look at that levitation of that nose ride, not pushing any water with that front foot, and that's crucial and indicating that he is doing that in the critical part of the section. This will be a great backup. The pressure was on here for him as this was his backup wave. This was only his second wave ridden, and this was caught with less than a minute to go. I wonder if he was counting down in his head. But
Absolutely.
Yeah.
He's down to 42 seconds now, 41.
Yeah, exactly. But making this wave count, and I think this will be kind of close to that excellent range as well. And we'll probably see him, I think, take the lead with this one, actually.
All right, so Piccolo waiting for scores. Now, scores are in for last of Rogelio JR. It's just a 4.33, so that doesn't improve his backup score. A 6.8 comes through for Rodrigo Sfayer of Brazil in second. Now, that momentarily puts him up into that advancing second place position, but we are waiting for potentially better waves to drop through for both Piccolo Clemente and Antoine Del Perro, sitting in that third and fourth place position now. Antoine only needing a 5.3. Piccolo only needing a 6.3 to be able to change up the situation in those leading positions.
So it will definitely change up that position. It's just, will it be enough to also overtake Rogelio? Looking at this replay of Piccolo, that was a nice opening nose ride. There's some downtime here as he makes it back around, but takes advantage of that pocket that he surfed right into, surfs out of the pocket by holding that nose ride, and comes around. That's a beautiful turn with so much speed and control, straight back into the nose with no downtime. And judges showing they really like that. And there's him staying in the pocket a little bit again, not kind of going all the way out, which has kind of reflected in his scores a little bit before, earlier in this heat as well. But there's that hood ornament hang 10 that we know him for, and finishing this out so cleanly. Look at that, with so much projection and speed. So that wave came in at a 7.10.
So scores are in. An 8.90 for Antoine Del Perro takes him to the lead. A 7 takes Piccolo into third, which solidifies J.R. Esquivel of the Philippines in second place position, just ahead of Benoit Piccolo Clemente. And those two will be advancing in the main round, where Piccolo will be falling into the repecharge round.
Yeah, it was that situation of it was enough to overtake Rodrigo, but as we were talking about, will it be enough to overtake Rogelio? It was in Antoine's situation, but not quite Piccolo's, as the requirement for Piccolo when it was Rodrigo in that second place was only a 5, but it would have been higher for Rogelio. So Rogelio with that 8 at the dying minutes too, being able to solidify himself.
Philippines walking through in the main round, and we'll be back with more action. Women's main round 4, hitting the lineup, Chloe Calmon, and Ana Kaspar, Maria Reyes, and Aping Agudo right after this.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
These are the days that make our job so fun. For us to be able to call the action at the height of men's and women's surfing is just so special as we now head into women's main round 4, heat number 1 with Chloe Calmon, Ana Kaspar, Maria Reyes, and Aping Agudo. Brazil and the Philippines up against the 2 Peruvians in the water. This is going to be a battle for the ages.
Yes, this is a crew too that mostly all have extensive experience competing against each other as well. I think no surprise to see Chloe Calmon taking that deepest position while the fight for priority at the start of this heat is being established. As we saw in that last heat, so slow, such a slow start. So getting that early start is important, but it has to be quality wave 2.
Well, talking about the slow start, it was Antoine Del Perro that took more than half the heat to catch his first wave, ends up walking away with the win. He's down on the glass now.
Thank you, Shannon Rachel. Winner of the round 4 heat number 2, Antoine Del Perro. Wow, congratulations, man. I feel like I was in the heat. We had no idea who was winning it.
Well, thank you very much. That was a lot of emotion because the first part of the heat, there wasn't any wave. And I think I get my first wave like 8 minutes before the end of the heat. So I just still had 8 minutes to get 2 waves. And even with 25 minutes, it's pretty intense. So 8 minutes to get 2 waves was crazy. And at the end, after my first wave, I had a good score. After my first wave, I paddled back out so hard. And when I went outside, I had third priority. And finally, the 2 guys took a wave, and I had a set behind, 1 minute left. I get a good score. Whew, that's a lot of emotion, but that was so nice. It feels really good.
Unbelievable. Very uncharacteristic of not having at least a backup score in that first 10 minutes. It was at 7 minutes that you got the 8.17. When you paddled back out exactly as you were in third priority, White had the higher priority. You could tell there was a wave that you wanted. He wasn't going to let you go. We had to let Piccolo also out of the way. I was kind of wondering if there was going to be another score. I saw you actually stand up on the board to get more visibility to make sure there was another wave. And wow, you finished that one in style. But even on the beach here, I could see you and Piccolo, everybody was just sweating. No one had any idea what happened.
Yeah, sure. The end of the heat was really intense. And with guys like this, Piccolo, Rodrigo, and the Philippine guy really surfed really well too. So it was a pretty hard heat. We knew it, so you just have to pick up the best wave. Otherwise, you're not going to make the difference. And yeah, I was lucky at the end to get 2 waves, but woo! I had a lot of emotion, yeah.
Seems like the critical section is really stretching out today compared to yesterday. Probably less swell, less water coming back out to the ocean. Really able to get that levitation on the nose, really stay locked in and point it out for the judges. Did you feel that difference today?
Yeah, sure. I think with the higher tide, there's the ball that comes a little bit more to the channel. And if you come behind it, you can lift the surfboard, position it perfectly to nose ride. That's what I did on my 2 waves, and I had a really good section at the outside.
How about the rest of the competitors? I mean, we saw some beautiful, beautiful rides. Did you see some amazing surfing on the way back out?
Well, actually, not really. I've seen the Philippine guys was surfing a wave when I went back out, but I was so destroyed paddling hard that I couldn't even watch, and I had my head down the board and I say, okay, go, Ali, go.
Well, great surfing. We love watching you guys, and then following your brother through just in the same pattern as yesterday. Team France is looking pretty strong for that second team gold medal.
Well, we're gonna try to do our best until the end and try to give our the best surfing we can have. Yeah.
Merci à tous.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Merci à tout le monde qui regarde. Je vous embrasse. You! Continuez les blagues là sur le WhatsApp, c'est pas mal du tout. Je vous embrasse tous. J'arrive plus à parler.
All right, back to you ladies in the booth. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Antoine. Love when that emotion comes out as well, just describing like how much energy, how exhausted he was on that paddle back out after surfing a wave that just went for so long. I mean, some of the nose rides alone that we're seeing today are lasting for 10 seconds. You know, that's if you're surfing a little beach break, you're going a 10-second wave max, but they're getting multiple nose rides like that thrown in with so many other maneuvers.
Yeah, and obviously that paddle back out, paddling as hard as he could towards the end was so crucial because he made it back out just in time as everyone else caught a wave. It kind of seemed like, was there going to be another opportunity? And then there was about 20 seconds break, and one more did pop up for him to have that final opportunity, and it ended up being a beautiful set. It's one of those things that when you kind of just get into rhythm with the ocean, he stayed patient but got into rhythm with those two best sets that came through.
Well, that's what we're going to expect to see now from the women's field. We've got a great contingency of competitors that have kept themselves in the main rounds. France, Peru, being able to keep both of their surfers in that conversation. We're seeing USA, the Philippines, Brazil also represented. So it's going to be a real tight battle now to see who's going to advance through into those top 4 spots on the women's side to continue their way through the top end of the draw before having to fall through into that rapid charge round.
Yeah, and I think what's interesting to see on the women's side here is that we have 2 Peruvians in this heat. We're going to see the 2 French women in the next heat. So not as, I think usually for team strategy, you can't always control it, of course, but you'd like to be spread out like how Edouard and Antoine were just in 2 separate heats, not battling each other and battling everyone else too. There's more pressure to keep France in the mix in that way when you're trying to get that first and second spot. Chloe having a real paddle there, but she didn't stand up, so priority isn't established. It's okay. She didn't lose any. There's nothing
to be lost aside from a little ounce of energy that she just exerted, and also maybe a little bit of that mental, okay, she would have loved to be able to get into that wave, but she's been doing this for so long. She knows just reset quickly, reposition herself, and recognize that, you know, it's going to be maybe slow for a little bit here because we saw a flurry of action at the end of that last heat. There will be a flurry of action to come within this one. Now, Aping Agudo of the Philippines, she's already dropped in a 4.33, Rachel. We saw that wave as we were during that interview, being able to listen to Antoine. And Zoe Grospion heading out for her heat for Team France. She'll be up against Hiroka Yoshikawa, Caitlin Mickelson, and Alice Lemoyne. So, again, 2 French competitors on the same side of the draw on that side.
I actually have to give props to our co-commentator Sam Bleakley, because when we were on our way driving here and we were talking about what do you think the conditions are going to be like today with the decreasing swell, and he said, I think the person on the 2 best waves of the heat is going to be the obviously the winner. That's usually how it goes. I'm not re-saying this, paraphrasing this very well, but he was saying it's going to be extremely slow heats, I think, and so that timing is going to be very crucial, and people are going to be losing out because of maybe that lack of opportunity to back it up with such another set, where yesterday we were kind of seeing everyone have an opportunity at a set, and it was how they surfed it and how they were able to capitalize on it that made them go into those advancing positions.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we've seen play out in these first 2 heats, is really the strength of that backup score, and it needs to be there to try and solidify that position, but knowing also that maybe you only get 1 good wave, and at all costs make it an excellent wave, because then there's far less questioning on whether or not you'll be able to take that top advancing position. Down to 15 minutes on the clock. Once again, very slow to start. Aping out the gates with that early wave. She's been here with her partner and their little baby Bella Bella is just an absolute infant still. She is so cute, and it's been amazing to be able to watch the balancing act of the moms in the conversation this week, Rachel. We've got quite a few of them in competition. Caitlin Mickelson will be paddling out next, but Caitlin doesn't have her son here with her. Taryn King as well, traveling away from the family, and plenty of other moms that have been competing. But for Ping, it's been a real... she's got little baby Bella attached to her hip the entire day. The moment she's out of the water, she's got that baby in her arms again. So for her, she's got a real balancing act now. I mean, even right now in the water, I'm sure that her mind is in some way focused back on Bella on the beach.
Yeah, it's definitely, like you said, that balancing act. It would be absolutely different traveling with your family there. We just saw Caitlin Mickelson doing that as well at the Mexi Log Fest. Right before this event, she had her son Maddox and her husband Niles with her, as we see an opportunity with 13 minutes remaining. So again, a slow start to the heat, and no one takes advantage of that. That one kind of just going underneath them. Was a smaller wave. So, maybe didn't have that excellent range of scoring potential. However, with such a slow heat, you don't know how a Ping's 4.33 could really factor in at the end of this heat.
It could become crucial within, the way that things pan out as we see everyone moving their positioning in the lineup, looking to set themselves up with a little bit of a better opportunity. And Rachel, we've been talking about that opportunity for the ISA to offer gender equity opportunities, to offer gender equality across the space for women, whether it's competing in the lineup, whether it's jobs behind the scenes within the ISA. And it's been great to see the total number of women, the turnout here for competitors this week. We have a record 52 women competing specifically for the ISA World Longboard Championships, which is overall about 46% of the competitors, which is a record-breaking stat across ISA events between the World Surfing Games, the juniors as well. So it's been really incredible to see that encouragement and to see that being pushed up as well as kind of filtered down from the national surfing federations globally for that inclusion to note, okay, there's going to be 2 men competing in this event and 2 women per teams because they've offered those equal numbers, which is not something that we see in many other events around the world. This is a very rare thing to see 2 women on a team and 2 men on a team, or an equal opportunity for numbers specifically. It's been really great to be able to see that come forward over the last 5 years with the ISA, and that push now means that working down the line, those national federations need to pour into the development of women surfing as well as the men, as we see a solid size set that has unfortunately just caught everyone off guard. I think no one was able to get into it, Rachel.
Yeah, that one broke really wide, and kind of we didn't really get to see from the camera angle, but looking behind me, it was probably a good choice. I thought Chloe was going to turn around real quick and just try and take that corner. However, there was a whole nother section that was breaking that was kind of out of frame, and that would have been why she didn't turn around, because for us, it kind of looked like she was just going to scratch into position.
This is the opportunity. This is the chance.
But looking behind us at the waves, it looked like it did kind of close out, and she would have spent a lot of time, most of that time, trying to get around that section, which is valuable time lost and wouldn't have been what she's looking for. So she's going to stay patient, although with 10 minutes remaining, I mean, this single wave ridden of a 4.33 is what has a Ping in the lead.
Alice Lemoyne grabbing her jersey, getting ready to paddle out for Team France. We already saw Zoe grab her jersey just a moment ago. She is the reigning gold medalist for the ISA World Longboard Championships from Biarritz. So she was able to win at her second home, coming from Reunion Island originally, but spending so much time living in France and time in Biarritz specifically. So that was a really amazing moment that we got to witness in her career a few years ago. And now she's been that one, that kind of that forefront of the conversation, coming in with that weight on her shoulders, knowing that she's got that reigning title specifically. Rachel, what was it like for you after you won your world title specifically back in 2015, entering into the contest season in 2016 with that title of reigning world champ? Did you feel extra weight, or did you just feel kind of that proud, the pride of the fact that you'd already had that world title finish?
I think a little bit of both. I really want to, a dream is to go back to back, those types of things. So I was putting that pressure on myself. I think also in my experience specifically, my world title came early on in my career where I hadn't had much professional success up until that point. I had a silver medal at an ISA, but on the World Surf League, I had pretty much no success. And then I won my world title. So it was new for me walking into an event where more eyes were on me. All of a sudden, I was the person walking in, the favorite, the highest seed, and so that was probably the oddest thing of it all. And so Alice navigating that now, however, this unlike my story that I just shared there, this isn't her first time walking in being the focus and that name. She has multiple wins both on the World Surf League, in the ISA, as we were just saying, her gold medal. So she's used to being that talk of an event, and she usually holds this pressure really well.
And even having, when she won that gold medal back in 2019, that was really one of those moments in her career that I think gave her that boost, that encouragement that she can hold that top seed position, because it was after that she really started to find her success on the World Surf League's Longboard Tour, and where she started walking away winning the biggest events in the world on that stage after that 2019 victory here at the ISAs.
Yeah, so it was then 2019, of course, that gold medal, as you just said, a break in 2020. We all know why, the pandemic, whatever. And then in 2021, back onto the WSL World Tour, there were 2 stops. She won the second stop, which didn't get her the win of the world title. That was Honolulu Bloomfield's year. However, that win of a championship tour event is so coveted and takes so much strength.
As we see Mafa now up and riding on her opening ride for Team Peru. Great nose ride to start. Beautiful footwork. Little low posture here, and now standing tall again as she carves through the pocket. Chloe Calmon up and riding out the back, having to go down low to stretch the section, as we see Mafa Reyes there with a nice second hang 5 through the inside. Making good use of this wave, staying on her feet, girding that good footwork in, cross-step cut back, so adding the variety. Nice little soul moment there as she stands up for this next nose ride through the section and straightens out under the lip. Great wave for Maria Reyes, Mafa, to start things off. Tracking now with the back half of Chloe Calmon's wave. We saw her take off deep on that outside section. She gets those nose rides to the inside. We'll take a look at the replays in a moment to be able to catch that middle of her wave. Ana Caspar now, the other Peruvian, who's just been putting on such an incredible display this week. I've been really amazed by her surfing. She's certainly caught my eye, as we see her now kick out just in front and avoid that shore break section. Now Aping Agudo with a second opportunity. The mom to little Bella on the beach. Beautiful footwork. I mean, so tight, so graceful, Rachel. Keeping her feet as well on that inside rail, shifting back and forth to be able to really engage the rail of this board. Now staying low to make sure she can make the transition through this slightly bumpier section into the real kind of shore break zone of El Sunzal. Great variety of the footwork as well, throwing in a couple of these little cross-step carves, turns into the top section of the wave, goes for that last nose ride and kicks out clean.
Wow, what an exchange, and almost exactly replicating what went on in the last heat of the men's heat, with Antoine and Rodrigo getting their first wave at that 7-minute mark. That's exactly what we just saw from Mafa, Ana, and Chloe. I think Ana actually getting the best of that, the best of the wave selection. But before we claim, who got the best of the exchange, we'll have to look at those replays. But look at this paddle battle. It's so crucial. It's going to be so important to that first selection of that wave with these dying minutes. Chloe has the lead right now, but Ana is on her tail, and these are really important moments.
So important, so much focus in that paddle back out.
Yeah, and you know what? If another wave doesn't come for another opportunity, like we were kind of anticipating potentially that 4-3-3, that initial wave of a ping could be really important. So Chloe, unfortunately, having to navigate this whitewash out the back when she would have loved to be screaming across on a nose ride right now. So, knowing that there's not much time left, she has to milk this one all the way through, and she does it ever so gracefully. those cutbacks just looking so nice and loose. She doesn't look like she's stressed on this wave at all. Trying to add in that variety and not showing the pressure of this heat through her surfing. Just so clean, getting up to the nose, getting that quick tap of the 10 and finishing off clean. So that was some nice work done, but it's Anna who had this more open face wave from the get-go. She didn't have to navigate this whitewash. Was she able to take advantage of it there? She does get to the nose and it stands up a little bit, gets the 10. Yeah, the judges will like that with that opening nose ride. Grabs the rail for that cutback, adding in that variety. And now she's going to milk her way through this inside section. Not getting much projection through here, just kind of taking her time and waiting for this wave to stand back up. And then this is the replay of Mafa's straight up to the nose, pointing a little bit more towards the beach in an effort to stay in that pocket and get that nose ride on kind of a more shouldery wave. Getting back up to the nose. See how she keeps kind of pointing towards the beach. She's trying to make the most of what this wave is offering, but it's not offering her as much as I know she would have hoped. And she's going to try and milk this one through. Doesn't get that speed through, but it's still a 7.67, so the judges rewarding those nose rides.
Yeah, so 7.67 sets Maria up in second place position. Ping on the strength of two waves, a 5.57 for her second. Holds her sitting in the lead as she has a little look at that wave. Anna Kaspar sitting with a 5.5 and Chloe Calmon on just a 4.83. All reflective of that outside section on where the strength of those nose rides maybe came through. We do have a second score to come through for Maria Reyes. She was able to sneak into one on her way back out, so she'll be putting in a backup as a Ping is up and riding with a quick couple of steps.
Yeah, a Ping taking this one, and I think Chloe's right behind her. I think that replay that we just saw of Maria is that one that we just went through. I don't think that was her 7.67.
That would make a lot of sense looking at as we take a look here at Chloe Calmon with a nice carve through to the inside. So scores to come through now for two more surfers as Chloe has some work to do. She would have heard just a 4.83 for her opening ride. Nice nose ride through this section, looking to set herself up with even more opportunity. Second hang 5. Difficult, gives a little kind of check to the, to the beach, feeling a bit frustrated with the way that this heat has gone so far. A 2.85 for her requirement, but we are waiting for last of Maria Reyes, and we are waiting for last of Chloe Calmon. A score to come through for a Ping Agudo as well. And this is just turning out to be an incredible battle in the last few minutes, which is what we sort of predicted at the beginning of the heat, recognizing that the finish of the last men's round also had a lot of action at the finish. Anna Kaspar now up and riding on her second wave. So she opened on that 5.5, chasing a 2.18, but that's going to change because we have other scores factoring through. Beautiful footwork, pedals back down onto the rail, swoops around for a turn and then bites the outside section. And just maybe it's those nerves, that excitement getting a little bit too high as we're coming down to the last 45 seconds. Will there be enough time, Rachel, for a Ping for Maria to be able to get themselves into another wave?
Well, maybe to another wave as they paddle back out, but not from out the back in the lineup. I don't really think. There are some waves coming. They won't be taking off from them right out the back, but there will be another opportunity.
Now, no priority established because they're not out at the takeoff zone, but on the inside positioning, it's a Ping who's able to stand up first. Quick to that footwork. Sets herself up now with a beautiful cross step. Drive up into the top of the lip as she sets up for another nose ride. Right in front of Anna Kaspar. Now, Ping did an incredibly good job to solidify the most waves in this heat, to get herself on that first one, to really start setting herself up for success. We'll see how the strength of the other waves come through as we're still waiting for scores. Nice footwork as she works her way through to the inside. Very committed, very stylish, and graceful surfing coming from the Filipino. As we're waiting for scores now, Maria Reyes has taken the lead, Rachel, with a 5.5 for her second wave to back up that 7.67. But we're now waiting for scores to drop for Chloe Calmon, for Ana Kaspar and for Aping Agudo.
Yeah, I know Mafa just got a wave in as well. I'm not sure if she was up before the buzzer. It kind of looks like maybe she wasn't, as it doesn't show that she has a score waiting to drop. But that could be crucial for a ping and solidifying her situation with that 4-3-3. Those are the sets in the dying moments that are important to take advantage of.
Scores through. It's a 7 for Chloe Calmon. She has now jumped Aping Agudo in that second place position. Momentarily, Maria Reyes holds on to the lead. But we are waiting for scores now of Ana Kaspar and Aping Agudo. Last of Aping, just a 4.53. She's not able to chase down the 6.27 she then required to go from third into second. And for Ana Kaspar, it's a 6.34. She gets a score that's high enough to take her into third over fourth, but it's just a 4.73, so she isn't able to take that advancing top two position. Our bottom two surfers will be heading into the repecharge round with the top two advancing through into the main round next. We're going to have Sam Bleakley and Mitch Salazar into the booth to call our final heat for women's main round 4. Coming up next, it's Zoe, Hiroka, Caitlin, and Alice hitting the lineup.
When we started the campaign, like 20-something years ago, over a quarter century, even when we started, it was impossible. I mean, everybody, okay, my friends, my brother would say, you're really gonna put your energy in this? Let's go surfing.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympics, period.
We all just looked and rolled our eyes back at, like, come on, Fernando. Surfing will never make it.
I've never actually dreamed of being in the Olympic because surfing wasn't an Olympic sport.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympic sports.
The Olympics wasn't ever a dream of mine because it wasn't a reality, it wasn't tangible.
It's the biggest event in the world. Fernando is the reason why we're all there.
Yeah, it's like me telling you I'm gonna, swim around the world. 27 years later, he pulled it off.
Welcome back to the action. Thanks for tuning in as we move on to heat number 2, main round 4. I'm Sam Bleakley, joined by Mitchell Salazar as we see our surfer from France, Alice Lemoine, the defending gold medalist at the ISA World Longboard Championship. Straight in there for a crisp, nice, fast hang 5. Holds that nose ride beautifully, pedals back to the tail, sets up a cutback, gets that second nose ride again, puts that board on rail. As we have just seen, the need to have a strong start takes a lot of the pressure off the surfers. Still 25 minutes, Alice Lemoine getting nice and lively through this inside section with a cross step turn there, keeping that board trimming from the middle of the board where the board trims quickest, back to the tail to set a high line for a crisp 5, and then a smooth walk back, still with a little bowl section here in the shore break. She floats that and steps off with a score to drop. And we see an answer back from our surfer from France, Zoe Gros-Pignon. 4 steps up to the tip. There's the 5, holds that 5, a little bit behind this section. She'll get nice and low. She's got a great relationship with El Sunzal, having spent a number of months here surfing, and her sister is based out here in El Salvador, running a permaculture farm with her El Salvadorian husband. So Zoe's got that great advantage of having a lot of experience here as she just walks that board beautifully, cross-stepping, snaking that big sliding turn there and just hanging on to the shore break. So scores to drop for Alice and Zoe, and now it's Hiroka from Japan. Mitchell Salazar, what do you think about these conditions, and what are the benefits of the women having a strong start?
Well, I mean, first things first, usually Team France gets to that quick start as soon as they can, and we saw that there from our defending gold medalist. Good footwork so far here from Yoshikawa, but I like that there's a little bit of a wind factor to have to play into these competitors right now. I think it makes it more difficult, and I think the real victors will shine in these kind of conditions and in any, really, Sam.
Caitlin Mickelson for Team USA, putting that Tommy Moss-built Michael Takayama on rail, a signature model of hers, and she kicks out just before the shore break on the inside. So scores will be waiting to drop, but talking of scores dropped, it was Maria Fernanda Reyes out of Peru who had an incredible result there, flying the flag for her nation in style, and she's with Ben Way.
All right, thank you guys. Winner of round 4, Heat 1, Team Peru's Maria Fernanda Reyes. Muchas felicidades.
Muy feliz, no sabes lo que es, fue una adrenalina, 15 minutos sin olas, sin agarrar nadie olas, y estaba como que aquí me estaba peleando la clasificación para Santiago, y nada, espero seguir avanzando y poder llegar a la final.
So she said she can't explain the stress of not having waves in 15 minutes and just freaking out. She's also really trying to make that qualification for the Pan Am Games. And so I'm going to ask her just how she controls the stress out there. She was needing a score, didn't bump up until well after the heat when they heard the score come in. Bueno, en esos momentos, cuando necesitas un puntaje y está acabando el tiempo, no llegan olas, ¿qué haces para controlar tu estrés? ¿Es la respiración o cómo lo controlas? Todavía te ves estresada.
Todavía estoy estresada, pero en el agua estaba tratando de respirar profundo y dije, si ya esperé 10 minutos, 10 más, no va a haber otro problema, y traté de agarrar la primera ola que encontré, surfearlo tranquilo, y de ahí faltaba nada de minutos y traté de agarrar un backup que vino y todos estaban en el inside, y entonces traté de agarrar esa segunda ola que me hizo pasar.
Sí, y bueno, hace momentos perdimos a Piccolo en el main, y bueno, sigues con la bandera de Perú en el main round, y bueno, has usado la tabla en varias condiciones aquí en el Sunsal, sigue sirviendo súper bien en cualquier ola, y eso refleja de un buen shaper, un buen diseño. I was saying that we had lost Piccolo out of the main round just in one of those previous heats, and she's got this shape by Piccolo that's been taking her through all of the rounds, winning rounds in a variety of waves, and it just shows a great shaper and a great design. Pues, ¿cómo te sientes? Y si calificas para los Pan Am, ¿crees que vas a seguir con la misma tabla?
Yo creo que sí, si no me tendré que hacer más del mismo modelo, porque la ola en Chile es fuerte.
Espero que lo tiene en programa.
Sí, muchas gracias a todos. Y nada, arriba Perú, y seguimos avanzando paso a paso. Saludo enorme a mi mamá, a mi enamorado, a mis patrocinadores y a toda esa gente linda que me está viendo.
All right, back to the booth with you guys. The last mention was if she does qualify for Pan Am, are you going to use the same board? She said if it's not this one, she wants the exact same model, and we look forward to seeing her. Muchas gracias.
A ti.
Well, congratulations, Mafer. That was a really great performance there. And how important is the Pan American Games for the surfers who can gain qualification from this event?
Well, yeah, you really need to make the top 8. She's in there now. She made the main event final, basically, and then you get to the grand final. That's when you're going to get a medal. But just making the top 8 for her, I'm pretty sure she's already classified into Santiago 2023, which is huge for her, especially being a neighboring country to Chile. Just want to mention something that she said during her interview. She was willing to wait 15 minutes, so she was going to wait another 10 if she had to, and I think that shows a lot of discipline and commitment to her game plan, especially analyzing a lot of these waves here at this break event. So as you can see, long and different takeoff zones here at this long right-hand point break, Sam.
Absolutely, and this is the smallest day we've had so far. And how's that affected the wave shape and the opportunities to get those critical nose rides?
Well, first of all, it's way more contestable. It's not a battle for survival anymore. You can actually position yourself a lot better now. And I think more importantly, strategy is coming into play a lot more today. You're actually being able to use priority in comparison to days before where it seemed like you were just needing to catch waves. A bit slower, yes, but I actually think that plays into favor into certain superpowers like France, like Peru, and obviously Caitlin Mickelson from the USA also off to a decent start here, Sam.
So Zoe drops a 5.27. You could really see how familiar Zoe is with this wave. Looks extremely strong, great style, very smooth. She's got a 4.77 as her backup. Caitlin has got a 5.27, but the highest score of the heat goes to Alice Lemoyne with that 6.0. She needs to get her second score. Hiraka has got a 4.5. We just heard Maria talk about having that really slow start, and it all happened in the last 7 minutes in the last heat. But all of these women, they've kicked off with at least one set, and that's certainly a factor that comes in today. I mean, let's get a little analysis of this from Zoe Gropignon, Mitch.
Yeah, so gets to the 5 right there. Lovely footwork, and as you can see, first wave of the set, a bit harder to ride with that bump on the face. But I just felt like she had a good amount of time where she got to the nose initially. Did have a lump right there where she nearly lost control of her footwork, but recovered super well. And both Caitlin and Zoe were able to get 5.27s, and just to our audience, there's different ways to get to a certain average too. It doesn't necessarily mean that every judge has the exact same score for both waves. That's not true. One judge could be higher on another one judge could be lower on another one.
So the
average comes out the same though.
Absolutely, and this is the highest score. So why do you think this went up into the 6, a little bit higher than Zoe's wave of a 5.27?
I think the longer 5 on the outside just demonstrated a bit more risk. Personally, I'm a huge fan of her style too. I think it just looks very graceful, and she makes it look so easy too. When you make the difficult look easy, it really contemplates that judging criteria that we have here at these long right-hand point breaks. In comparison to surfing a beach break when you're really racing to get to the nose, when you just are able to complement your style with, the added elements of different criterias within the surfing, it's really incredible. Nice touch right there for the last nose right of this wave, and the way she's able to end up with that somewhat kind of a floater at the end was nice too. And another 5 for Caitlin right here.
So this is the same score as Zoe's 5.27. A really great surfing on the Tommy Moss built Donald Takayama surfboards.
Yeah, nice 5 on the outside. She comes from Encinitas, surfs Cardiff most of the time, and tends to surf the right and not the left. A shorter right, but a very similar wave to here at El Sunsal. Great footwork, and as you saw, there's a difference between the 6 and the low 5s that we've seen in this heat so far. I think the elongated 5 on the outside by Elise Lemoyne definitely playing into that score, getting into the good range. Caitlin isn't even able to get all the way to the shore break, and as you can see, shorter waves today too in comparison to bigger days on the outside.
And Hiroko drops a 4.5, so she's carrying the lowest strong score.
Yeah, the lowest out of the exchange, but still something that could easily be in your top 2 at the end of the heat. Just felt like there was mostly footwork here, good rail surfing, but nothing super critical on the outside. You can see the flatter sections right here, Sam. Nearly loses control too. And then once there, I think you don't get docked points for that, but it just doesn't look good in the judge's mind when they're trying to give you a score in comparison to the 6 that they already dropped earlier.
And Hiroko, the first time representing Japan here. Her fellow Japanese surfer Natsumi Teoka, who is not here, has generally been the representative for World Longboard ISA Championship. Hiroko already an extremely accomplished multiple national champion and WSL World Longboard Tour competitor. So she's really proud to be here, and her father is a founder of a surf store and a surfboard shaper, so she's got that heritage behind her. Her mother was a professional boogie boarder, and to grow up in that surf culture, that it really does kind of resonate deeper with some of those competitors who may be third generation surfers in a family.
Oh, 100%, especially when you come from such a surf rich zone like Chiba in Japan, and obviously some great waves around there that really complement different styles of surfing too. You mentioned her mother being a bodyboarder before, and I think that really adds to a different style of the way you approach just the ocean in general. And water women out there right now, Sam.
Live action, 4 steps up to the nose. Our reigning gold medalist, Alice Lemoyne, born in Nice, raised in Reunion, based in Biarritz, riding a Portuguese-built Luffy surfboard on a wider board than her competitors in this heat, such as Hiroko, Caitlin and Zoe, but beautiful footwork from Alice Lemoyne, the way she keeps those palms open, those hands, those arms out, almost like the wings of a bird I often compare it to, and she's just really getting all of those crisp 5s through footwork and engaging that rail and arcing back and forth, and still continuing to elegantly deal with this wave as she just rides out of the shore break with great control and composure.
How was that smile at the end too when she kicked out? She was happy with her performance on that one.
And the Poposa section, as we call it, can cause a lot of carnage in there, but she just dealt with that so elegantly, as we see Hiroko Yoshikawa from Japan with 4 steps up for a nose ride, a bouncy wave, a little bit of foam on this face, but navigating it beautifully and holding a nose ride there and dropping down into the deeper section, then using the cross steps to get her feet over the tail of the board so she can engage that rail and use that fin to steer, and keeping up that trim speed. But this wave, a bouncier, more lively, hard to handle wave than Alice Lemoyne, but great surfing, and then the standing island kick out on the nose in the shore break.
Yeah, you got to watch out for that last section right there. We saw a lot of carnage yesterday afternoon, especially with the low tide. It got super shallow right there at the end. I thought that was excellent use of inside positioning, though, personally, Sam. Yoshikawa, if she betters the 4.5, she accomplished her goal right there. You replaced your best score at the moment. You're back into the fight. I think Lemoyne's going to have another great score, maybe even getting something better than the 6.0. And with 11 minutes to go, it's really going to come down now to the way Caitlin Mickelson uses her first priority here, because the issue is that they both have the same best score, a 5.27. Now you got to be thinking, okay, I'd rather wait a little bit longer but be on the best wave out of these two surfers that are in the top two spots right now.
And we move into the penultimate day, so finals day will be tomorrow. So how does that affect the surfers psychologically, who might be on the campaign for a medal, but they might get knocked out of one of these or on these main rounds and then fall into the repechage and have to surf more times?
To me, this is the day when we really see the champions. You know, I think those people that really are gonna step up to the plate and end up being gold medalists, we'll see them today a lot more.
Absolutely. And of course, in this climate, you know, the fact that it's extremely hot, we've seen measurements of 29 degrees centigrade for the water temperature. You know, those surfers that do fall into the repechage and have to surf more, what will be their preparation to stay hydrated, to keep their blood sugar up?
Well, first of all, you got to stay out of the sun as much as you can. If you're surfing most of the day, I think, you know, a lot of people that will be in the repechage rounds today, you're going to be surfing at least 3 times. Stay hydrated. To me personally, always drink clear liquids. Don't be drinking anything that's super dark or anything. So you want to avoid a lot of caffeine. You don't want to get your heart rate up as much. And most importantly, I feel we see this a lot at ISA events. When you're not supporting your teammates, you need to be resting. It is imperative. You need to focus on your end goal, and that's getting a gold medal individually and as a team, Sam.
And you know, that's the big thing, is that this is a team event. And of course, you know, that opportunity to kind of fly the flag for your country. Do you think that brings the best out of certain surf nations?
Yeah, it does, for sure. I mean, I remember seeing Felipe Toledo when he was 15 years old win his ISA gold medal in the U16s. Brazil had a very small contingent, and I think from that moment forward, it really changed the game for Team Brazil and the way they were supported financially as a surfing nation. And now look at them. They're on top of the world. I think we can say the same for France. They've always been supported very well financially by the government.
And with the Olympic movement in surfing, you know, which countries do you think have excelled in the Olympic platform that haven't perhaps excelled as well on the WSL schedule?
Germany, first of all. I think Leon Glatzer's performance heading into the Olympics was huge for them. He's obviously in the gunning for Paris 2024 as well. I also think Philippines as of late. I've seen Jean-Marc Tacon compete before. He's on the Challenger Series now. Obviously a good chance to qualify for the Olympics next year as well. And, I mean, I've always felt that Japan has always had great teams, but they've never had great individual performances. And I think in the last 3 or 4 years, that's changed quite a bit, Sam.
Live action, Caitlin Mickelson. She's looking to replace that 2.23, which she should do on this wave. She's got a 5.27. She set herself up with a nice opening 5, a big wraparound cutback. I was talking to Caitlin yesterday evening, and she shared the vibe that she had, which is that she's got more to give. She was able to surf, in her words, conservatively yesterday because she felt she didn't need to put everything on the line to get the scores, but now she really does have to put everything on the line, and she's demonstrating that she's one of the best in the world. And I love that down carve on that last turn on the inside as we see Zoe Gropignon looking to replace a 4.77. She's got a little loose sticker under her board there. You can see sometimes when you get the light under that board, you can just see a sticker peeling off as she rebounds off into the shore break, takes a little nosedive, but she would have got a lot of the scoring done on the outside of that wave.
Yeah, I agree. And with 6:45 to go, Mickelson decided to go on the first wave of the set. She wasn't taking any chances to see if there were 2 or 3 waves in that single set, and I think it was the right decision. She's probably going to get the better out of these 2 waves. But excellent use of priority and great composure too, Sam. That's a big moment in this heat.
And we're really seeing the judges rewarding dynamic rail engagement and variety of rail engagement. And this wave, there are a lot of cutbacks. I mean, you've commentated here at the World Surfing Games with shortboarders, and the number of cutbacks that you have to do on this wave is very high.
It's tremendous. I mean, you'd probably see the largest amount of cutbacks here in a week during an event that you would see maybe at your local spot all year long. And it's really impressive to see a lot of these people endure over 6 days so far. It's a long event, maybe shorter than the ISA World Surfing Games and the juniors, but we're still talking about the very elite longboarders in the world having to compete at the highest level day in and day out. So impressive by that standard. Look at the score for Zoe. It's a big one, Sam.
7-1-7. So Zoe moves up into first position. Live action. Alice Lemoyne looking to replace a 5.83 with a beautiful crisp 10. Got a little soul arch on that 10. Puts that square-tailed Luffy board on rail.
Oh.
Goes deep in the section, but too deep. Takes the fall. But luckily she is carrying that 5.83. So she's got the 6, the 5.83. She won't improve on those scores, but we are awaiting for a score from Caitlin Mickelson as we see the 7.17 from the surfer from France that took the lead.
Yeah, well, we didn't see that on the outside, and now I know why that went so high with this one. Great nose ride on the outside section, much more critical to do. Lovely patience right here, great footwork. And I think she demonstrated a lot of elegance in this wave too, especially with that opening nose ride, Sam.
Absolutely, and the use of the drop knee turn as well. I love it when I see variety of rail turns, and I think the judges really liking that. They don't want to see that repetitive same cutback time after time.
Absolutely, and we caught up to her halfway through this wave, so it really came down to that opening nose ride, because look at the score for Caitlin, very similar to her first. I mean, she's still outside of the top 2 right now, has enough time to make it out back and catch one more ride. I think she needs to be on a set wave right now, though, Sam.
Absolutely. That says a lot, doesn't it? Because Zoe got that really dynamic nose ride out back. Caitlin did a lot of fantastic work, put in a beautiful rail turn on the inside, but perhaps it needs that dynamic nose ride early in the ride to really go close to excellent range, as we see Hiroko with 4 steps up to a hang 5. Cross steps back to the tail, really opens the body out and throws some spray as she engages in that cutback. 2 steps forward, 2 steps back, just using that back foot to put over the fin of the board, getting a high line, dropping down into the wave, so having to pedal off the nose ride. Things getting a little bit scrappy there, using the cross step turn, but perhaps a little bit wiggly when she just wants to open things out and draw out that surfing. And now already you just feel like the rhythm was lost from the middle of that ride. The tempo went, and then it went a little bit wiggly and wily.
I almost even felt from the outside section there could have been a bit more risk all the way getting up to the nose. One thing I really want to point out, though, during that shot, Elise Lemoyne stood up real quick. She recognized that Caitlin Mickelson was close to making it out back. She recovered first priority. And knowing that Caitlin is needing a score right now, guess what? France and France, 1 and 2. This is strategic. I know what they're doing. I've seen this before from Team France. They're just solidifying their first place position and second place position. And now they're just going to listen to see what Yoshikawa gets. If she improves, Elise is definitely going to need a score.
And of course, France, Paris hosting the Olympics. Tahiti, Chopu, is that a place that you've had the pleasure of working at?
Not yet, and I'd love to go and surf there first, but then if I was able to work the event in Paris 2024, it would obviously be a huge accomplishment, not only for myself, but I think for surfers worldwide. And what a place to go to. I mean, crystal clear waters and some of the best waves in the world.
And of course, longboarding in the Olympic Games, the ISA recognizing the value of longboarding and proposing longboarding to be in the Olympic program for Los Angeles 2028. The decision about that is expected to come in December 2024. So this underlines the importance of this event, uniting the world's longboarders and growing participation. 33 nations, 100 athletes, all working towards that Olympic drive, as we see Caitlin Mickelson waving for priority, waving for situations. It has switched. She's in second priority. Zoe's in first priority. So Caitlin now has the pick of this wave. Does Alice know?
Oh!
Alice doesn't know about this. So Alice walked up to the nose and she didn't realize priority switch because she didn't look back in. But Caitlin did look back in and knew that she had priority. So this is a very interesting situation, Mitch, as Caitlin puts that board on rail with a nice swooping roundhouse cutback, pedals up to the nose for a touch of the 5. And look at the spray coming off that board as she engages that Tommy Moss, Donald Takayama. Beautiful surfing from Caitlin Mickelson from Southern California. Again, she's got a nice opportunity for a high line through the shore break here. Can she get something dynamic on the nose to just really finish this wave off as she's on the 5, holding the 5, arm up, and here's the shore break. It's going to be heavy in there, but she's going to keep it cool as she just climbs and drops and rides out with style as Alice Lemoyne finds a wave. Zoe Gropignon finds a wave, and you can see our Japanese surfer way out back. That was just so exciting, Mitch. I mean, we got a lot to digest in the last 40 seconds
We
now.
do, and this could also be an important wave for Zoe as well, because as things shift around, I think it's pretty obvious that we're going to see a priority interference right there. I think she did affect the line that Caitlin had to take.
Body language from Zoe, positive.
Very.
Just everything about that cheer, that punch, she's just like, I did something special out there. She's had a really strong heat, and all event we've noticed with Zoe, she is so familiar with this spot. She looks so relaxed. She's really recognized that a lot of the stronger scores are coming from surfers with drawn-in tails. She knows that that's the design she wants to have here.
That's a great point. And I also think that having been here a few times already before, having surfed this wave has definitely helped her out. And I think she's peaking at the right time, too. I mean, this is easily the best competitive heat that I've seen her surf so far this event. But I think this is a very big missed opportunity for Team France to get 1 and 2 in this heat. And huge props to Caitlin Mickelson for surfing that wave so well, not getting distracted, and she's probably going to move up into the top 2 here.
And you could see that she looked in, she knew Alice had gone and the priority changed. She looked, she waved, she saw, and Alice did not have an opportunity to look. She didn't look, but you know, perhaps she should have known that that was going to happen after not catching that first wave. So now those judges in that top line there, they will be studying the video replay. They will be, first of all, looking at this interference call, and then they will also be dropping that score for Caitlin Mickelson.
Well, so look, if Elise would have just straightened out immediately when she took off, I think things would have been fine, but the way she actually went into Caitlin, not knowing that she had lower priority right there, is what's really going to affect this decision. By the way, Caitlin just ripped this wave to a hole.
The cutbacks, incredible. The spray off the rail, very strong.
And what was the biggest difference in this wave in comparison to the last one? The nose riding, too. So she was able to vary her surfing in this one, complementing the rail surfing a lot more. She gets the 5 right here, which I really like in this flat section. It's really difficult to navigate that flat water right there. Did super well, and just her composure right here, Sam. I think it's really important for a lot of surfers to be able to take note of this. She stayed composed at the end, and that is a huge moment for Team USA.
And what about this answer back from that beautiful opening hang 10 from Alice Lemoyne?
Yeah, I mean, easily the best nose rider we saw all heat long. So if the priority interference does go through right here, only her best wave is going to be scored, which is unfortunate for her because she does have 2 keeper scores at the moment. And if she were to better on this one, as she added some lovely footwork through the middle too.
So Caitlin doesn't get enough, Mitch. She gets a 5, 6, 7. So now it's all about whether Alice Lemoyne gets an interference call, and we're still awaiting the last score of Zoe, who's got a 7-1-7 looking to replace a 5-2-7. You get the feeling from Zoe's body language. She felt it was strong, so it might well increase her lead. But here's the replay of that wave, and she really did have a beautiful opening hang 5.
Yeah, and a much larger wave outside, too. So degree of difficulty increased there for Zoe. And I think just the fact that she was able to not only get on the best waves during this heat, but also surf very efficiently, Sam.
So no interference call. Zoe takes the lead. She stays in the lead. Alice Lemoyne stays in second. She drops a 5.83 and a 6 as her highest 2 scores. Hiraka and Caitlin will move into the repechage rounds. An exciting heat that was. But of course, the Japanese surfer and the American surfer, they're not eliminated. They still have an opportunity to get to the grand final.
Well, huge chance for both Team France to make it out of this heat It seems like there won't be an interference call, and that is a massive, massive. I mean, we're talking about gold medal implications right there for Team France moving through.
Whew. Yeah, it really was big stuff. And of course, we've got Edward and Antoine
still in the main round,
team brothers, and of course, that just really solidifies France as the front-running favourites for Team Gold, the defending Team Gold medalists at the ISA World Longboard Championship.
100%, and we have the defending individual gold medalist Elise Lemoyne and Del Perro brothers looking better than anybody else when it comes to the heat totals as well, Sam.
Well, stay with us, ladies and gentlemen, because we will be moving into repechage round 4 of the men's as we see Costa Rica, USA, El Salvador, and Chinese Taipei live from Surf City.
So the important thing about the 2023 ISA World Longboard Championship is the judging criteria being about traditional surfing. So the judges want to see the surfers utilizing all of the board and all of the wave using traditional longboard surfing in the critical section of the wave, but with style, flow, and grace. And that's about using the footwork to connect with critical nose rides in the hang 5 and the hang 10 in the pocket of the wave, but then from the tail of the board engaging the rail in carving, flowing surfing and connecting this together. So you utilize all of the board, all of the wave in this traditional style.
Welcome back to the action, ladies and gentlemen, as we move into repechage round 4, heat number 1, up and riding right now out of Santa Barbara, California. It's Cole Robbins stalling on his Wayne Rich board, and he gets a nice crisp 6-step sequence up to a 5, walks back to the tail. No leash for Cole Robbins. Opted to wear a leash yesterday, but he kicks out there with 1 score dropped. It's now back to 20-minute heats. The main round has 25-minute heats. The repechage 20-minute heats. Dorian Caseda, Dorian Torres, a beautiful surfer from Punta Arenas who rides the world-class left-hand point break at Boca Barranca. And of course, that Costa Rican flair, Pura Vida, rich coast is what Costa Rica means. And Dorian really brings great energy to this event here in El Salvador.
Yeah, he's always smiling. He's a really nice guy and loves to surf a lot of right-hand point breaks when he primarily comes from a left, and a lot of beach breaks in that region of Punta Arenas. Now, you need to get out of town every now and then, because if not, you just find yourself in a circle of surfing those same waves over and over again. It's nice to see him here at Sunsal.
And with that, let's go down to Ben Way, because he has the 2 French surfers, reigning gold medalist Alice and potential gold medalist of the future Zoe.
Thank you, guys. Here with the women's round 4, heat 2, first and second, still in the main round. Unbelievable. Zoe Gropiron and Alice Lemoine. Well, first of all, 2 French surfers still in the main round. We've got Antoine and Eduardo. In the beginning, it looked like you were kind of working together, sticking together, keeping that first and second priority. And midway through the heat, we were watching with Rachel Tilley, and Alice paddled, lost the priority, then went to second priority. And I believe there was a lot of stress, but before the priority, the priority drama, what was your plan going into this as far as taking one or the other through the main round?
We wanted to go both to the main round, so we were like, okay, if someone needs anything, we're going to help each other, because we are also individual, but we are a group and we work very well together. So it was in our plan, and I knew there is some other waves coming because I know the spot, so we were working together and it worked, so we were very happy.
So a question for Alice. I could see you very stressed, waving to the beach announcers, trying to figure out what the priority situation was. You figured there would be a priority change, and it seemed that you were unaware that you had dropped to that third priority when that takeoff happened.
Yeah, I was so stressful. I didn't know, like, I lose the priority. But because, like, Zoe was, thank you, Zoe, because Zoe, like, gave me the wave, and it was so nice, because I know, like, I need the second wave because I fell on my second one. So I paddled, I I was sure I have the priority, and I saw Kathleen on the wave, and then I look and I say, okay, I need to jump on this wave. And when I go in and I saw Kathleen, like she writes a paper, she say, I got the priority, you have interference. I was like, no way, because I know like my last wave was a good score. So yeah, that's fine. I'm happy like to be in the final with Zoe, and thank you so much, Zoe, for this wave. And yeah, I'm pretty happy, and now I want to surf like with no stress, because like I was stressful for nothing. So I need to enjoy more the perfect spot, the perfect Salvador, the perfect people, and yeah, just have fun and let it go.
In my nod to the priority judge, you were out of the way. You didn't disturb any scoring potential on the wave. And so I think that was fair. Although, as I came out here, you were pacing back and forth like a caged tiger, wondering if you were going to get the interference and still stick in the main round. Unbelievable surfing and great teamwork for both of you. Thank you so much, and best of luck in the next one.
Thank you very much. Merci,
merci la France, merci Zoé. On va aller en finale.
Merci les filles.
Guys. Allez le bleu, as they say in France. That was great teamwork, and just openly expressing the fact that they have a team strategy. And what a golden opportunity as we see our local El Salvadorian Amado straight up to the nose. Soul arch, puts those hands behind the hips. And then this is that trademark turn that he does, the cross-step cutback. Again, taking a high line, stalling, 2 steps and stretching out for the 5, and then readjusting that line and just having to hop and bounce a little bit. But he did some decent work on that first section, so he'll get his first score. But these heats are going to go so fast, Mitch. Just 20 minutes and only 13 minutes left.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you bring up a great point right here, because 7 minutes have gone by of this heat already. Gets the nose, lovely nose ride right there to start things off. Love the, cross-step carve right there. That's just beautiful. He has a lot of flair and style. He's definitely an entertainer. But to me, this was a missed opportunity right here, Sam, to really capitalize on a great wave to start things off, especially when you hear that Dorian opens up with a 6 and Cole has a 5-5.
Yeah, he would have liked to have really connected with that section. He took the risk of taking that high line to just get that second nose ride, but he will feel a little bit frustrated about that, because he knows that in these 20-minute heats, you really need to take those waves all the way through to the inside.
And you want to win the opening exchange, too. Make it clear that this is your spot. You've been here many times before. Now you leave the door open for the other 3 surfers to capitalize on great opportunities. And this is a smart strategy from him. Work on the inside under priority.
Sets up 4 steps to the tip. There's the 5. Pulls up for a nice tight 5. Arches. Lifts that front arm. Again, good work in the front third of the board, hopping and bouncing now from the tail, but he's got some open face ahead, and there's the cross step turn. Sometimes opts to stay in that cross step turn as he snakes back. This time releases the foot from the cross step turn, uses a couple of cross steps, and there's that variety of turns that we see. The showman Amado, local El Salvadorian legend from here in Surf City, working it through to the inside, and I can hear the El Salvadorian fans hooting and cheering on the beach as he drives through the shore break in style. And our surfer from Chinese Taipei, Han Sung Ling, his teammate Lucas Yuan, he got eliminated yesterday but surfed incredibly well, and now it's down to Han Sung Ling to really keep flying the flag for Chinese Taipei, and he's doing an incredible job with a really nice lifting nose ride through that last section, putting that board into a drop knee turn. The Quicksilver rider from Chinese Taipei looking really stylish as he's got more scoring opportunity on the inside and kicks out there. So he'll get his first score on the board as Cole Robbins is going to add to his 5.5. Holding a quick touch of the nose and then kicking out, with Dorian up and riding and also kicking out. So it'll really come down to these last scores as we move into the second half of the heat, Mitch.
Yeah, it seems like Dorian lost control on the outside, so a smart decision for him to just recover first priority, stay on the outside, and control the rest of the heat. You'd have to be thinking Han Sung Ling is the underdog in this heat, right? Out of the 4 surfers, you have one local guy, you have another Central American, and the USA has always been a strong contender for the gold medal as a team. As you look at Aaron Hoffman right there from Team USA, father of Indy, seems like they're talking about the situation that happened in the previous heat.
Absolutely. That's all about the interference, because from Kaylin's perspective, she would say that I could have faded into that wave, and I didn't have the opportunity to fade into the wave. So her argument, and Aaron will be listening in, they'll be discussing this thing, was whether it prevented me from being able to fade. And
yes.
The key thing on a longboard is when you have the opportunity to fade on takeoff, it allows you to get behind the section so that by the time that you're on the section, you can ride the nose. So that will be the argument that they're discussing with
sure.
with the officials.
You read my mind. That's exactly the point that I was going to bring up. When you have priority, you have unconditional right of way. You can do whatever you want on that specific wave that you paddle and catch. Now, in that situation, no call. It's fine. We'll move on. But I can see a case for both sides, and there's another big moment here for Team USA from Cole Robbins. This is a must-win heat for him, because they have both surfers on the men's side in the repechage round. They have both ladies now in the repechage rounds. So it's a must-win, or at least make-through for Cole Robbins. Some good footwork on the outside. He's still not wearing a leash out there, and I think today is really the day where he's going to really capitalize on a lot of these good waves. Similar to Rincon today, maybe not as good as steep, but still a lot of good sections out there for him to work, Sam.
Yeah, and a different type of wave texture. Rincon, of course, has got that pocket, but this has got more open face.
Yep.
But this is our El Salvadorian dropping a really good score.
Well, he opened up with a 3.33. Would expect this wave to be higher. Lovely style right there. Great read. I mean, coming behind the white water right there, that's a lovely cross-step carve. And you just see him know this wave so well. He reads it great every section. I think the one thing, if I were a bit more critical, was that I kind of like to see him not commit to this inside section. I feel like he had done enough work right here where he's losing an extra 20, maybe 30 seconds on this inside part of the wave, where it's not really giving you too much anymore right here. Just really straightening out, and then he fell at the end, but at least he's going to better his 3.
Live action. Dorian Coseda from Punta Arenas, Boca Barranca, Costa Rica. Toes on the nose, long 5. Staying true to this position, locked in, really streaking with speed across a big set. Perhaps the biggest wave of this repechage round 4 heat 1, and then moving into an incredible carving drop knee turn. Again, a second drop knee turn. That first drop knee was really dynamic. Now 3 drop knees in a row, maybe mixing up the rail work could be an opportunity for Dorian, as he does just set himself higher up in the wave again, back up for a tip ride, and then moves into the bowl section. There's that distinctive drop knee, nice and low, the knee coming right down to the deck of the board. Takes a high line for a 5, soul arch, leans back, feels the spray in his face, and then puts that drop knee back on rail with a big arcing aggressive approach. Ooh. And then kicks out. That was incredible from the Costa Rican, and you'd expect that one to go pretty high. Mitch, that was really something else.
Yeah, if it doesn't at least better the 6, I'd be surprised. And on the outside section of this wave for Amado, he did some great work too, just right out of it. And that's where maybe he gets a bit too greedy at the end, Sam. You don't have to do too much. Just present the ride well to the judges. You want to stand on your feet and make it look good.
Absolutely, and looking good. I mean, the opening nose ride of Dorian into that drop knee was incredible. And now we see Han Sung Ling behind the section, so that wave not opening up for him. He's waiting for a score to drop. He'll now be dropping a very small score. The judges might be able to throw that in before they study the video replay, but this was something else, Mitch. World class.
It was, and you mentioned the biggest wave of the heat. I mean, it's noticeable right there. Immediately gets to the nose. He holds it for a long time. I mean, that just itself takes a lot of endurance. I can definitely tell you as a shortboarder primarily, it is very difficult to be able to navigate a board that long. And I don't know if you saw the text that Matt Chanowski Waxhead sent us yesterday. The most difficult part about transitioning between the top and the bottom of the board is that middle part. And I really think that Dorian was able to demonstrate that in this wave right here, primarily with his footwork. But that outside 5 was just something of a beaut.
And I think that first drop knee turn for me, the arc, the pocket work, was just absolutely incredible.
Well, he worked it all the way to the inside right here. Lovely carve, and he's going to finish by just kicking out. I'd be thinking that's going to be the best wave of the heat just by what we've seen so far. And what did Han get on his opener, Sam?
So, well, Red drops a 7.50. Han on his opener gets a 5.53. He drops that second score of a 0.67, which won't be important, but this looks strong for Han. So he's now chasing a 3.31, and he takes a full just when there was still scoring potential, as we see Cole Robbins. He's got a 5.87 and a 5.50. He's looking silky and fast. Nice lock on the nose ride there. Puts that Wayne Ridge board on rail and just comes high against the foam there. Relaxed, strong, but then goes low and powers that cutback. And you could see that rail engagement and those footsteps up to that quick tight 5. Very strong, precise. Little touch of the rail grab there. He's got to just keep his composure here because that was a really strong ride and might well be his highest score. Dorian, wow, what a great exchange for him. Coming in nice on the scores and looking really dynamic.
Yeah, and I agree. I think it's noticeable that Cole Robbins grew up at a right-hand point break. You can see it in his style. You can see it in the way he's able to read a wave as long as this. Still has 4 minutes. I think he was looking back to the beach to see what his teammates and maybe Aaron Hoffman was going to tell him to do right here. But look at these lines coming through. It's been non-stop in this heat, Sam.
Beautiful. And, tell me about what's special about the point break of El Sunzal, Mitch.
I think that right now during this event, I've never seen this amount of sand on the beach during this time of the year. I think it's actually worked out to the benefit of the spot because it's kind of hitting the reef a lot better out there, the cobblestones.
Chasing a 4.41 to move up into second position and stay in the event. This is our local El Salvadorian surfer, as we could see our Costa Rican outback on a nose ride, and he's got a nice tight 5 into a wide stance 10, and you can just really hear the beach lighting up, and he nearly falls, but typical of his powerful approach, he seems to just four-wheel drive through all the sections. That was radical stuff, and we will expect some big scores to come through for that surfing.
The four-wheel drive, the 4x4, I like it.
Dorian Torres, the Costa Rican, already kicks off with a nice opening nose ride that we just saw in the background behind our El Salvadorian surfer Amado. But Dorian, of course, had that really strong wave earlier that we're still awaiting for the final tabulation of. So I think Dorian's in a pretty strong position now, and it's kind of going to be down to what Cole and Amado drop on their last rides.
I'd be very surprised to not see him in the top 2 at the end of this heat. I mean, lovely 5 right there and a tight 1 too. On a much cleaner wave on the outside. Lovely size. How's that drop knee carve? He has that locked down, doesn't he, Sam? He's just got that patented trademark maneuver. Once again, I think what's the most impressive about Dorian so far is that he's been able to keep his composure in very tight situations within a heat that's only 20 minutes long, too.
Absolutely. It's been incredible, and he's just been so dynamic. He's chosen the biggest, best waves, and he's ridden them with a real pizzazz. Costa Rican Pura Vida all the way to the shore break.
Yeah, and how about the fact that he's surfing his own heat, too?
You love that. Those claims, they feel it.
They do.
The surfers know better than anyone when they got a good one. But what about this from Cole Robbins, Mitch?
That was nice. A nasty long 5 on the outside, too. A tighter one as well. I really like his rail engagements. I think, the way he's able to transition between the maneuvers and really move that board around for a guy that's maybe not as large as Cole, to be able to turn that board like he does, quite impressive. Easily, I think, one of his waves that's going to go up into his top 2 scores. And he's only looking to replace a mid-5, so I think this should be much better than that.
And, the exciting thing about this is that yesterday he opted for the leash. Unusual for Cole. He got pushed out of the main event into the repecharge. Now he's back with no leash and surfing as good as ever, as we get the replay of Amado, who has dropped a 5.9 and a 5.6. So he's currently in second position. Dorian Torres still awaiting for scores to drop. He gets a 7.5 for the wave we loved earlier, but he's got another score to drop. But this from our El Salvadorian comes in at the high 5s. He's currently in second, and Cole's waiting for a score to drop, Mitch.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going to be a tight race for the finish right here. 40 seconds to go. You look at Amado right there just checking his clock, seeing to whatever anybody on the beach is telling him, maybe you have more time, go back out.
So Dorian Mitch drops a 7.93. So he's in a
Big
really
score.
commanding situation. So we now got 30 seconds remaining as Han Sung Ling from Chinese Taipei needs a score of a 5.97 to move up into second. Nice off the tail after opening nose ride, but he takes a fall, and that wave was not the size of the big set waves we've seen from the other surfers. And now it will come down to Cole Robbins' score as we still get an opportunity for one more score to drop for Amado. So, of course, I don't think that Han is going to be a factor here. Surf brilliant.
Yep.
Great representation for Chinese Taipei, but I don't think he's going to be in the mix. It's going to be between these scores to drop for Amado and Cole, because we know that this man, Dorian, he has booked himself a spot in the repechage round 3, repechage round 5. But when Cole's score drops, it could put the pressure on Amado, who might well replace his lower score. So it's all to play for as the judges sit there studying those video replays.
Yeah, and I mean, you got to give props to the local surfer. Never die attitude. Always go out there and want to perform at the best level, and especially against one surfer that has been within the top 10 for years now in Cole Robbins. As you mentioned, we're still waiting for 2 scores from Amado, waiting for 1 for Cole, which I would think would have to be his best wave so far.
Absolutely. And what was great, Mitch, about that heat, it was 20 minutes, but there was a lot of waves, and Cole drops a 7.23. So Armado, if the situation remains the same, will be eliminated, and he drops a 3.13 for his last ride. So Armado, due respect, flew the flag for El Salvador in style. Incredible surfing, sadly eliminated, but it's Dorian and Cole who stay in the event. And coming up, we'll have Uruguay, Portugal, the Philippines, and Spain as we continue the action for the 2023 ISA World Longboard Championship.
When Paris finally said, no, we're going to do a whole different thing. We're going to Chopu. It's like we all went, oh my God, what an amazing idea.
Chopu is one of the most incredible waves, probably a wonder of the world.
And it's just sort of like a whole nother world out there. It's godlike, it's quiet, serene, beautiful. Then you have this glorious wave that comes off a reef, and it's so powerful and so beautiful.
I think Chopu has the opportunity to capture the imagination visually for what people think surfing is.
The wave at Teahupo is super scary and beautiful at the same time.
I have to give them a lot of props for the courage of making a commitment to Tahiti.
I think it'll be a really exciting way to showcase all the athletes and their talent.
I think it's gonna be very good.
Thanks for tuning in, surf fans, wherever you are around the world. It's a pleasure to have you on board with us here live from Surf City, El Salvador, as we move on to heat number 2, repechage round 4. We've just seen big surfing going down from Costa Rica, USA, El Salvador and Chinese Taipei, but right now we've got Uruguay, Portugal, the Philippines and Spain. Nicolas Garcia, stylish goofy footer out of Spain. Jamari Abusa, a really good surfer from La Union, San Juan, Luzon, Northern Ireland of the Philippines. Julian Schweizer riding the Michael Takayama built boards out of Uruguay, and João Dantas, who lives in Estoril, Sao Pedro, is a really great goofy footer who's used to right hand point breaks, as is this guy, Jamare. His local spot is Mona Lisa Point, which is a really nice, playful right hand point break that has some of the kind of texture of this wave with those open face sections, and you can see that he's really comfortable surfing on these waves. His teammate JR has been putting on an incredible show all event, and Jamari, who was actually taught to surf by JR, demonstrating the depth of Philippine surfing as he stalls for that inside section with crisp footwork, walks out of that nose ride, and then just sets himself up in that middle part of the board, just trimming, just stroking that wave there as he gets 4 more cross steps up for a 5 and a full 10, and then just uses his agility and flexibility to ride out. We'll look forward to hearing that score. And with that, let's go down to the winner of our last heat. Out of Costa Rica, Dorian, looking sensational.
Thank you guys very much. Here with Dorian Torres, representing Costa Rica. Pura vida, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you so much, man. Appreciate it.
That was a very interesting heat. It seemed like there was kind of a lot of action going on outside of your surfing. You were kind of off, just kept focused, kept relaxed. Every time a wave came to you, you did some great surfing. Interesting that you switched up your equipment this time. I think you'd seen the previous days, and where you'd prepared more for kind of a logging, really classic contest, you borrowed a little bit more performance-specific equipment this time, and it pulled you through.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting more. Like, I brought 2 boards. They're super classic. They're pretty hard to move because they log, you know. But since I was watching the event, I saw like everybody, like the French guy making big turn, hanging 5, you know, and getting like 8 points, 9 points. So, you know, I thought I was gonna change my whole surfing because, you know, I was like, I wanna get more scores. So I'm like, I need to get a different type of board, more like high performing, but I can still nose ride really good. Actually, it's not even my board, you know. I just borrowed it from a guy from Salvador, so yeah.
And let's talk about your main round heat that put you into the reprecharge. It seemed like there possibly could have been a couple mistakes. We saw you in the competitors area kind of smiling and talking over with your team. And was that what really made the decision to change your equipment?
Yeah, well, Anthony and the Kenji, the guys who's traveling with me, they've been helping me a lot. They've been watching a lot. So something that I heard from me was like my turns, they're not really very smooth because of my log, because it's super slow. So I was like, they were telling me that I might need to change my equipment. So I actually did. I went to surf this morning with that board, and it felt really good. And just right now in the hit, it felt super good, really nice turn. So I was like, I'm going to stick with it now.
Any nod to the shaper? Do you even know what kind of board it is?
I have no idea what it is. You know, as long as it works, it's all good for me, you know.
Yeah, don't need to think about it if it works. Well, I'm sure you'll probably be sticking with that unless the conditions really drop. Some words for your country people, because you are bringing Costa Rica through.
Sí, muchas gracias a todos los que están apoyándome ahí. La verdad que la idea es poner la bandera en alto y pura vida a todos, madre.
Pura vida, muchas gracias.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right, back to you guys.
Well, Pura Vida, and what a great story. That is just so interesting that he hadn't even ridden that board before this morning, and he doesn't even know who shaped it. He's borrowed it off some of the El Salvadorian surfers. He eliminated the local El Salvadorian legend.
Yeah.
So do you think Amado is going to be finding out who loaned him that board? It's possible.
I hope not.
There could be some turbulence in the local scene after that.
That's unbelievable, though. I've never seen anybody have a performance that good on a borrowed board and not having ridden it once before. It's truly incredible. We're in round 4 of the reprecharge of the world's best longboarders.
I mean, Mitch, look at that. I mean,
Yeah.
You've been here a number of times. You've seen and worked at these ISA events. How special is it to see this contribution from the El Salvadorian government to bring these incredible events here?
I came here 11 years ago for the first time when I was 18. It's changed so much. I'm really happy to see a lot of people have employment opportunities and more events here, and especially provide a bigger platform for local surfers too.
João Dantas from Estoril, Portugal, triple hang 10 section there. And I must emphasize how his local spot, São Pedro, Estoril, in the heartland of Lisbon, one of the most beautiful cities in Europe, is very similar to this wave. And João consequently looking so at home on his Luffy board. And look at this surfing from our Portuguese man. Straight up again for that inside section, multiple nose rides, lively off the tail, radical rail engagement. We saw his brother break his favorite board yesterday and have to borrow Zhao's board. So imagine the experience Zhao went through when his brother paddles out on his board after breaking a board, thinking, if he breaks my good board, I'm really in trouble here.
No, absolutely, and you're totally right. The good thing is that they're both pretty similar in stature and in size, so they'd be riding around the same equipment. I thought this was one of the best waves I've seen all morning long, if I'm honest. Lovely 5, quick one right there, but the fact that he's able to vary the nose rides right here through the middle section, gets the tight 5, slightly touches the 10, and this right here, when he once again gets that real tight 5, is super impressive to me. The fact that he's able to just balance his board out in a really critical section in the pocket the whole time. And as you mentioned, it just seems like he's feeling at home, just in board shorts right here at Edson's side.
100% loose in the juice, comes off the back of having competed at the Mexi Log Fest in Mexico. So he's been in this tropical environment. You know, and how important is it, Mitch, to have had those warm-ups in tropical environments before this event?
It's huge. I mean, you're getting rid of the rashes, first of all, in the first week that you're here. You're getting used to a lot of local cuisine, and most importantly, the time zones. To me, having traveled so far away to compete many different times, I was in Brazil last year in Saquarema. When I came back to California afterwards, it took me around 2 weeks to get readjusted to my sleep schedule. I can tell you, just being here for a couple weeks within the same time zone is huge for these Portuguese surfers.
So we got that tide starting to drop, so that has become favorable for the wave shape. Thankfully, that last heat was very busy with sets, and it seems like this heat has been the same. Zhao kicks off with a 6.17 and then drops a 7.5. Julian Schweizer from Uruguay, he gets a 6.67. He needs to replace that 2.0. Our Spanish surfer, Nicolas Garcia Nicky Dora, he's looking good, as is our Philippine surfer. But this is our Canadian surfer, born in Peru, married to a Canadian, of course, as you can see on your screen. He is proudly representing Team Canada. David or David, it seems like some people call him David, some call him David. I think David sounds a little bit more elegant, intellectual and civilized. David is more kind of working class, you know, kind of 9 to 5, but he says that he likes both. He doesn't mind.
David's the Canadian name, and David is the Peruvian Canadian name, so he's, you know, very impressive, especially with the age that he has, too. In his early 40s, doesn't need to be competing still, but he loves it. I was just up in Tofino, Canada for the Surf Can-Am event and was able to see a lot of their great surfers, shortboarders and longboarders alike. Adam Torrey on the team, too. Liv Stokes was there. They got a great crew.
Absolutely, and Claire Parsons has been brilliant. I've loved watching her surf out of the east side. So, you know, the Nova Scotia community, they got that incredible wave. Lawrencetown, of course, it's one of the iconic spots on that side of Canada. And they have really brought a good level of energy and positivity to the event. And Liv Stokes still running strong. I think she's a surfer who could go far. But this guy, the style master, the goofy footer from Southern California, Brendan White, on his Michael Takayama boards. Same boards that Liv Stokes rides. She likes the Michael Takayamas. Brendan will be no-leashing it. He's got a fresh wax layer, and he's coming up in this next heat against Sebastian Cardenas from Peru, Ignacio Pinatero from Uruguay, and of course David Schifano from Canada, who we just saw on your screen. With 8 minutes 15 seconds remaining on this heat, Zhao Dantes out in the lead. What's going to be going through the mind of Nicholas and Jamari, currently in third and first priority, but needing scores to move up into second or first?
Well, the first things first. The fact that you gave him the nickname Nicky Dora, that's sick.
Audacious.
Like, if somebody were to call me something similar to Mickey Dora, I'd probably cry.
Well, that's his Instagram account.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, he is Nicky Dora. But he rips.
He does. He does.
But he's a goofy footer, of course, Mickey.
He is, yeah.
The cat was a regular footer.
Yeah, a bit of a change right there. But getting back to your question, at the moment you're needing a 3, both surfers in third and fourth. The issue here is that Schweizer, who has competed many times in El Salvador before, has great experience on this wave. He has second priority, so a bit beneficial in comparison to Garcia. And most importantly, you know that with the 7:20 on the clock, he's going to get rid of that too. So you shouldn't be thinking, okay, I need a 3. You got to be thinking something that's going to rival at least the 6 of Julian right now. Don't worry about Blue. He's in the lead. He has inside positioning. Don't even have him in your eyesight. You need to be focusing on second place at the moment and just be moving through.
Well, the thing is of course, Julian, carrying that 6.67. So you wouldn't think that Jamare is going to be able to get 2 waves in the last 6 minutes. So he's probably going to need to carry that 5.17.
Yeah.
That means realistically, he needs to go excellent range to get himself a spot in repechage 5 and not get eliminated from the event.
Potentially, and I like that analysis, because if you're Ebuesa with first priority right now, it's really on you. You know, whether you're able to perform while using priority well, that's going to be a big thing. I like Schweizer's positioning right here a bit further on the shoulder, especially because he knows he has second priority. He can take any waves he wants, aside from this one from Ebuesa. That seems to be like a good wave right here, Sam.
Here he is, number 1 in the national Philippines rankings. The 21-year-old goofy footer straight up for a 5. Gets a touch of a 10. Stays on the 5. Gets a crisper second 10. And then walks out of the 5. Grabs the rail just to make sure he's got that trim speed. And again, stays true to that same trim line from takeoff with a third critical nose ride. And now puts that board on rail. This is where the judges like to see a variety of rail turns. He's smooth and stylish and looking very elegant, as we see out back our surfer Julian Schweizer on a good wave as well. So we'll get the opportunity to explore the difference between these 2 rides. But right now with the live action, we've got a setup on the inside for a touch on the nose, pedals back to the tail, stalls it, gets it nice and high, gets another 5, gets a 10, pedals back and rides out cleanly. And beautiful surfing from our La Union local, as the Uruguayan Schweizer looks to replace a 2, which he'll definitely do. Might well replace a 6.67 as he kicks out.
I was focusing him a lot on him while Ebuesa was riding too, just to see what the differences were. Both had great nose rides on the outside. I really like the variation from Ebuesa. Had the 5, then the tight 5, and then the long 10 too. But it just seems like at this point of the heat, if he's not going, as you said, at least into the upper 7s, touching the excellent, it's going to be really hard for him to get another wave that would replace the 5. I think there's enough time, though. He's able to make it outside if he really hustles right now, just under 5 minutes to go. And there's a score, Sam. It's a decent one.
So João Dantas is still in the lead. So Jamare drops a 6.4. Schweizer waiting for a score. So Jamare is now in second with that 6.4 and that 5.17. To stay safe, he really needs to get another score. Riding Ross Concept boards, his teammate JR riding Kai Salas surfboards. Jamare looking absolutely incredible, but what might have taken that into the excellent range is a more dynamic engagement of the rail, which seems to be something that the judges have been heavily rewarding alongside critical nose rides.
For sure. Today especially, I think with the decrease in size, they've really been able to pick apart each wave from a scoring standpoint.
Nicolas Garcia from Salinas up and riding from Asturias, toes on the nose, holds a stretched 5 and then dropping down low in the wave but staying in the pocket and keeping hold on that 5 with brilliance, and then cross-stepping back to the tail, staying in that trim line again. Like we saw from Jamare, those opening 2 nose rides were all on that same trim line. And again, this is where we see that opportunity to add variety. Gets back up again for a nose ride. We've already seen 5s here. We just need to see something lively and different that might really separate his score out to allow him to keep up with Schweizer and Dantas.
Yeah, and as you said before, some great nose riding, not a lot of footwork or variation with the use of the rail. But coming into this inside section, needs to straighten out. He does. So would have to say it's probably going to be around his 5. Nicky Dora's, still going to have around 10 points. But look at that monster score from Schweizer, though.
Comes in at an 8.77, so well into the excellent range. To add to that 6.67, it now really puts the pressure on our surfer from the Philippines and our surfer from Spain. So Jamare chasing a 7.28 to move into second and advance and not get eliminated. Nicolas Nicky Dora Garcia, a multiple winner of the Salinas Longboard Festival, reigning WSL European Longboard Champion, having booked himself a spot on the World Surf League World Longboard Tour for this coming season. So we've got a lot to look forward to from this young Spaniard.
100%.
But he's chasing an 8.44, and it just feels as if that footwork and nose riding is just incredible. But the judges loving that slicing rail work, that carving approach between the footwork and nose rides.
With the decrease in size, you just have to expect them to be way more critical when you're not seeing those big waves that go into the channel anymore. You're closer to the point. It hugs the reef a lot better. And there's a lot of scoring opportunities on those mid-sized waves this morning, too.
So, Mitch, good set on the horizon here. 3 surfers already out back. Who's got the hustle on this one?
Well, first of all, let's point out that Schweizer made it out before Buesa. That's a huge, huge thing in the matters of these last 2 minutes. If I were Dantas, though, I'd be moving a bit closer to Buesa. If I don't have to use priority here to not take a wave, don't even go on something. Let everything go by, but be aware of where green is.
So Philippine surfer is going to take this. Neither of those surfers held him off. So big pressure now on our surfer from the Philippines to go into the excellent range. Harder to get a wave on the shoulder there to really kind of kick things off with a good tempo and rhythm, but straight in there with a beautiful 5. And you can see the skill level of this young man. He is a surfer that we can enjoy to watch in international competitions for a long time to come. His footwork is so crisp and precise. His balance, his everything about his body language demonstrates models of perfection. You know, the way he just compresses in the turns and stands tall for the nose rise, and he's really putting everything on the line here, but he needs to go super dynamic to get an 8.44.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, it's actually a 7.28.
Yeah, 7.28, so it's not impossible, but...
I love the fact that he had the opportunity there, though, Mitch.
Well, that's what I was about to say. Where was Dantas in that situation? He needed to be moving closer to him and putting a bit more pressure. Great performance. I don't think it's out of the question, but you mentioned one thing at the beginning of the ride. He caught it further into the shoulder and into the channel, much flatter at the beginning.
It could have been a mistake by Zhao and Julian 100%. To have let him get that. And I just feel as if it was just such a blessing to see him get that opportunity. And for us to enjoy, if he doesn't get the score, what he has done is he's told the world that this is one of the brightest young stars of longboarding, and he might well get close to that score.
For sure. And we'll look at the 877 here of Schweizer, and he paddled 300 yards just to catch this wave, a really long stretched out nose right at the beginning. And through this middle section right here, I just feel like they went so high because these sections were much more critical. They really stood up through this middle section. And this was one of those second waves of the set that really cleaned up after the first one went through. So lovely surfing right there. And he's going to move through regardless in first or in second, but it seems like it wasn't enough for the surfer from the Philippines.
Well, he didn't get the score he needed, but congratulations, Schweizer and Dantas. And stay with us, ladies and gentlemen, because coming back into the booth, we've got the brilliant duo of Rachel Tilley and Shannon Hughes, live from Surf City, El Salvador.
When Paris finally said, no, we're going to do a whole different thing. We're going to Chopu. It's like we all went, oh my God, what an amazing idea.
Chopu is one of the most incredible waves, probably a wonder of the world.
And it's just sort of like a whole nother world out there. It's godlike, it's quiet, serene, beautiful. Then you have this glorious wave that comes off a reef, and it's so powerful and so beautiful.
I think Chopu has the opportunity to capture the imagination visually for what people think surfing is.
The wave at Teahupo is super scary and beautiful at the same time.
I have to give them a lot of props for the courage of making a commitment to Tahiti.
I think it'll be a really exciting way to showcase all the athletes and their talent.
I think it's going to be very good.
Welcome back to the action here at the ISA World Longboard Championships. It has been a great day of competition so far. Sets getting a little bit slower, fewer between, so it's adding that extra element of competition and strategy into the game. We are now into heat number 3 for Rapid Charge 4 with Brendan White, Sebastian Cardenas, Ignacio Pignataro, and David Schiaffino. USA, Peru, Uruguay, and Canada, but David is from Peru originally, now representing the Canadian flag. This is going to be just it's a good day when we get into these repechage rounds because we know we're so close to finals day, but also the pressure is mounting, and unfortunately we're going to be sending surfers back to the sand. They're not going to be paddling out in a jersey again this week, although they'll get plenty of free surfs, and I'm sure with how good it has been in the mornings and the evenings. But we're really getting down to that gritty end where those top 2 surfers now in the repechage are going to be advancing through closer to their way to the grand final, which is exciting to see. Shannon Hughes in the booth alongside Rachel Tilley. Rachel, it's been a great day and great day of competition.
Yeah, it sure has. It was very slow at the start of today. We've been seeing it get a little bit more consistent over these past few heats. There's Julian Schweizer and Joao Dantes celebrating their first and second. They're good friends, so they'd be really happy with that. And we are now into this heat, 16 minutes remaining. These repechage heats are 20 minutes, which are 25-minute heats that we were seeing of the main round earlier this morning. Those extra 5 minutes were crucial for some of our surfers.
Yeah, that extra 5 minutes was really helpful, especially with that slower conditions coming through. Shan and Rach here in the booth, but with that little bit of time ticking down, only 20 minutes for the repechage heats, what would be that strategy at the start of a heat, knowing that it might be just that single really good set that rolls through?
Yeah, well, there's 2 strategies you can take. You can have a really busy, quick start, and even if it's kind of a medium-sized wave, at least you have that second wave in your score line, because if you wait the entire heat, you might only have time to get that one wave. So you can try and get a quick wave right off the bat, even if it's not that set, and then hope that you're kind of in that priority line for another wave later on. Or you can sit there, wait confidently, and wait for that one set, hoping that you're going to get into that 8s, 9s, and then back it up with something smaller. So it'll be interesting to see the 2 different types of strategies we'll probably see in this heat.
Taking a look at beautiful El Sunzal. It is an incredible part of the coastline here in Central America. It would take roughly 6 hours to drive across the entire length of El Salvador in a very wave-rich region of the world. And the ISA has been returning here to Surf City for a number of years now across stand-up paddle World Championships, the Junior World Championships, as well as the World Surfing Games, which will be coming back to La Bocana in just a couple of weeks, and we'll have the first of those Olympic qualifiers towards Paris 2024.
Yeah, really thankful for the El Salvadorian government really supplying their support into surfing, and excited to be here for this longboard event. I think it's everyone I know in the draw, their first time competing here at El Sunzal. To my knowledge, there might be obviously the locals despite that, but yeah, this is a wave that we've all been really excited to start to understand. There will be a World Surf League longboard tour stop at this same wave later this year, which a lot of similar surfers in this draw will also be competing at. So this has been a great opportunity to learn and understand this wave, as it is a tricky wave. It's a fantastic longboarding wave once you start to understand it, and these surfers now into these later rounds are starting to understand that. We've seen multiple different types of conditions throughout this event. So as we see someone having a paddle, and these are kind of those medium sets that I was talking about, we can see these surfers potentially capitalize on not the bigger waves, as we've seen some of those other big sets come in, as it looks like David will be the first up and riding.
All right, first wave ridden in repechage, round 4, heat number 3. Nice quick steps up to the nose, down carve after that first opening nose ride, and just jumps as far as he can out of that white water to try and keep himself from getting dragged too far to the inside. Another good set starting to roll through now, so surely we'll see another couple of rides as our surfers are putting themselves into position. So just a 2.4 for first of David out of Canada, and he'll shake it off, get himself back into position as well, hopefully before this set hits, because it looked like he was pretty deep on that takeoff, Rachel.
Yeah, that's kind of what happened there with no priority established. It's the person sitting deepest, so in an effort to be deepest, he went too deep. That got him out of position of the wave. Let's see if Nacho can stay in position, and he can't. So they're all kind of sitting too deep.
This is so interesting to see moments like this unfolding, especially when we see that change to the conditions. So the waves breaking a little differently than yesterday. And it's really challenging to make it around those sections and sort of a missed opportunity now, would you say, Rachel, with this set that's rolled through?
Yeah, sometimes we see that happen with a collective heat, kind of all staying just as competitive as one another, not one person breaking away and they all paddle themselves too deep. As we see Sebastian kind of got to get wider before taking off on this.
Yeah, great call on that. He positioned himself really well, but even that one hooked around and closed out in front of him. So even that was just too deep. Now in the last heat, we saw Julian Schweizer take out the win. He's down with Ben.
Like hard hit against a few friends. And it was hard because I lose yesterday in the main event, and was like a tough hit for me. But I'm here. Keep going.
Well, we've seen a lot of heats where we went all the way in past the halfway mark, and people didn't have backup scores today. It looks like we have a little more space between the sets. You dropped an excellent score at the last 2 minutes, and really everyone had their eyes on the other competitors.
Yeah, well, actually, it was a really stressful hit about that. I make a few mistakes at the beginning. I catch a bad one and was a 2-point ride. Then I catch a really good one, or a decent one, and I fold in the middle and I score like around 6 something. And hopefully in the last 4 minutes I can catch the really good one of my waves. It was a really stressful because I was so deep and even I was so close to go outside of the wave. But I'm happy. I'm focused. I'm not really happy or really excited because I need to compete again maybe in 2 hours. So I'm drinking water, resting, and I'm ready for the next heat.
Let's talk about how important it is getting through as you will be trying to qualify for the Pan Am Games.
I don't want to talk about that.
Okay, we won't talk about that. How about these conditions right now? Because it's such a perfect point break, and you get to surf with only 3 people. You are in the reps, but that just means you get to surf this place by yourself that many more times.
Yeah, it's incredible. I've been here for a while. I arrived at the beginning of March, and I've been surfing this wave a lot. I've been preparing myself a lot. And it's a really fun wave, but normally during the free surf sessions, there is a lot of people, a lot of students in the end section. It's really crowded, and it's so happy. I'm so happy to have the opportunity to choose what way I want to go.
Well, with your wave selection, you look like you're right at home. I was pointing out before the interview, he has the tattoo of his longitude and latitude of where he was born. He was born in his house. Let's talk about that.
It's just for remember from where I am. Always you need to have your foot on the earth, and that's my remember thing to have my foot on the earth.
Well, staying grounded and staying very, very steady on your feet, beautiful footwork. If you want to say anything to people at home, you're welcome to.
Gracias a todos, gracias a todo el equipo de trabajo, por supuesto. Uno es la punta de un iceberg de mucha gente trabajando, a mis patrocinadores, a toda mi familia que está acá alentándome. La verdad que somos muchos aquí en El Salvador. Es un placer estar acá con todos ustedes y vamos arriba de Celeste, un pasito más. No grito mucho porque dentro de un ratito voy al agua de vuelta.
Muchísimas gracias. Mucha suerte en la próxima.
Muchas gracias a vos.
Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Ben. Well done to Julian. And taking a look at the surfers in the draw, Peru, Canada, Uruguay, and USA means that all of them, as well as Julian, are in that contention to qualify for the Pan American Games. I know he said he didn't want to talk about it. Probably just keep that much pressure out of the mind, Rachel.
Yeah, I can understand that sentiment all too well. He has a job in front of him. He's not secured into that spot. He's not celebrating. He also said before, he's not going to get too excited about that heat win, because sometimes when you allow yourself to feel that joy of, okay, I've won, job done for the day, well, he's paddling back out in a few hours into that next heat. So you have to kind of stay that focus on, and if you start to celebrate your wins too early, it becomes just that too early. And so this is a replay of Brendan White from USA's wave. This came in as a 6.0, so that first drop of something more significant in the score line, and he did some nice work on this. I like those lines that he's drawing. He's on that Michael Takayama. It's looking even smoother under his feet now that the waves are a little bit smaller, a little bit smoother, not as much bump on the face. And he got a beautiful hang 10 right here. Look at that. Just holds that stable, calm, and composed, and then finishes the wave off cleanly. That is how he was hoping to kick off with that 6.0. Another angle here, straight up to the nose. His footwork is just so clean and concise. Holding that nose ride out the back, doing that work that the judges want to see, and drawing those lines. I really like this turn. Look, he goes a little bit wider and comes all the way around. That's something, Shannon, you and I were talking about, that the judges are showing as important to not only just stay in that pocket and kind of stay busy. They want to see actual lines drawn, and that indicates an actual maneuver that they can then score. A little redirection, straight back up to the nose. This hang 10 so beautiful, holds that prominent, and it's right in the shore break, so right in front of the judges, and a clean finish.
Well, what a great way for him to start things out. Having a paddle now, Nacho once again. So first wave, too deep. Second wave, he's more out on the corner. Sets up for that first nose ride. Goes in for that second wrap as we see David on the nose, out behind. So everyone's starting to get into position. Now with only 6 minutes on the clock, though, each one of these waves is going to be detrimental to their score lines for those advancing positions. As we see some great footwork here from Nacho. Style master, up into the foam. Nice little roller coaster. Just rides out with that whitewater so smooth and easy. Out the back, Sebastian from Peru. Beautiful 5 to 10. Pedals off the 10. Now into that drop knee cut back as we see the kind of middle section of David's wave going past as well. Another powerful drop knee from Sebastian, adding in the variety with his types of carves. Setting himself up for the inside here. This is going to be important because he was that first surfer to take off on a wave in the heat. Only dropped that 2.67 as he was really deep in that positioning. Back to that 5 to 10, locked in. And finishes out complete.
You can see Piccolo's influence in that hang 10, that hood ornament style hang 10 on the inside there with the arms just straight down. Sebastian is the young gun coming out of Peru. Oftentimes at these world events, the counterpart to Piccolo we've seen is Lucas Garrido-Leca coming out of Peru as well, but it's Sebastian here now getting his first opportunity on the world stage. That was a great opening ride, and I think that will be the best of the exchange, and they drop it quick, a 7.67.
All right, solid second wave for Sebastian, the 6 for Brendan White. A 4.67 drops in for Nacho as his second ride. Now waiting for last of David to filter through. So this really sets the tone. Those two strong scores, the 7.67 and the 6.0, if they should find themselves with a backup score, could be looking very difficult to beat, Rach.
Yeah, so now with everyone having one wave in their score line, they will be keeping all these waves in their score line in terms of what they've just been able to establish, because there's only 4 minutes remaining, so there will only be enough time to add one more backup opportunity. So kind of the standings as we see now is what these surfers are knowing they need to improve upon, and knowing that each surfer will probably get a second wave. All those needs to win will switch around as well, and if sets come, we've been seeing this happen, a lot of action happening in the last minute. I think we might be able to expect there's some waves coming in through the inside. Brendan not opting to go on any of those, but it looks like he's taking a paddle now.
Setting himself up, has a look down the line, decides he's not really happy with that. Watching some replays here as we wait for scores to drop through for this wave of Sebastian.
Yeah, beautiful opening nose ride, just holding that one, looking nice and light on the nose, not heavy, not pushing too much water, and just gliding across, then going to that hang 10 when that wave stands up a little bit and offers him that opportunity. Drop knee cut back, surfing so nicely to this criteria, getting a bank off the whitewash for variety there. Another redirection. So again, not only just staying in that whitewash, really trying to milk those maneuvers of those turns and make everything count, even through that kind of quieter section of the middle, as it stands back up for kind of this second major scoring opportunity of the wave, gets that hood ornament hang 10 and finishes out cleanly.
All right, so scores in. David from Canada, a 5.33 puts him into second place. a set rolling through, and all 4 of these surfers have that opportunity to qualify themselves for the Pan American Games. That will be happening in Santiago at the end of this year. It's the very first time in the history that Chile as a nation will be able to host, so that's really exciting. But it will just be 1 surfer per nation allowed qualification per gender, which means that we could see surfers that have already found partial qualification as Brendan sticks that nose ride. We could see those qualifications changing up, but we'll get back to that as Brendan for Team USA has that opportunity to be in the mix. Any surfer coming out of the Americas could be in that qualification, so he could qualify himself for Team USA. Doing a great job here as he works his way through to the inside. Got some nose rides out the back and some of that great rail turn as well, down to 1 minute 30 seconds on the clock. And he's looking to back up that 6-point ride. He'll want to put on that strong finish as well, just put a little bow on the present to really solidify his place with a chance to be advancing through.
Yeah, that is going to be a strong backup for that 6-point ride, with David taking another look. Not in priority yet, so that doesn't mean he was all the way out the back yet.
Now, that was a shuffle to the nose. That was not perfect footwork. He got close to it, but had to shuffle that front foot forward. And we'll note the judges and see how that how that score sort of reflects the lack of controlled footwork within this entire wave. Now, getting to those nose rides, putting them in the pocket, and also getting that rail engaged, but that footwork is ever important, and that's something that David can focus on working on should he advance through this heat, moving into the next rounds. That's going to be really something that divides, I think, the best surfers, those with that gold medal opportunity, from those that are going to be just falling shy of it.
And with only 30 seconds remaining, looks like Sebastian gets another opportunity to solidify that win at the moment. I hope Nacho gets one more opportunity to show us what he can do, because man, he's such an awesome surfer, and he just hasn't had that wave that's opened up to allow him to do what he really can do.
All right, Brendan White already on the shoreline. Kicked out of his last wave, decided straight to come in because he knew there wouldn't be enough time for him to get back out there. We've now got scores to come through as the buzzer sounds. And one more opportunity. Nacho up and riding. This was the moment that he needed. I didn't see it coming, Rachel, but there we go. One more chance and a solid size wave. Second nose ride. Drives off the bottom. For him, he has the opportunity. Oh no, and he goes down. That is a massive moment, because for Uruguay as a nation, Julian Schweizer already qualified himself or pre-qualified himself for the Pan American Games out of the Pan American Surfing Games just a couple of weeks ago. Nacho Pignatera, though, could take that qualification away from him, but he would have needed to advance through. This event will take higher priority in that qualification for the Pan American Games than the Pan American Surfing Games had, as this is a bigger event with more surfers competing in on an international stage. Now, crazy moments. Let's pick apart the outside section of this last of Brendan White that we're waiting for the score for.
So this will just be his second score, so it will improve his situation. He's just looking to get a 173 with scores to drop for everyone at the moment, though. Not as concise footwork as he makes his way up to the nose. A little bit of like a shuffle in the middle to then get that one step up to the nose. That's so that his footwork, as he takes that one cross step, can be clean right onto the hang 5. But judges will kind of notice little details like that when they're trying to pick apart these surfers and find points of differentiation. As he makes his way back up to the nose, nice hang 5. This should be a really clean score and will then be harder to overcome for David and Nacho, who needed those scores.
All right, scores trickling through. David's last score, a 5.13, so that momentarily puts him into second. But Brendan White with the 4.17 has moved into the lead. Now waiting on scores for Sebastian Cardenas of Peru. He is chasing a 2.79 to be able to take that second place position. Now there's a lot of cheers there from Team Canada. That seemed like a celebration, but I don't know that they're aware there are still scores dropping, and we could very likely see with just a 2.79 requirement that Sebastian Cardenas could very likely be taking that position away.
And taking another look at Sebastian's wave, holding that hang 10 all the way across, holding that hang 5. wrapping that one around. Again, he only needs that 2-something, so gets back to the hang 10, and it comes through as a 7-8-3, so that takes him up into the lead. The only person now in potential threat is now Brendan White, as Nacho's score has to come through. A 5.91 he's requiring. It would have been that score, unfortunately. I think if he had surfed it all the way in, it only comes in at 3.33 because he did that work on the outside but didn't get to complete it, which I'm so sad for Nacho. There was so much more we could have expected from him.
Well, what a way to finish off. More action to come with Repecharge round 4, heat number 4 for the men. After this heat, we'll be heading back into the women's Repecharge and going back and forth throughout the day. Be right back. Stay tuned for more of the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championships.
Cuando cae el sol, es la hora perfecta para desconectarte, para disfrutar de todo lo que te rodea.
Well, what a close finish at the end of that last heat, Rachel, and the timing for our score screen to literally die on us as the scores are trickling through to find out that Sebastian Cardenas would take the win with another massive 7 on the scoreboard. So congratulations, Brendan White in second, David Shafiano, and Nacho Pignataro, unfortunately out because this is Repecharge. Now, valuable points they've earned by even just making it into this round 4 of the Repecharge, but no more contention for them in that Pan American qualification, and they will not be able to help add more valuable points in the team's conversation. Now down to 17 minutes on the clock, 20-minute heats for this last heat for Repecharge round 4 in the men. We have Martin Perez, Antonio Dantes, Jose Boza, and Roberto Sayu from Mexico, who are currently in the water.
Yeah, and I think Zoe, he is paddling back out there on the inside, so I think we can expect to see a score from him as we see a replay of Red's wave straight up to the nose. This is Martin Perez. Nice nose ride, nice redirection, a smaller wave, so these ones are, wow, such a critical hang 10. That obviously happened during the break, so this is the first time we're seeing it, and that was really beautiful. Taking advantage of this medium-sized wave, almost coming unstuck there, but being able to hold on to it. He is surfing this medium-sized wave up. You know, you can either kind of surf a wave to its scoring potential, which that wave probably had the scoring potential of a 4, but he's just surfed that really beautifully, so I think he'll surf that up into a probably maybe even a 6 range.
Well, we saw this one, well, we didn't see this one quite from Zowie as well during the break. Take us through this wave from the Mexican.
Yeah, this one, obviously, that kind of slightly bigger wave looks like it's lining up through the bay more. Getting that quick tap to the hang 10, a little bit shouldery here, so this is where he will start doing those redirections and kind of staying with the whitewash, as we've been seeing the surfers have to kind of consistently navigate, as it's the basic formula of how this wave works, and then it stands back up on the inside. And after this redirection, I think he'll probably get one more nose ride opportunity. Maybe not. He's just trying to make the most of it. And then there's that one more nose ride opportunity as it stands up on the inside, right on the sand there, milking this one all the way through. Quick walk back and finishes that cleanly. So that will be a nice opening ride for Zowie as well.
Antonio Dantes of Portugal got a piece of the action. Beautiful long stretched out hang 5 to start, Rachel.
Oh no, and unfortunately coming unstuck. Antonio's someone who had kind of an unlucky day yesterday, but we'll talk about that more after looking at this wave from Jose.
Jose on the replay here. Nice 5 to start things off with. Goes for that big cross-step cutback that we've been seeing from many of our surfers throughout this week, really emphasizing that in the variety. And nice cutback here from our surfer in green from Jose. So a big flurry of action to start things off, Rachel. And we've got this inside section that's going to line up. I liked the use of that cross step once again just to drive through that outside rail, set himself up for hopefully another nose ride. We'll see what he was able to get done. We'll have some scores to trickle through, so just mistimes the finish there. We have scores to drop in, but we're going to track with live action now as Martin Perez is back up to the nose once again. Pulled in for a perched hang 10 for a moment. Behind the whitewater, but looking just really steady and in control. Easily finds his way back into the open face, whips it back a couple times now to set himself up here. Looking for some more footwork to be thrown into the mix as he's in this middle section of the board, and there it begins. Great 5, connects through for a tight 5 right after that. Looking through this frothy stand-up section, we'll see if he's able to put a strong finish on. These waves just keep running for so long, Rachel. It's got to just be the best feeling as a competitor to be out there and know that there's so much opportunity to show that style, that flair to the judging panel, as well as just connecting multiple maneuvers. And we'll wait for scores to come through and to announce the situations because we're going to go down to the beach to catch up with the winner of that last heat.
Thank you very much, Shannon, Rachel. We're down here with the winner of the Rep 4 Heat 3 representing Peru, Sebastián Cardenas. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. It was a slow hit, but I made the job. So I took the 2 waves and I passed first. So, yeah.
Yeah, it was amazing because everyone really had their eyes on Nacho and Brendan. Brendan was holding the lead for a good amount of that heat. Things were bouncing around there, and you just kept nice and cool. Were you listening to the scores, what everybody needed, or just kind of focusing on the waves?
First I was listening, but then the hit was so slow that just I focused on the waves that were coming. So yeah, that was pretty much the strategy. So when I took the first wave, I paddled with all my life, and then got the second wave, and I was like, oh, please don't fall, please don't fall. And the wave kept giving me good section, so I did the job.
Well, we saw Ma Fair. She's in the main round. She was on one of Piccolo's shapes as well. Looks like kind of a new model they've worked on. Looks very, very good in all sorts of conditions. Are you riding a similar design?
Yeah, it's a pretty similar design. It's like an all-around single thing. So it mixes like the traditional shapes, but also the modern. For example, in this wave that yesterday was really big, so the bird adapt really well. So it's a good shape.
I figure because of Mafer's lighter weight, he has the EPS core and the epoxy, maybe a little lighter weight construction. Are you still sticking to the standard poly and polyester?
Well, every board is really EPS, but mine and Piccolo's is like another glassing process. So it's a little bit heavier. So yeah, it worked for me and it worked for Piccolo. So it's a great design.
Okay, so small talk about the qualification for the Pan Am Games. Julian wanted to kind of keep it out of his head, and you were saying, I don't know why, because he's kind of close to making it through. But yeah, just a couple words about that. That's a completely different world contest.
Yeah, so last contest was like the Pan Am Surf Games, where Piccolo was a champion and Julian got second. So yeah, they were really close. In Peruvian case, if I got a better result here in this event, I qualify for Santiago. And if I lost, Piccolo goes to Santiago. So it's like kind of, if he falls first, I go, and the other case.
Well, it looks like you guys are looking really strong, beautiful surfing. Y finalmente unas palabras para los que están apoyando desde la casa.
Muchas gracias a mi familia, seguro a mi mamá Giovanna, a mi papá Edgar que están apoyando, a mi hermano Joaquín, a toda mi familia. Un saludo especial para Osvaldo Vélez, el que me formó bastante en el tema del longboard. También a toda la Federación Peruana de Tabla, al Instituto Peruano del Deporte, a Renato Quesada, a Richard que están haciendo un gran trabajo y a toda la gente peruana por las buenas vibras.
So I'm going to translate that just a bit because Mitch is out of the booth, since I don't see a set coming in, but he wanted to thank his parents, his sister, all of his mentors that got him into longboarding, as well as the Federation and all of the support that got them here. I look forward to seeing your surfing again. Best of luck in the next one.
Thank you very much. See you soon.
Thank you. Back to the booth.
Great surfing from Sebastian, and another element of competition this week, not just going for those gold medals individually, the team gold medals, but also that individual battle between, the two best coming out of the nation that have qualified, knowing that only one surfer per gender per nation can qualify for the Pan American Games, which means that between Sebastian and Piccolo, that door is still open because Sebastian still has his name in the mix.
So, yeah, looking at this heat now, it is Martin, Jose, and Zowie who do have that opportunity. It's a pressure and a stress that Antonio doesn't have, obviously being from Portugal. So kind of different pressures for these surfers out there, too, when it's not just a heat win and a gold medal on the line, but also kind of that opportunity to surf in the Pan Americas.
Especially with, the future of longboarding looking towards the Olympic Games. Of course, the dream to get surfing into the Olympic Games that began with Duke Kahanamoku all the way back in 1912 at the Stockholm Olympics, then came to fruition in Tokyo just a couple of years ago for the Olympic Games with surfing, getting there for shortboarding. But we do have the potential of getting longboarding there as well. So being able to showcase the talent from around the world, surfers like Martin Perez of Argentina being able to perform at this level and compete against surfers from all over the globe, to be able to show the community and the just the value that longboarding adds into the surfing world are huge. Things will go a long way in trying to get surfing to have longboarding in the Olympics as well, possibly for LA 2028, as we see Martin now. Quick steps to the nose on the inside. Somehow rides out of that. I thought he was going to just not be able to hang on to that control. Goes for that little foam climb quick to finish. But it's amazing to see that dream come to fruition, and now to know that our community, Rachel, our longboard community, could have that option maybe for LA 28. As we take a look at some live action here from Zowie. Great looking wave, throwing in some footwork, solid size set, big cross step cut back. You can see how bumpy it is, and sort of saw that fall coming given how bumpy that wave had been.
Yeah, these sets are beautiful and big, but navigating so much bump. There is a way for Antonio in between that too, for all the Dantes fans watching from home. And Jose, again, kind of coming unstuck. I don't think that will be an interference situation, but you kind of did see that he was processing the fact that Zowie was right there kind of in his line as he was going for that cutback.
That's right. He did go and he grabbed the rail in that cutback, even to kind of get that board wrapped around harder and faster, possibly to try to avoid. It didn't look like he had control coming out of it either way. And would not, I don't think, have been able to control that turn. But we'll see if the judges throw anything out in that conversation. At the moment, Perez sitting in the lead with a couple of 5s. Dantes with a 5.07 and just a 3.6 for the backup, chasing a 6.03 to take the lead. Boza sitting with a 4.33, chasing just slightly higher, that 4.35, and it's a 4.38 requirement for Zowie with just that 4.3 on the board. Small scores are trickling through now from the last exchange, so we'll definitely see some of those numbers shifting. We'll see that second score added in for Zowie, although he had that stumble within it as well. And our surfer in white has got himself back into priority, though. He is a passionate surfer. He has been proudly flying that flag and kind of operating in that space with his team behind the scenes for Mexico, giving a lot of support to the Bonilla sisters as well. They've been putting together a beautiful performance the last couple of days. As we see him now up and riding, quick to the nose for the takeoff. Big section in front of him. Great use of that rail, getting into that middle third of the board to find that speed, to find that transition, that sort of straight up style to be able to transition through that section. Now engaging the rail a little bit more, looking for that opportunity to nose ride, to get more valuable points connected together. He's going to be backing up that 4.3 with more than what his last wave did, that's for sure. Setting himself up through here to the inside. Hasn't gotten back to the nose, though, since the outside of this wave. And here's that quick moment for Hang 10 and a cannonball to finish.
And puts his hands onto his head to make sure he doesn't lose his hat during that fall. But I know we have scores to drop for everyone. I'm looking forward to seeing Antonio Dantas' score, and it comes in as a 6.67, so the highest score of the heat so far. We haven't been able to see a replay of it on the broadcast, but looking behind me when it was happening, he was just surfing it really calm, cool, and collected, and was able to milk it all the way in. And with 5 minutes remaining as Antonio, that's how you'd love to be hearing that out there, that he is almost back out in the lineup. He'll probably be rewarded priority soon. Jose sitting out there with first priority right now, waiting for that score, but remember it was just that quick kind of up and down of a set, so he will still be looking for a requirement now of a 6.97 as Antonio and Martin are dropping those scores.
Scores to come, and the women are paddling out next. We're going to be heading into the repecharge round 4 on the women's side of the draw. 4 heats to run through for that. Coming up first, we're seeing our surfers starting to hit the lineup. We'll have Sandy Portillo, Estella Hungerford, Lucy Gerard, and Coral Bonilla. So El Salvador, New Zealand, American Samoa, and Mexico will be in that first heat. This, again, is that opportunity for valuable points, but now the pressure is on the line, as for the women, it will now be the first repecharge round of the day.
Yeah, and so scores now only to drop for Zowie, that last one that he had, and it was a beautiful wave. He needs a 7. I don't know if it will be the 7, but definitely will improve his 4.3. I think he got some beautiful surfing done, and from a technical aspect, I really liked his use of that front third of the board to gain speed. Didn't really resort to hopping or pumping like we've seen sometimes to try and get through that slow section. And you could see on his self-shaped board, he knows how to use his equipment. He got to that front half third, and you could see his board just speed up as he got down the face of the wave. And that was just, not something necessarily that the judges are going, wow, that is an excellent score because of that. But watching from a technical eye, that was just really beautiful.
Well read and well positioned. Like you said, that knowledge of how to use his equipment to the best of his ability. Saw a great post go up from the Waxhead, Matt Chinaski, yesterday, hinting to that power section or that speed section of a board being in that front third. And that's exactly what we saw demonstrated in that last wave. As we've got 3 minutes on the clock, Antonio into the lead with that 6.67, improved on the 3.6 that he opened up with. Highest wave of the heat so far. For our Portuguese competitor, Rachel, you mentioned before that he had a bit of a shocker yesterday and wasn't able to string together what he wanted to. But in this heat, he's definitely figuring out some of those dots that he needed to connect. As we see the Chilean now, Jose. Great work getting around that first section onto the nose. Cutting back now. A little bit of rail to rail, just kind of setting himself up here. Not any major maneuvers. Engages that carve now as we see Dantes flying by in the background. Quick cross step cut back. Putting more of that pressure on the back foot. And the middle section of this board seems to really be lending itself towards those cutbacks now in comparison to the size of the sets we were seeing yesterday that were really facilitating longer nose rides through that middle section. Now looking for this critical end. Goes for the 5. Wraps it back in. It's going to set up for another 5. Gets a tap to that tight 5 and holds on to control. Somehow keeps the nose from completely purling. Perez now up and riding. Still 1 minute, 45 seconds on the clock, but possibly the last wave for these two surfers as they're already on their way through. Throwing in that cross step cutback, using, a variety of maneuvers, trying to keep that board in the critical section of the wave the entire time as well without racing outside the pocket. That was a great looking nose ride. And a second goes that quick tap to a tight 5, but doesn't complete the finish of the wave. He's chasing a 5.98 rate to take the lead. Zowie chasing a 7.00 to keep himself out of elimination round, to keep himself from actually being eliminated, because this is an elimination round, as well as a 6.97 on the requirement for Jose for his last wave.
and again, Antonio in between it all just got such a nice wave. We got a little peek at it as he was, when we were watching Jose's wave, as he was just kind of going across the back on the nose, just looking so calm and cool and collected. He finished that on the beach, and Joao and the rest of the Portuguese team was there screaming for him. So there it is. This is what we're able to see behind as we were watching the other wave before, and what a beautiful opening nose ride, just looking so smooth and graceful. A little bit more stretch of a 5 there as the section kind of softened up, and then he's going to try and milk this section all the way in. This is, that section that tends to corner off a little bit, and he is just trying to kind of stay in the speed of the wave and gets that upper third. Look at that projection and trajectory he got, and the way his board took off back up to the nose. This is when I started to hear the Portuguese team screaming from the beach, because look at how he was able to utilize that section. Finishes off cleanly. That will go into his top 2, I have no doubts, replacing that 5.07 and solidifying himself into that first place, although we still have scores to drop for Martin and Zowie.
And we did see this wave. Well, we didn't quite catch it, but Zowie was able to get one more opportunity before the buzzer sounded, so this will be a counting score, Rachel.
Yeah, so everything that he does on this wave is super crucial. Straight to the hang 10, navigates that well, not even grabbing his rails, so that was very technical. He's a very technical, mature surfer. Back up to the nose, you can see all those toes curled over, and this is now lining up to look like a really beautiful wave as he does some nice soul arches, adding in just some style and variety for the judges. Getting back up to the nose, holding that one. Look at how much speed he just had there. That was amazing. And gets clobbered by the inside section, but did so much beautiful work. So I think that will go into, and that actually did drop as a 5.27. So does go into his top 2, but was not enough to get him into advancing position.
So that last one of Zowie in white, a 5.27, comes through as his highest score, but just shy. So he jumps from 4th into 3rd, but needed a 6.03 to be able to take away an advancing position at the moment. But we're still waiting for scores to come through for last of Dantes and last of Perez, which we could see guaranteed. We're going to see our heat leader in Antonio Dantes increase his score line with that last wave. We'll see where the last of Argentina falls through as well. But we can say without a doubt that it will be Portugal and Argentina advancing through into the next repecharge round. We're going to be right back with more action. The women are hitting the water for repecharge round 4. Stay tuned for all the action.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to the action here for the ISA World Longboard Championships. The local crew having a little cool off in the ocean, which is not really that much cooler than the air temperature outside. It is very hot and muggy today, as well as the ocean. We've got some great surfing that we've already been able to witness, and now taking a look at the women in the water. El Salvador, New Zealand, American Samoa, and Mexico, with Cindy Portillo, Estela Hungerford, Lucy Gerard, and Coral Bonilla all looking for an opportunity to keep themselves in the mix. We do have a couple of those surfers in El Salvador and Mexico that are looking for that Pan American qualification or the solidification of that, because Cindy Portillo did so well at the Pan American Surfing Games that she already has that provisional qualification for the Pan Ams. Now that last heat was a spicy one, and it was up to Antonio Dantes to walk away with the win. He's down at the glass.
Here we are with our rep for heat number 4 representing Portugal, Antonio Dantas. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Well, some of our earlier heats, we saw a lot of space between the waves with higher tide. This one was way busier. Everything was jumping around, no downtime. And in the last, I think it was the last 5 minutes, you jumped to the lead. Do you think the conditions today, because you're kind of on a traditional style log with a single fin and that Luffy shapes, do you think it was better today, the conditions, rather than those big punchy conditions of the earlier days?
For sure, for this board that I'm riding right now, it works better on the smaller waves. If I would have ride this one yesterday, it would be not good at all. But since my magic board broke yesterday, this is the one I have now. I'm glad that the waves are a little bit smaller because I can ride it a little bit better now. Yeah.
Yeah, what I notice as I'm looking at the bottom of it, the concave goes well into 2/3, almost to the tail, and I figure at the really, really high speeds, it probably gets harder to control.
Yeah, it's a new model that Luffy has been developing. It works really well on the pocket of the wave, but yeah, with these conditions, if it's a little bit bumpy and a little bit too big, it doesn't work very well. But on smaller conditions, it's awesome.
Single and ready to mingle. Speaking of which, I heard that you don't have a girlfriend at home.
It's true. We'll see when we get back.
We're going to call security to keep this guy safe, and we're going to look forward to seeing you surfing again soon.
Thank you so much.
All right, back in the booth with you girls.
Thanks so much. As we take a look at live action right now, Lucy Gerard up and riding, stretches out for that 5, little shuffle of the front foot to make sure she could get all the way over it. Now setting up that footwork as she comes out of this next section. Goes for that cross step for a moment, kind of holds it and then continues to pedal back. Lining up here, first wave for Lucy in today's jersey. I'm sure she got out there for a free surf this morning, as most of our competitors have been doing. It's been extremely crowded lineups early on. And a nice section in front of her. Straight to that 5. Holds it well. Couple of steps forward once again. Can't quite find that projection out of the nose rides, but gets that first completed ride, Rachel, and she'll be on her way out to backline.
Yeah, not a lot of those nose rides had that same confidence that maybe the judges are looking for. As we see Indy there, Indy Hoffman getting ready for her next heat representing Team USA. Brendan White, teammate, giving her some advice. Caitlin Mickelson, they're waving the flag. That's a strong team that she has behind her. Also, her dad, Aaron Hoffman, a great reader of waves and understanding what's going on out there. So he'd be giving her advice too. So many people around her. We'll see what she can do in the next heat. But it's this heat with 15 minutes remaining. Coral Bonilla opens up with that 3.83.
Good start for Coral. Gets that score down on the board. Lucy with a 3.33. Now waiting for Cindy and for Estela to be able to get their opening rides. Cindy, just 21 years old, from El Salvador, but not from this local area. She's from Las Flores, which is down on the border, the south end of the country, where they have some beautiful right-hand point breaks. So favors the rights, but hasn't surfed at Sunzal too often in her life. So it's been great to see her finding that rhythm out here, showing, I think, the local talent. It's always an amazing thing to show up to an event like this, no matter where we are in the world, and to see the local competitors representing that nation be able to rise to the occasion for that support, for that expectation of their country as they're on home turf as well.
And look at these sets coming. She's sitting deepest, so she will be taking off on this one.
Setting that early line. Looks for those first couple of steps up to the nose. Finds that first section. Now that carve back as we see someone having a look out the back, decides not to go. Great control so far from Cindy. Looking for another little section here. Couple steps forward and back. Great use of that middle third of the board. Finding that trim line. Carves off. Flicks a little water off that outside rail as well, as that white water kind of just showers her feet through that section.
I love that. Look at that. That is the her local team supporting her, El Salvador, just coming up behind her, screaming from the beach, really supporting her.
Estella now from New Zealand up and riding. Couple quick steps. She got a great rail work and great tail surfing game from that shortboarding background, but it's been great to see her incorporating more of that traditional style, more of that footwork, working on those nose rides throughout this event, and really starting to put her name forward as one of those Kiwis that's up and coming in the longboarding conversation.
Yeah, those were some nice sets that just rolled through as we see Corral on her second wave now.
Oh, important moment. So gets that 5, goes up for a very quick 10, back to the 5. Now looking for what this wave is calling for. Looking to surf the wave for what it has available. Nice carve and rail work. Steps to the nose, but just gets stuck. What went wrong there, Rachel?
That's kind of that section that hooks back into the bay, so loses that support out on the face, and it's a little bit deceiving, and it's definitely been adjustment for the surfers. It looks like it's standing up. Surfers go out to the nose, and then they either lose the wave or they pearl like that, because that is the section of the wave that you really need to stay with the wave. And you talked about reading the wave. That's something us as surfers that is language that we use, that's just being able to anticipate how the wave is going to change and what type of maneuvers that might be available to you or on offer as that wave stands up or backs off.
Love those kind of explanations, especially when we're talking about, surfers from different countries traveling from around the world, maybe where surfing isn't as popular. You get those families that are tuning in and getting to just be able to see what the best type of surfing is, but also to be able to understand more and more of why it draws us to it and what good surfing is, what those judges specifically are looking for, as we can just see that beautiful coastline tripping up, and you can see those little flicks of white water all the way up the coast. There has got to be some really good waves going on ridden right now, Rachel.
Well, that's why they call it Surf City, right? I mean, there is so much on offer. This is, I think, the 4th time that the ISA has returned to El Salvador. The World Surf League also opting to run some of their championship tour events and a longboard event later this year. So many good waves on offer.
Up and riding now, Lucy on her second wave. So looking to improve on that 3.33. Quick steps, gets close to that nose, but not a locked-in hang 5. And unfortunately gets bumped out. Can't quite put herself into the right position to maintain that control. 10 minutes on the clock. And all that pressure is now beginning to mount. We've been having that conversation around the teams, those team points coming into it. We had a few different nations right at the top of that conversation. And none of these countries were in that conversation for Mexico, for New Zealand, El Salvador, or American Samoa. But a valuable part of competing and being a part of that mix is that every round that they finish through, they're going to be setting themselves up, as we see Lucy go down on another smaller wave on the inside, setting themselves up for better seeding in following years. The better that their team overall does, whether it's a full filled out team of 4 surfers, or like El Salvador where they just have 2 men and a single woman competing, just those 3 team members, the better they do in the draw, the higher the seeding is the next time they come into the events, and the better those rounds could be working in their favors for those early draws.
Yeah, and Lucy kind of getting those 2 stumbles back to back. I know she would have gone on that smaller second wave in hopes to regain that confidence, and unfortunately kind of did the opposite of that. And sometimes that happens when you're rushed, like I just need to stand up on a wave. You're not thinking as calm, cool, and collected as you normally are. And so that is something she's going to have to shake off, get back out there. Her brother and sister have both been competing at this event with her for American Samoa. They spend their time in between Hawaii and Oceanside, California, and have been a really great representation flying the flag for America Samoa.
They've been doing a great job this week. Seva's been putting together some pretty incredible waves. Her sister, really sharp longboarder, and great to see Lucy with that second score has set herself up in second place position at 2.8. Cindy now has a look at that wave, decides not to go, and Estella is sitting with first priority for New Zealand. Now Estella has had those opportunities to compete for New Zealand before. She's had that pride of representing the Kiwi flag for the World Junior Championships for the ISA a couple of times over the years, back in 2018 and 2019. So she's familiar with the format of these events, with the long days, and with that opportunity to be down on the beach supporting the whole crew. This is a first for her, though, competing on a longboard for this magnitude of an event. She is the 2023 national champion for New Zealand. As we see a couple of missed opportunities there for the crew, and down to 8 minutes on the clock, we've got another little set starting to roll through. Now, Rachel, what are your thoughts on that last exchange?
Yeah, I think unfortunately for Coral, you could see she kind of only took one paddle and then stood up really quick wanting to get to the nose, but that meant she didn't paddle into the wave with enough speed. If she had taken like 3 more strokes and looked to get that bottom turn stall to the nose ride, she would have been able to navigate that bump but with no speed off of that takeoff from her paddle, she got knocked off that bump really easily.
To be able to try and paddle in, matching, or to easily gain the speed that wave is carrying you with, as we see Lucy Gerard on a beautiful looking ride. Nice green water opening up in front of her. Great quick steps up to the nose, finds that hang 5, pedals back. Now might have a section to open up in front if she can stay in the pocket and find that connection into the shore break. Those are going to be the important moments. Now each of the heats as well that these surfers make it through, she just misses that end section but got some work done through the way. They're going to be surfing more today. They're going to be advancing through into that next repecharge round. So they're also probably going to feel really good getting to know this lineup even better. Coral with a beautiful carve to finish on the inside.
Yeah, riding that Stewart board, a San Clemente-based shaper in Southern California, as we see Estella from New Zealand up and riding.
Couple of big turns off the top to start, showcasing that more performance or progressive background from shortboarding, but adding in that footwork as well now through that middle third of the board. Now working her way back into the pocket, as we can see Cindy is up and riding out the back. Estella with an opportunity now to try and replace that 1.70, which she'll surely do. She's got a 3.5 on the board so far. Cindy now looking really comfortable on her equipment. She's been riding that 2+1 throughout the entire event, and it's been looking really smooth under her feet, surfing it in a very traditional manner. Great tight footwork as well as she kicks out.
Yeah, I really like that tight footwork, that tight stance that she has while she's waiting for the wave to kind of pick that speed back up. Not surfing the 2+1 in a progressive way, and that's important to note. A lot of surfers are opting to be on that single fin because that helps lend to that traditional criteria, but it's not a requirement in order to surf in a traditional manner. So we were talking about Coral being on that Stewart. Stewart is a shaper that supplies surfboards for previous gold medal winner Tony Silvani, representing Team USA back in the day. And he is an excellent surfer, still surfing on the World Surf League Tour. So she's in good company with her board selection. And there we see the next heat paddling out.
Indy, Taryn, Seva, and Carlota getting ready to hit the water. You can see that there's a little bit more rocks exposed as that tide is continuing to drain. It's been great to see that sand filled in. It's the first time for me, Rachel, coming here to Surf City over the years that I've seen so much sand across the beach here. And so that low tide, though, starting to drain out and really reveal the reef once again as we take a look at some replays here.
Yeah, we're looking at Coral's wave here, just some nice, smooth transitions as she's waiting for this wave to pick up. That was kind of a dicey section as she came around that whitewash, but she maintained that upright style. I really like just how calm she seems in the chaos of the bump of a wave and showing her strength in that footwork, coming all the way around with speed. That will be her best score of the heat, and it comes in at a 5.5, so she's now sitting in the lead. But this is Lucy's wave that she took off on, opting for that tail through this section. You can kind of see how bumpy it is through the chatter of the nose of her board, how much it's going up and down, getting some projection through those turns, finding her way up to the nose, stretching those toes over, navigating that bump. This is not easy to navigate that bump and do some smooth, concise footwork. So she is doing really well to maintain and stay on this wave. Not finding that another nose ride opportunity like she was just trying to look for, but that will be a 4.0, her best wave as well. So she's sitting in third position, needing a 4.11 in order to overtake Cindy, who's sitting in that second position with a 3.83 and a 4.27.
Strong paddle now from Cindy. Is she going to be able to get into it? Just is able to chip in on that critical section of the wave. Quick steps up to the nose, chasing a 5.07 to be able to take the lead away from Coral. Score starting to drop in for our other competitors as Cindy really needs to improve on that 3.83 to put more pressure on Lucy and Estella. Great looking ride so far. See if she can stick with it. That wave just gets away from her a little bit on the inside section as we're down to 2 minutes 30 seconds on the clock. The El Salvadorian flags being flown high from the local support contingency. Now Coral in the lead with that 5.5 and that 3.83. Scores at the moment required for Lucy, it's going to be a 4.11 to take second as Cindy drops in just a 3.2. So she's not able to improve on that 3.83 and increase the requirements in any way, so that stays the same. Coral with another opportunity, misses that outside section. And last of Lucy Gerard, a 4.00. Last of Estella, a 3.37. So she's now chasing a 4.6, which is a much more attainable score than she was chasing before. As we take a look at some live action here, Coral certainly staying busy, Rachel. Super active out in the water. Great 5 to start things out with. Cross steps back off of the nose, sets herself up in the curl of this wave. Looking really beautiful. Takes a couple steps maybe too early coming out of that turn, Rachel.
Yeah, I think her board was just a little bit too high, getting sucked into the pocket, and she wasn't ready for that with her upper body pushing forward. She's kind of leaning back on her heels, and so when the board sped up because of that pocket and its positioning, she just fell backwards.
And a chance here for Lucy Gerard of the American Samoa. Huge set standing up in front of her. Nice check off the top. Grabs that outside rail for a moment. We'll see if she's able to get herself out in front of this wave. 45 seconds remaining. And she's chasing a 4.11. She's going to need to get a lot of work done on the inside to even have a chance at that. Estella, the Kiwi, just goes down off the nose. Love that she charged in for that nose ride, but just wasn't going to be able to hang on to it. Lucy now, still on the inside, but she got caught behind that whitewater the entire time, Rachel, with only that big turn on the outside section. What are your thoughts looking for that 4.11 requirement?
I think she needed a wave that allowed her a little bit more opportunity to add in those maneuvers. So it will not be the 4.11 that she's looking for.
Estella now with a chance to chase down that 4.60. Quick to her feet after that fall on that that wave just before, but just a lot of tail work rather than being able to get up to the nose. So to get a 4.6 out of the question, maybe in that 3-point range. We'll see where the judges go with that score. But one more to drop in for just our surfer in the blue jersey. Aside from that, all scores are in. It looks safe to say that Coral Bonilla of Mexico will be taking the win with the local Cindy Portillo of El Salvador walking through in second. Unfortunately, Lucy and Estella bowing out of competition, but it has been great to have them in the mix this week, and we'll see them down there with the flags for the rest of it. We'll go to a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with more action with Sam Bleakley and Mitchell Salazar here to call it all.
When we started the campaign, like 20-something years ago, over a quarter century, even when we started, it was impossible. I mean, everybody, okay, my friends, my brother, I said, you're really gonna put your energy in this? Let's go surfing.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympics, period.
We all just looked and rolled our eyes back at, like, come on, Fernando. Surfing will never make it.
I never actually dreamed of being in the Olympic because surfing wasn't an Olympic sport.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympic sports.
The Olympics wasn't ever a dream of mine because it wasn't a reality, it wasn't tangible.
It's the biggest event in the world. Fernando is the reason why we're all there.
Yeah, it's like me telling you I'm gonna, swim around the world. 27 years later, he pulled it off.
Welcome back to the action. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Sam Bleakley, joined by our Mexican maestro of magic, Mitchell Salazar, as we see fellow Mexican Coral take the win, Mitchell.
Yeah, huge victory for the Bonilla family and obviously for the country alone as well. They're incrementing their seed every single year, and it just seems like they found a better rhythm, and it's cool to see the two sisters compete alongside their father as well. And Zoe had a decent performance this morning. Unfortunately, wasn't able to make it through, but still a strong result for Mexico overall.
And their mother from Canada, of course, you just mentioned their father who's been competing from Mexico, and El Salvador getting second. That's a big result, staying in the event. National pride flying high.
Especially when it comes to seeding for next year, too. This is big for them. They don't have a full team, which I'm really surprised of. They only have one female in their team, and for Cindy, a lot of pressure on her shoulders. She didn't need much to make it through 8.1 heat total. Big victory for them, too.
And she just comes off the back of a medal at the Pan American Surfing Games in Panama. So she's got that momentum, demonstrating that she can mix it up at the highest level here.
Absolutely, and especially at a wave that is quite tough to surf at Santa Catalina. Big performance from her, and she's still moving through in the reps.
And talking and moving through, the action is heating up as we see Indy Hoffman, Taryn King, Siva Gerard, and Carlota Huigi from Spain. So Carlota there, Huigi, is a really great surfer from the Basque Country. Very, very stylish. As we see our surfer from American Samoa, Siva, riding the Michael Takayama boards. American Samoa, that stunning South Pacific island and atolls, but she's based now in Hawaii after a lot of time in Oceanside, demonstrating that all of that Southern Californian surfing influence is paying off, because she's kicked off with a really strong, crisp opening set of footwork and nose rides and a beautiful sweeping cutback, and then a second nose ride section as this wave really cleans up through the middle as she gets back on the tail and puts a little drop knee into one cross step just to put that weight further forward to keep the board trimming, and it gets a bit bouncy on the inside here, but she uses the footwork to keep the board flat on the wave and keep that trim speed. Michael Takayama tuning in will be delighted to see his boards on show as our American Samoan kicks off with a really strong ride as our Spaniard answers back. Stylish off the tail, little stool there, nice and delicate. There's 4 steps potentially to a 5. Holds that 5 high in the wave so she won't continue trimming, but Taryn King dropped to 217. Indy Hoffman waiting for a score to drop, and it feels like Siva Gerard will get the best of that exchange.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I think right now, Indy Hoffman up and riding. This is good use of priority on the outside by herself, Sam.
4 steps to the nose. Love the way that nose ride was low down in the wave and a nice flamboyant, expressive cutback, but just bounced off. So a fall for Indy Hoffman. And with that, let's go down to the winner of our last heat out of Mexico, Coral Bonilla.
All right, here we are with the winner of that last one, representing Team Mexico, Coral Bonilla. Congratulations, Felicidades.
Thank you.
Well, Everyone has got to be feeling really good for Mexico, as we did lose Zowie on an earlier heat. He told me, hey, man, I'm going to go start doing progressive surfing. But it's great to learn from these competitions. You've got that beautiful Bill Stewart board. It seems like it's working really good. That's the shaper for Tony Silvani, the inventor of the Hydro Hole, great surfer himself. Where did you get that board from?
A couple of friends brought it down. I didn't even know about Stewart boards, but then I was going to contest. My dad's like, "Oh yeah, use that board." So I used it, and it worked so good. And now me and my sister fight over it.
That's epic. You guys also ride some boards from Bronner as well, right?
Oh yeah, we do. They sponsor us. We have a couple of longboards from them too. Their boards are really good. We also have short boards and everything.
Well, the conditions look like it's a lot kind of slower pace, more relaxed. The only thing I did notice is less speed means harder to stay up on the nose, and I did see some hang-ups kind of in those flat section. Did you feel that?
Yeah, so in the beginning it was super mushy. You got to paddle a lot, and I thought I could just get to the nose really fast. Kind of got held back, and then on the inside it just builds up a lot, so it's crazy to get past those sections. I almost fell a couple times.
I was looking at it, and from the color of the water, the smoothness, it's kind of reminded me of like old man's Acapulquito on steroids out there, where they have the Mike Doyle Surf School very close to your home.
Yeah, for sure. I prefer to surf the rock on longboard just because it's a little mushy. There's a lot of people at Acapulquito, but it's still, yeah, very similar.
Way more urchins at the rock.
Yeah, definitely. I luckily haven't gotten one yet.
You still don't use a leash there, do you?
Usually no, I don't.
Well, we're really proud of you. I'm sure everyone in Mexico, your mom, Holly Bishop Bonilla, is probably at home. Hi, Holly. I'm super stoked that you guys are still in it. Maybe a couple words in Spanish for your friends and family.
In Spanish?
Maybe not.
Well, thank you to all my friends and family and all my people who support me. It's been really nice. We had a couple people support in a fundraiser before we left, so it's been really great to have them, all their support and love, and watching, of course.
Well, we love having you and the family here. It's great, and we look forward to you doing really well in the next one.
Thank you.
Back to the booth with you guys.
Great stuff. Put her on the spot there doing that interview in Spanish. But it was lovely yesterday hearing the story of course, Ben Way, good friends with Coral's dad. And they shared the story about when Coral met his wife, who, of course, is the mum of when Pablo met his wife, who, of course, is the mum of Coral. And now Coral, age 15, on the world stage, longboarding brilliantly. But from one young woman to another, Indy Hoffman, just 16, that was a really strong ride. She kicked off with a 2:07 because she fell after a really strong opening nose ride. But it was great to see her regain her composure. And Mitch, she looked fantastic on that wave.
Yes, she did. And especially after the initial fall, as you were mentioning, regaining that composure and believing in herself too. At this point of the event, if you don't have self-belief and confidence in yourself about making it through, you're not going to be able to make a single heat.
Absolutely, that says a lot. To come back from a fall at the start and, really convince yourself that I can pull this out the hat, that really says a lot about her ability and her maturity. And thanks for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to hear more and read more, follow us on the hashtag ISAsurfing and look at the social media accounts and go and look at the biographies of all these great athletes on our website. 118 athletes represented from 33 nations, some of those going for qualification for the Pan American Games that's very soon coming up in Chile. And tell us about the significance, Mitch, of the Pan American Games.
Well, eventually, if we're trying to get longboarding into the Olympics for LA 2028, I think it really starts with Santiago 2023. Personally, I think that the event in Lima in 2019, where you saw Luca Messinas qualify and Daniela Rosas, both for Peru, winning on their home soil, that really elevated what I felt the Olympic movement moving into Tokyo 2020. Now, if we do the same thing with Santiago 2023 moving into LA 2028, as you mentioned when we were in the booth before, they make a decision on LA 2028, December of 2024. I think by then, they're going to be convinced to add a bit more of surfing disciplines into the Olympics.
So our American Samoan surfer looks to add to a 5.50. She doesn't take that. Carlotta from Spain doesn't take that set. She hasn't got a wave yet. Taryn King drops the highest score of the heat, a 5.77. In first priority, Siva looks to scramble for this wave. She doesn't get it. So Taryn King will have a look. She doesn't choose to get it. So Indy Hoffman still paddling out into the lineup. Now Carlotta in first priority. So she's got the opportunity to really get behind the section on this wave. She might be able to swing in for a nose ride opportunity. 4 steps to the tip, gets a beautiful locked 5. Stylish nose riding from Carlotta, and then back to the middle of the board, just allowing that board to trim and then setting herself up low on the wave. She's got her eyes on the opportunity for a little bit of rail work to stay in the pocket, nice and loose and lively, puts a little bit of a spray in that turn there, standing very tall, very upright. The surfer from the Basque Country, based near Bilbao, 4 times national Spanish champion, currently researching a PhD in psychology. She finished 4th on the WSL European Tour last year, and she's nose riding through the inside, and she'll take a fall, but she did a lot of good surfing on that ride and will add to that 417.
So if you were to coffin at the end of the wave, does that go into the judging criteria, Sam, or does it just look cool?
It looks cool. At a fun contest back home, absolutely. Headstands, coffin rides. But one thing that will come into the judging is some of the high degree of difficulty footwork maneuvers on the nose that can be recognized. Switch stances, walk backs, hang heels. They will get rewarded if they're in the pocket, but fun tricks like the coffin ride or the headstand, you might see them at home at a club contest,
right,
but they're not going to make much of a difference here.
And even the helicopter too, for the most part.
In the 1990s, the helicopter was often recognized as a functional way of connecting through a section, but unlikely to influence the scores here as we see the replay of our Spanish surfer.
Well, as you mentioned before, she had a first priority. She opted to use it right here. There were a couple of paddles, so she ended up in better positioning with priority. I thought this was an interesting choice of wave, personally. A lot of froth on the outside, much flatter face. She kind of just navigates this middle section as well as she can. I think the simplistic nature of this ride was very impressive, minimalist, as you like to call Brandon White style most of the time too. But when it comes to the big scores in this heat, I just don't know if it's going to rival that, just due to the lack of a lot of scoring potential on these midsection maneuvers. Had the fall at the end too.
Absolutely. It was beautiful surfing, but it felt like it just needed a little bolt of electricity to just zhuzh it up a bit. Give it a bit of dynamism as we see a nice wave coming through with our surfer in second priority having a look, but it's our surfer in first priority looking to drop a 217. Taryn King sets herself up. She's got this beautiful wall to deal with, but she's got white water to navigate first, so she's going to have to stay low in the wave, and the shape of this wave already has not allowed her to kick off with an opening nose ride, so now she has to go back into the rail work as we see Siva out back answering back to replace a add to her score of a 5.50, but now the wave gains some shape. So what we want to see now from Taryn is the opportunity to get a nose ride, and there it is. I know her husband Thomas King, who has twice been a medalist at ISA World events, once as a longboarder in Peru in 2013. He'll be tuning in, watching his wife Taryn styling on the nose for this inside section and adding to her 5.77 with a really brilliant bit of surfing.
Well, she stayed committed to that ride, that's for sure. She had to cross 2 or 3 sections at the beginning of the wave and then made it around the white water as we see Gerard finish up her second scoring ride. I already opened up with a 5.5. That's a good score in the grand scheme of this heat. But with 7 minutes to go, pressure is on the surfer from the United States of America, Indy. She has first priority. Saw Aaron, her dad, right there, and Cole Robbins to the left. Big moment for Team USA right now with 7 minutes to go.
Absolutely. And, you know, seeing your children compete in the water, of course, you carry that pressure on land. But she's looking very composed, Indy, as we get the replay of Siva, who is going to add to that 5.50.
Yeah, got a quick nose ride outside. Lovely carve right there. She comes from the long right-hand break of Makaha, resides in Waianae, so very close by. They have that amazing Rel Sun event every single year, too, for a lot of the, you know, Menehunes and the Wahines primarily. So lovely to see Siva and her sister Lucy be able to compete in that. I think this midsection to me is very impressive, just being able to keep that board in movement the whole time, keeping the judges interested in the ride. You know, I've talked about presentation before, Sam, but it's also a lack of concentration every now and then that you see because there isn't a lot of movement in between those maneuvers in that flat section through the middle. I thought that was very impressive.
I completely agree. She kept it super lively, super active, in contrast to Carlotta's ride, which was a little bit more stripped back it just felt like Siva just put everything into that. As we see Indy Hoffman has a look at that wave. Will the priority situation change, or will the next surfer not have been deemed in the lineup?
Well, they deemed it a paddle, and that's kind of a mistake right now from Indy. Luckily for her, she's still within striking distance for both first and second. She already has something in the 5s, an average score. At the moment, only needs a 2.6, but I mean, we're still waiting on a few scores from both blue and the surfer in green. I truly think that Siva's going to take the lead right here, and then after that, it's going to come down who can ever get something in the 7s or better to move up into the top 2 spots.
Yeah, because you got Taryn, Indy and Siva all carrying scores in that 5 range. So Carlotta's the surfer who hasn't been able to quite keep up with that 5 range score, carrying that 4.17. But a big switch in the driving seat position here because Indy just lost that priority situation. It might pay off though because she's still in second priority because those other 2 women are not in the lineup yet.
True.
So we got Daisy Valdez, Augusto Pelizzari, and Liv Stokes and Moana Luna coming up. Augustina from Argentina, Daisy from the Philippines, Liv from Canada, and Moana from Mexico, who has just seen her sister progress. So there's such a family vibe here. 33 nations, 118 athletes, but you know, a handful of brothers and sisters and fathers and daughters.
It's cool. The Dantas brothers from Portugal, and I think, you know, when it comes down to it, I know they have this own sibling rivalry going down, but I can tell you with an older brother myself who was a great surfer, there's always that extra camaraderie that you're going to have for your sibling. And whether it comes down to you surfing in the same heat as him or her, they're your biggest supporter. And there was nothing you wouldn't do for your sibling or your family member. And I truly love to see that being integrated here at the ISA. I think it really comes down to a lot of passion as your countrymen, but also as a family member. That's really cool to see.
So moving down into the last 3 minutes 40 seconds, you just saw Indy waving to the announcer just to determine the score that she needs. There's her teammate Caitlin Mickelson. She's now moved into the repechage round and up and riding. It's Indy Hoffman. 4 steps to the nose, a nice beautiful soul arch. Got a quick 10 there. Cross steps beautifully back to the tail, keeping that board nicely lined and loose and trimming and setting herself up with more cross steps. Little drop knee turn. It's a smaller wave. She needs to really be busy through this inside section to increase the scoring potential, chasing a decent score. Indy needs a 5.61 to move up into second because Karen now has a 4.9 and a 5.77, and Siva, like you suggested, drops a strong score of a 7.0, adding to that 5.5.
Yeah, that's obviously not going to be the score for Indy. She's going to need something much better than that. Interesting that she used second priority on that wave. 16 years of age. She's obviously qualified for the team, which by itself is a huge feat, but you can definitely see a lack of experience in major events in comparison to just events at home. Pressure changes, you're competing for your country rather than on an individual perspective, but she has enough time, 2:30 on the clock.
And it looks like we got at least 4 decent waves in this set. Whether they will all peel well remains to be seen. So there's 3 women in the lineup. Positioning is going to be key. Indy's going to need to really scramble hard to get out back in time to get one of these waves. It's Carlotta up and riding, chasing a 6.5. She's low in the pocket here. This wave looks to be a little bit more of a bowly one in comparison to Siva's one out back, which allows her to strike the nose on takeoff. So already suggesting maybe, even though she was in first priority, this wasn't a wise choice to choose a wave that just looks to be losing energy as it moves over the cobbles.
Yeah, it just tapers off and maybe hug the channel a bit too much. At this point, I mean, you have to commit to the ride because there's not enough time to get back out and potentially get one more wave. So she needs a 6.5. It would have to be the second best wave of the heat at the moment, Sam, and just don't see it happening. Still, lovely footwork. She has a great style, 4-time consecutive Spanish champion. She's done well for Spain so far in this event.
So big opportunity now for Indy. She really needs to make that decision as to whether she's going to scramble as far out as possible or shoulder hop one of these waves. And now what will be the difference between really getting further out and then actually having to take off more on the shoulder?
Well, you're missing the first section all the way on the outside, and that's where we've seen the most critical points so far today. But this might be a decent ride, Sam.
big, fast wave for Indy Hoffman, chasing a decent score. She needs a 5.61, cross-stepping and then turning back to the pocket. She'll want this wave to wall up to allow her to demonstrate the nose riding that she really has been showing all event. She's got a section here. There's a nice touch of the 5. That wave's still got a lot of scoring potential. Beautiful control and footwork. What I love about Indy is the composure she has in the upper body. It's unusual for women this age to have such composed arms, and she's
100%.
definitely got it. And she really had to battle with that one not to lose her balance, but she delivered some surfing that for me feels like it could be very close to the score.
I agree. I think she just might get it too. And what a moment it would be for her getting a buzzer beater, right? When we've been talking about her maybe miss a couple opportunities. This is huge for Team USA if Indy's able to move through.
Absolutely. You could see Carl Robbins. They had his fingers crossed. Our co-commentator, Rachel Tilley, who's been a world champion herself for the WSL and a silver medalist for the ISA. She was there talking to Brendan White. That's her dad, Aaron. I mean, no pressure. I mean, God, he will be just desperate to see that score dropped. She needs a 5.610. Taryn King, great surfing. She's performed brilliantly for South Africa. 5.77 and a 4.90. You feel like Siva's got this in the bag with that 7 and that 5.5.
Yeah.
So it's all about if Indy can get that 5.61. Mitch, how do you feel about it?
I liked it personally. I think it's better than her 5. Whether or not they decide to give her the score, it's really close, especially if you compare it to the 5.77 of Taryn. But I think the size of the wave is there. Beautiful drop, by the way, too, at the beginning of this wave.
Well, let's really pick this apart, Mitchell. Let's see where that high 5 might have come from.
Well, first of all, gets that one initial touch on the outside, just navigates through this midsection right here. And as we were talking about, just to be able to keep her composure was great. Touches the 5 once again. That's lovely. Another nose ride, adding into the criteria. And these aren't easy sections to surf either. A lot of speed going through this one. I think I'm liking what I'm seeing from the scoreline.
And let's not forget that this young woman is just 16 years of age. So the composure that she showed to potentially get a buzzer beater to make the difference has just been incredible.
Well, they're thinking about it, I can tell you that. So, I mean, they're making a decision whether or not she deserves to make it through. 11 points, I mean, that's usually getting you through most of these rounds right now, especially 20-minute heats. If you get a 6 and a 5, you're doing quite well.
Well, Carlotta has not got a score to drop, so she will be eliminated. This is repechage, round 4, heat 2. Surfers in 4th and 3rd eliminated. Siva, she's in safe territory.
Yeah.
If Indy gets the score she needs or higher, Siva would only slip down to 2nd. So it's whether Indy can oust Taryn in this situation, needing that 5.87. So scores waiting still to be dropped. Siva still has that 3rd wave to be dropped. Taryn drops a 5.17, so it goes into her top 2, and that means that now Indy is chasing a 5.87. So
basically a 6.
It's going to be super tight, Mitch.
So it went from being a mid-5 to close to a 6. Slight difference there. I think if you were going to give her the mid-5, you'd probably be giving her the 6 anyways. They're still thinking about it. I mean, if it were up to me, I'd be saying based off of 2 waves, I think that red deserves to move through rather than blue. Remember, the 5.17, she was caught behind most of the time on that wave, whereas Indy, much more on the open face, bigger sections. Score still yet to come through, Sam.
But an important score that Taryn is carrying is that 5.77.
Yeah.
So it's got to be stronger than that. So it might well be that the judges are starting to compare those 2 rides. And if there's an obvious improvement from Indy surfing, then you would imagine that's going to be the score. But if there's not, then you think it's going to come out slightly lower.
Right. And they're really taking their time. It's going to be very, very close.
So Siva drops a 5.33, doesn't go into her top 2. So she's got that 5.5 and that 7. So great surfing from Siva, based in Hawaii, representing American Samoa here with her family, and also she's going to be representing American Samoa in the World Surfing Games, kicking off at the end of May here at the 2 peaks of La Bocana and El Sunzao, as we still await for that score to drop. So this is that moment of pure elation if it comes through, or pure frustration if it doesn't. But if it doesn't come through, she really is a wonderful talent for the future, and I think we'll see her on the World Surfing Tour, the WSL World Longboard Tour, and I think we'll see her going for gold again in the future at the ISA World Longboard Championship.
She's still in high school. You know, she's still in high school. She still has a couple of years of high school left. I mean, that's That's huge for her, has a lot of time ahead of her. Big props to Taryn King for really keeping her cool at the end of this one as well. I mean, she's been in that second place position basically all heat long. And oh my, there it is.
So it doesn't come in enough. It's a 5.60. So Indy Hoffman is eliminated. Taryn King stays in second position. Siva takes the win. Congratulations, Indy and Carlotta, for some beautiful, brilliant surfing. And well done, Taryn and Siva, continuing. So stay with us, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be moving on to heat number 3 of Repechage Round 4, live from Surf City, El Salvador.
When we started the campaign, like 20-something years ago, over a quarter century, even when we started, it was impossible. I mean, everybody, my friends, my brother, I said, you're really gonna put your energy in this? Let's go surfing.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympics, period.
We all just looked and rolled our eyes back at, like, come on, Fernando. Surfing will never make it.
I never actually dreamed of being in the Olympic because surfing wasn't an Olympic sport.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympic sports.
The Olympics wasn't ever a dream of mine because it wasn't a reality, it wasn't tangible.
It's the biggest event in the world. Fernando is the reason why we're all there.
Yeah, it's like me telling you I'm gonna, swim around the world. 27 years later, he pulled it off.
On to heat number 3 with Daisy Valdez, Augustina Pellizzari, Liv Stokes, and Moana Luna. Moana Bonilla, of course, the sister of the surfer Coral, who advanced in that first Repechage round 4 heat 40 minutes ago. We got 20-minute heats continuing. Philippines, Argentina, Canada, Mexico. Moana will be our surfer in the white vest, and we've already got Daisy Valdez from Mona Lisa Point, San Juan, La Union in the North Island of Luzon in the Philippines, with a really nice nose ride through that second section, and really beautiful footwork to put that board on rail. Looks so composed and strong. Has those arms out to keep her balance, almost like in the Alice Lemoyne approach, where she has like the wings of the bird approach between those rail turns, and keeping that footwork crisp and tight and precise, getting some critical nose rides and staying nice and lively. This is great surfing from the Filipina as she just milks that wave with flow all the way through to the shore break, just eyeing up the need to keep her balance, just flexes a little bit low to keep that balance, and then a couple more steps, sits off, waiting for that big score to drop as we see our surfer from Argentina take a fall on her first wave while we wait for Liv Stokes and Moana to catch their first rides.
Oh, and this is one of the biggest sets we've seen all day so far. It decreased in size, but there's still a lot of consistency out there as we see the Canadian up and riding.
Liv Stokes, beautiful opening 5, stretches back for another 5, gets a soul arch, cross steps back to the tail, a beautiful sweeping turn, some spray thrown from that rail engagement, nice and lively. Again, you can really see Michael Takayama board coming alive on rail, demonstrating not only are these Michael Takayama designs fantastic on the nose, but this particular Manatee model that Liv Stokes is riding, really good on the tail as well. She sets herself up for another roll of the 5. You could just see how she really got her toe curled right over the tip there, keeps that board moving, trimming, and again walking stylishly, and then just ending that wave right on the beach. Liv Stokes for Canada looking really strong.
Yeah, a great opening ride for her. I think when it comes to, the judging criteria and what she was able to do, a lot of variation right there on that one, Sam.
And talking of variation, somebody who just put on a beautiful display and is still in the event is Seva from American Samoa.
Thank you, Mitchell. Sam, winner of the women's Rep 4 heat number 2, Sive Gerard for American Samoa. Great surfing out there.
Thank you. Yeah, it was so fun. I want to give a shout out to my sponsor, Winning Waves. I love you guys. Couldn't be without you. Of course, my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, and all of my siblings, Lucy, Juju, Eva. Those are all my siblings.
Are you forgetting Yone's right here?
Jonah, yes, sorry, Jonah, I forgot.
My goodness. So you were saying how fun it was. You said you forgot you were in a contest and just enjoying yourself. Do you think just having your clear head and just wanting to go get more waves is helping you through?
Oh yeah, it was so much fun. I could hear my brothers screaming in the water, go, go, go. And I was kind of getting tired out there, but I had so much fun and so much support on the beach and in the water as well.
Noticing you got a different board. You got a new board that just got dropped off. It looked like it worked really well. How much time did you have to spend to get used to this board?
I had like 2 days before the contest, but more like 1 day before the contest to get used to the board and figure it out. But so far, it's so good.
Well, that's great, and we look forward to seeing you keep it going for American Samoa. I'm sure everyone is really, really excited at home.
Yep. Love you guys so much.
All right. Best of luck in the next one. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Well, that was lovely. And Siva just sharing the fact that she was feeling as if she was having a free surf. And that's a great sign when the competitors are that loose and relaxed. And that makes a difference, because when you feel relaxed, you look in control and relaxed. If you're feeling too anxious and tense, that can show in the wobbles and the mistakes.
A lot of the kids that I coach back home in California, not that I do a ton of it, but I usually work with kids that usually are at the higher level, so there's not much instruction you need to do. First thing I tell them is act. Don't react to what the ocean is doing. I want you to go out there and do your own thing, not see what everybody else is doing out there in the lineup. So if you're relaxed, it just means that you're composed, you're critical about what you're doing in the water, and you're very focused on what the ocean is doing as well. We talked about it yesterday with Shannon. Brad Gerlach has the best kind of attitude when it comes to this thing. You want to surf to the par of the wave. You don't want to try to over-surf it or under-surf it. Try to do what the wave is telling you to do. I thought that's what Seva did very well.
Absolutely. Brad Gerlach, absolute legend of surfing.
Runner
Great
up in the
advice
world.
there. Yep, absolutely. 30 minutes, 28 seconds remaining. So Liv Stokes, Mitch, starts with a strong score, 5.0. But Daisy Valdez, right there, a 4.83. So both of these women setting the pace here.
Yeah, basically the same score, but Liv just getting a bit better, and a great start for her. I've been very impressed with the Filipino surfers. I think they're the nation that has easily progressed the most in the last few years, as we're looking at Moana's opener.
Really nice fade in from Moana. You can see the benefits of the fade. It does allow you to get behind the pocket, but you can also see the risk and why the judges will reward the nose rides that come out of the fade, because they tend to be really deep in the pocket. And that's why she fell. She put that board on risk, on rail, and then she did fall on that hold of the 5 as she answers back to get something on the inside, straight up to the nose, sharing the board with her sister. Bill Stewart built board, of course. Bill, a regular who goes down to San Jose del Cabo. He loves those waves on the east side there. He's always been present on surf trips down that way. One of the most important longboard shapers in history, the great Bill Stewart. He's got equipment under the feet of these two sisters, and Moana is looking to add to that 0.67 as she just kicks over that foam and just cleanly roller coasters down with control and elegance.
Should be a decent score, and you know, Coral during her interview mentioned that she loves to surf the rock a lot. There's a lot of similarities between the rock and this wave here at Sunsal.
And there again we see the use of the fade. Liv Stokes just faded so dynamically into that wave, it allowed her to then cross step and then get that 5 when she was in the pocket. Again, she's back in the pocket. That's an extremely critical hang 5. 2 really strong hang 5s combined with rail work. And that's a really great example of meeting the criteria. High degree of difficulty, surfing in the pocket, critical section of the wave, using all of the board and all of the wave, and then throwing in some flair on that last turn and still going strong as she gets this nose ride through to the inside and then pedals back. And is she going to get a clean finish? She is. A beautiful kick out. You could say that might be close to excellent range surfing.
I agree. I thought it was beautiful. I thought she demonstrated every aspect of the judging criteria on that one, and I thought her wave selection was on point too, Sam.
Here's our Argentinian surfer, Augustina, stretches out for the 5, wide of the pocket, so different to the dynamic nose riding we just saw from Liv Stokes, who was able to come from behind the section, walk into the nose ride, so when she was on the 5, she was in the pocket. But this wave, a different shape. And it's indicative of the fact that wave selection can be important. When you go into these bowlier waves, You really have to choose your line to demonstrate the variety of rail work and pick a very dynamic line to get a critical nose ride. She's doing very well on this wave though, Mitch.
Yeah, doing more of a shuffle when she gets to the nose though. She'll cross step, but that last little extra zone right there, you can definitely see there's more of a shuffle. Nice little 5 to finish things off though, as we see Daisy up and riding again.
Nice 5 from Daisy. We didn't see the beginning of this wave, so we don't know what the setup was up to this moment, but the drone action really demonstrating the speed at which these women are surfing, and she's in such control. Daisy's just got that amazing ability to maintain her balance throughout the rail work and the nose work, and that's been a feature of her surfing that has crowned her multiple national titles and been one of the favorites for most women's longboard competitions in the Philippines for pretty much the last 15 years.
Well, that and the fact that she has a lot of Australians go over and compete at that and at those events. I know Kira Molnar has won an event in the Philippines in the past. What happens when you see a lot of people from your same region come up to compete at your events, not only does your own game elevate, their game elevates too at the same time, as we look at the replay here.
Absolutely. You got the Queen of the Point events run by Carla Roland Zamora, and then you've also got the single and unattached, which is a really fantastic event at the same spot of Mona Lisa, exactly where she lives.
And there's one really cool thing about this wave. I really enjoyed how at the beginning of it, out of the last few waves that we've seen ridden in the previous heat and this one, she didn't immediately go for a nose ride, and I thought it adds the element of unpredictability to a lot of these scores. I thought that was really interesting. It was cool to see. Already has a 4.83 in her scoreline. You got to be thinking it's around there too.
And what's so special about the two women in the Philippines team is you've got Siargao represented and San Juan represented. 2 different coasts, 2 different seasons, 2 different surf areas. That's Kira Molnar from Noosa, Australia. That's Taz Dunton. He was sadly eliminated yesterday. Great surfer traveling here with his brother and mum. There's Kim, Kira's mum. So Kira really has got a lot of pressure on her right now. She wants to stay in this event. She would be thinking coming into this event that she can final place. She wants to get a medal, so she needs to really rise to the occasion in this next heat.
Especially for Team Australia too. You know, Sam and Taz, great surfers. I know Lucy Small was also disappointed with her performance. And I think overall for Team Australia, they're usually fighting for team gold overall. It hasn't been that kind of event for them. And Kira really wants to go out and put on a performance, at least get an individual medal herself.
Now, Liv drops a 6.5. I felt that would be much closer to excellent range. I think there was not much more that she could have done, but perhaps if those 5s turned into 10s, that might have been the type of activity that would switch that 6.5 to an 8.5.
For sure. I mean, the degree of difficulty would have increased. The variation would have increased too. But based off of the wave that she surfed, I thought it would at least been touching the 7s. And not to say that out of our 5 judges, there wouldn't have been at least 1 in the 7s. That probably happened. But just compared to even Gerard's wave in the last heat, the 7.0 that was the average, I thought it was very close to it. You know, I could have seen it touching the lower 7s or the mid 7s too.
Well, I feel now, reflecting on the spread of scores, that all of her nose rides were certainly in the pocket. There was a lot of variety, the control, the flow, the speed, the elegance, the commitment. But if those 5s had been 10s on at least a couple of occasions, that's just a higher degree of difficulty. And I think that would be the way that we tear that apart and say that's what could have turned that wave into an 8.5.
Well, here's the replay of that wave. I mean, lovely, just cross-step footwork to begin that wave off. Gets the lovely nose ride. I also think that the wave looked a little bit bigger the first time we saw it too. You see this flat section through the middle. She did an incredible job just to be able to read this, though. Lovely 5 again. Once again, walks back. You know, another thing, too, is that there's been a couple of waves that have touched the 7s, maybe even up into the 8th, where we've seen more footwork through the middle part of the board. At the beginning part of this wave, we didn't really see that too much. We saw it mostly towards the end, as of right now. And then this wave kind of tapers off at the end, too. It doesn't have that big closeout section like we've seen at the Pupusa section either. So they might have played that into the criteria at the end. But personally, I thought it would have been at least touching into the 7-point range.
So Liv Stokes is in second with a 6.5 and a 5. Daisy Valdez gets a 7.33, so she gets the highest score of the heat so far, adds to her 4.83. So now the pressure is really on our Argentinian and our Mexican. Augustina, she's looking to drop that very low score and add to her 4.67. If she gets a 6.83, she moves up into second, but up and riding right now on the Bill Stewart built board, it's Moana with 2 cross steps, no nose ride on that opening section, pedaling back to the tail. She's just going to eye up this opportunity for a possible set of cross steps. It goes into the cutback, nice S-turn, snaking a little bit back and forth, again deciding if she needs to stall for the nose ride, but recognizing that that wave just fading out, so it won't be an important score for her campaign to try and get an 8.23.
No, it won't. And with 5 minutes to go, it might have been one of her last shots to at least break the 3-point mark. Only gets a 2.87 there, Sam, so she doesn't even better her highest score at the moment. I do want to point out that during that wave, and not to say that Pellizzari was intentionally doing that, but she was kind of in her way to fully fade towards the whitewater and potentially get a nose ride at the beginning of that wave. That really matters at the end of this one. She didn't even break a 3 right there, so doesn't better her situation, still needing the 8, Pellizzari needing the high 6, and if you're Liv Stokes right now with first priority and second, you're just needing to better a 5, and that's only if you need to. So you have first priority, you have enough time, just control the lineup right now.
So the Philippines are one of 5 teams that have got all of their surfers still in the event. That includes France, Peru, USA. Now that would have just been changed because we've just lost Indy Hoffman. So there's now 4 teams, Brazil, the Philippines, Peru and France, that have all 4 competitors. You've got 2 men and 2 women still in the event. And you know, leading up to the event, not many people would have appreciated the fact that the Philippines would be where they are right now.
Not
and sure enough, they have really risen to the occasion.
For real. I wasn't expecting this from them. I didn't really come into this event thinking that a lot of the smaller countries are going to have a big performance like this, but they've impressed a lot.
So only chasing a 6.83, Augustina, opening nose ride, gets the 5, walks back to the tail, wider stance through the cross step turn and then the conventional cutback. She's bottom turning and then again just cutting back, uses a couple of cross steps just to keep that board trimming. Soul arches into this section. I like that soul arch. Again climbs and then sweeps that turn. One of the more dynamic turns she's done on this ride. But what she hasn't been able to throw in is a critical nose ride, which would be demanded if she's going to get that 6.83.
Yeah, and there's no way that score is even going to go up into the good range without it either. Looked at her watch, sees that there's enough time to potentially catch one more wave, at least one more. There's Team Canada, proud supporters of Liv Stokes. Want to point out something right here, Sam, as we do go into the last 2 minutes of this heat. There's been a couple of waves in this one that have been fading out a lot more, and I feel like they're catching too much of them up towards the point and not waiting for those set waves that break further outside.
So she did have a quick nose ride out back, but it just doesn't feel like the type of footwork and nose riding we've seen from Liv and Daisy that have really put them in first and second positions respectively.
Not as critical, not as long, and the section wasn't as strong either, but still, I mean,
that was a nice turn.
It was, and good direction change right there from Pellizzari. Remember, she broke her original board the day before the calm started when it was big, when it was pumping. She's really been watching more from the outside rather than surfing herself, just because she needs to conserve the board that she's riding right now.
Loves to skate with her daughter, the Argentinian champion from Mar del Plata, 38-year-old Augustini, the regular footer, chasing a score now in the 6.83 range because she drops a 4.67 and up and riding. It's our heat leader, looking to drop a 4.83. Daisy Valdez, 4 steps up for a critical nose ride on a big fast wall, and just look at that footwork, pretty much 8 steps walking back to the tail off the nose, and even in that section there, and if she stays onto that, the balance and the control and the gymnastic ability of this woman was just absolutely outstanding through 2 extremely critical nose rides. And I mean, the balance she showed there, Mitch, was just world class.
No doubt. I mean, and especially when you see a shorter surfer, their center of gravity is lower than somebody as tall as us, Sam. So very impressive to see what she's doing on this one. Lovely nose ride right there, too.
Wow, Daisy Valdez. She'll definitely replace that 4.83. Do you think it could go as high as that 7.33?
Wouldn't be surprised. I think especially with the one nose ride on the outside, I think at least in the good range for sure. Touching the 6s, maybe even close to the 7.33 as you're saying.
It might just be the lack of control, those wobbles that might kind
of
keep that score a bit low. But as far as positioning of the board and her feet, she definitely did work that was in the excellent range.
For sure.
As we see in the last 10 seconds, Moana chasing a huge score, an 8.23, now a 7.93 because her 3.57 is tabulated. So she needs this wave really to open out for her. But it's a foamy one, and you just feel, despite the strong surfing, the wave shape is just not going to allow an excellent range score.
Yeah, and that's what we see a lot in surfing competition. You see the best surfers move through because they're on the best waves, and you might be the best surfer in the world, but if you're not on the best waves during those 20 minutes, you won't be moving through into the next round.
So Daisy Valdez books herself a spot in the next round. Augustina will be eliminated for Argentina. She got a 4.67 and a 3.90, and this lady, Liv Stokes, stylishly potentially replacing that 5.0. She will book herself a spot in repechage round 5 for Canada. Great surfing for the Philippines and for Canada. And stay with us, ladies and gentlemen, because we've got Brazil, Australia, South Africa and Germany coming up next. So the important thing about the 2023 ISA World Longboard Championship is the judging criteria being about traditional surfing. So the judges want to see the surfers utilizing all of the board and all of the wave using traditional longboard surfing in the critical section of the wave, but with style, flow and grace. And that's about using the footwork to connect with critical nose rides in the hang 5 and the hang 10 in the pocket of the wave, but then from the tail of the board engaging the rail in carving, flowing surfing and connecting this together. So you utilize all of the board, all of the wave in this traditional style. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we see Liv Stokes just waiting for those last scores to tabulate, but it looks like she could stay in second position. She does. She gets a 5.4, so she's got that 6.5 and a 5.4. She'll be pleased with that as we move on to the next heat with Atalanta Batista, Kira Molnar, Cara Stubbs and Nina Altenberg. Germany, South Africa, Australia and Brazil.
As you see the results there, Daisy Valdez with a commanding heat win right there, 13.1 heat total. Canada moves through with Liv Stokes. I was very surprised to see her have that priority interference so early on in the event. If I thought that she'd be moving through the main round most parts.
That was incredible drone work. I give that drone work 10 out of 10 as we see Atalanta Batista, Kira Molnar, Cara Stubbs, Nina Altenberg coming up. As I said, Brazil, Australia, South Africa, Germany. Cara has just seen her teammate Taryn King stay in the event. Kira has seen 3 of her teammates eliminated. Atalanta has got all of her teammates still in the event, Rodrigo Schweier, Carlos Bachia and Chloe Calbon. But Nina Altenberg, she learned to surf on the southwest coast of France there in the Atlantic Ocean, based in Berlin. She is having an exceptional event and she'll be so proud to have come this far.
Yeah, it's really cool to see. You asked me a few heats ago which country I thought has really developed the most in the last few years due to the Olympic movement. I still think it's Germany. You know, they've already had an Olympian in Leon Glatzer. I think they have a chance with a lot of the female shortboarders too, Noah Clapp being one of them. And when it comes to longboarding, I've been quite impressed too. I did not expect somebody to be this far into the event as of right now like Nina.
Do you know Marlon Lipke?
I do. Oh, he former CT surfer, the only German to make it.
Legend. Good friend of mine, and of course based in Portugal. So a lot of German surfers do have the advantage of being able to travel easily to Spain, to France and to Portugal. But there are waves of course, on the silt north coast, the North Sea of Germany, but there are a lot of good river surfers.
Yeah.
Of course, that's one of the kind of things we associate with wave riding from Germany.
And Nick von Rupp, originally from Germany, he represents Portugal now, but I think just the easiness of having a European passport opens up a lot of doors for these people. And when it comes to competing, get out there and explore.
Oh, what a great person to kick off this heat. Nina Altenberg from Berlin, 2 steps to the middle of the board. Just shuffles back to the tail there, but keeping that board trimming, and unfortunately, she takes a fall. So that would just kind of ease the pressure on these other 3 women now, because she will be in 4th priority when she paddles out, and it looks like there's quite a decent set there coming close.
Yeah, there is, and it seems like Batista in a really good spot for the first wave of this one. She might be holding her ground, though, and maybe just letting them know that she's not going to let everybody else catch this wave. But she has deeper positioning than everybody else.
I'm sure we're going to get some action, but we just had an incredible performance from the star of San Juan. Daisy Valdez is with Benway.
Thank you guys very much. Winner of the women's rep 4 heat number 3, Daisy Valdez, representing the Philippines. Congratulations, Daisy.
Thank you so much.
Well, today's conditions, both with the change of the tide, the drop in the swell, it looked like the pace of the waves, the rhythm of the waves just looked perfect for classic longboarding, which is such the essence of your style. I see many hints of the late, great Donald Takayama, because you were both goofy footers, very similar angle of your footing. I was just wondering, like, when you were getting into longboarding, who were some of the people that you looked up or possibly studied?
So many, like one Carla Roland, but she's backside, and a lot of surfers, also JR, and locals from the Philippines.
Not really studying the world-class surfers, but mostly, I mean, definitely world-class locals, but more the people that you surfed with close together.
Yeah, I was looking for what do you call this? From Japan, but she's not here, and yeah.
Natsumi Taoka?
Yeah, Hiroka, I met her in the Philippines for WSL, and the surfers also from Australia, like Kila Mornar, Lucy.
Just beautiful surfing, and you have such grace and style. The last wave, we saw you kind of almost lose it. Your whole bottom, the lower half of your body stays so planted and so balanced on the wave, and as Sam and a couple people have mentioned that you come from a gymnastics background. Are you still doing some of the similar training to help your longboarding?
Yeah, we do a lot of training in the Philippines, and the coaches are have a routine every day, like Monday to Friday. We have gym, we have yoga, we had everything.
Well, it's working out perfectly. I wouldn't change a thing. And if you'd like to say a message in Tagalog to your friends at home.
Hi, maraming salamat Pilipinas sa pagpupuyat. Marami pa tayong puyat na pagdadaanan hanggang bukas. Maraming salamat sa UPSA, Philippine Sports Commission para sa Next Gen, at sa Team Puyat, at sa aking pamilya, Jeff, Kyla, Ton, para sa inyo to.
Thank you very much. And we'll see you in the next one.
Thank you.
Back to the booth with you guys.
I mean, the surf town of San Juan, La Union, Luzon, it really is a mecca of strong surfers, and there are a lot of great female surfers there, particularly longboarders. And someone who's had a huge role in the development of that community is Malibu surfer Carla Roland Zamora, who Daisy mentioned. She is an absolute icon of longboarding. Her ability on the nose, her switch stance surfing is just world class, and she really has helped support a lot of these young women like Daisy to get to the world stage. So big shout out to Carla, and big shout out to all those people around the world who do share their knowledge, their skills to really support, coach and train and be role models.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and especially to promote the sport. You get out there and you give people a chance just to enjoy something as much as you enjoy it. And big shout out to Israel Preciado, who also puts on the Mexi Log Fest. I think it's a great opportunity for a lot of surfers, especially the colder countries, to come and explore Mexico and really get to experience what surfing a left-hand point break like La Saladita is all about.
Atalanta Batista up and riding straight in for a 510 on her Luffy built board. Notice the way she popped up really close to the nose, even from stand-up position, because she knew that this wave needed really quick trim speed. And then she's navigated that opening section beautifully. But she opts to kick out, uncharacteristic, because I felt like there was still scoring potential in that wave as Kira Monar catches one. Beautiful takeoff from Kira. Finds the 5, pedals back to the tail, puts her classic Malibu built and designed by the great Peter White on rail. I can hear the Aussie teammates, the Irakanjis, screaming and hooting and supporting Kira. Nice use of the cross-step turn there. Great composure. Again, a beautiful clean nose ride. Taking this wave all the way through that inside section here. Stalls it. Gets nice and high. 4 steps into a crisp 5. Pedals back. Stays in control. She's got her arms nice and open. Her chest really opens out through those cutbacks to just really make that board elegantly go on rail, and then floats it to add into the shore break finish with flair. What a great bit of a riding wave from Kira Monar.
Yeah, that was huge at the end too. Just the fact that she was able to stay on her feet the whole time and accentuate the wave with an exclamation point at the end. Big performance there for Team Australia, Kira Molnar.
Uncharacteristic of Atalanta to have kicked out of a wave that had a very, very strong start. And considering that we'd already gone 9 minutes into the heat, I was surprised that she didn't stay with that wave, as we see Martin Perez from Argentina coming up next. And this guy is Mr. Flamboyant Tango dancing Argentinian all the way.
Well, he's from the city originally, so that's why he kind of has that more city vibe. Since the whole time I've known him, I want to say 10 plus years, he's always had the same length of hair. He hasn't cut it a single time, I feel.
So, you know, you describe the city vibe. So what's the difference then between the coastal vibe and the city vibe for a South American surfer?
You're usually more rugged when it comes to being from the city. Whether you're from Lima, whether you're from Santiago, that area of Pichilemu. I feel like even the people from Buenos Aires, you can even ask Mateo Rojas, our co-broadcaster, about this. You just feel a sense of want, of need from the people that don't have it for coming from the city. As you look at Kira Molnar, I thought she did incredibly well just to get that nose right at the beginning. She almost lost it afterwards, but recovered super well right here. Lovely footwork, touches the 5 right there. Once again, nearly falls, but the recovery after nearly 2 falls, very impressive. This is a long wave. It really puts your legs to test. And it seems like we had a wave from Cara Stubbs on the outside too.
Yeah, nice wave for Cara Stubbs. She gets a 3.17, and she just had again one of these bigger ones. She's been really good with her wave selection, Mitch, all event. But sometimes some of these bigger ones don't have that easy nose ride wall at the beginning.
And they don't really offer up the most critical sections either. I mean, almost got to the nose right there. Doesn't seem like it was fully a 5, more of a cheater, but still. Only needs a 0.23 at the moment for second place. We're still waiting on a score for blue. But, I mean, going back to Batista, I saw the same thing this morning. You know, it seemed like Chloe Calmon was in rhythm, was in control of her heat. And then Atalanta had her heat. And I felt like there were 2 waves in a row where she either kicked out too early or she had a couple of missed opportunities with a nose ride or a carve. Those mistakes in the end will cost your team a medal and potentially the gold medal as well.
Well, interestingly, Cara Stubbs drops a 3.43 for that wave she rode all the way through. And Atalanta dropped a higher score of a 4 for a wave that she only rode the first half of.
Right.
So it goes to show, had she just stayed with that wave, she could have manufactured at least maybe a 5 or a 6.
Exactly.
Potentially.
Not to say that the score's going to double if you ride it all the way through. We don't count length of ride here. We count the degree of difficulty of those maneuvers, the combination of major maneuvers, especially in the most critical sections of the wave.
So
but if you get something at the good range, that matters a lot in the end of the heat.
Absolutely. So Kira there, we're waiting for a score to drop. So the highest score we've seen of this heat is that 4 for Atalanta. You would feel that Kira's going to go higher than that.
I think so. I mean, just based off of the opening nose ride, being able to bring it all the way through with a nice little combo. Seems like Batista was kind of stretching on the outside right there. But yeah, just recovering priority I think was something smart for her, especially after getting that 4 initially.
Comes in at a 5.43. So as we expected, substantially bigger than Batista's 4. Of course, also bigger than Cara's 3.43. But with Cara carrying those 2 3s, she's now in first position. So Kira now in a pretty strong position because she's going to paddle out knowing that that's a pretty decent score and she can give a lot more. She comes off the back of finishing second at a Longboard qualifying series World Surf League event in Manly. She just lost out by a hair's breadth to Tully White. And she's also the reigning champion of the Queen of the Point event in Mona Lisa La Union, which is where Daisy Valdez is from. And that was a very well-attended event with some of the best women from around the planet. So that was a really strong win. I think, personally, we haven't seen the best Kira Monar yet. She's not quite found her feet yet. There's a lot more to come from Kira. I just hope she stays in the event to give herself a chance to prove that.
True. And you know, she'd compete at least one more time later today, just because the rep rounds are really what we're running for the most part today. We still have the main winter rounds tomorrow, but I agree, especially when you represent Australia, there's a lot of pressure when you put that Irukandji hat on. And I can tell you, the people that have come through the ranks, whether the junior system, the shortboard system, SUP, or even longboard, Australia has always been the biggest surfing nation I felt worldwide.
So João Dantas, he's going to be coming up in the next heat. I keep mentioning the relationship between this wave and his local spot, Estoril, Lisbon, a really good right-hander, fantastic. And it's interesting you're talking about the rugged city folk of South America. Well, in Europe, the city folk are the suave, sophisticated, joie de vivre people. And João Dantas is one of those, based in Lisbon, as we see Kira Monar charging across this wave. Mitch, this looks strong.
Yeah, I mean, great wave selection once again. She was under priority of the other two surfers outside. 6:30 to go. A lot of lovely rail work so far. Needs to get to the nose, though, Sam, in this midsection.
And there, she's still got that trim line, so she's still got scoring potential. This will be her second ride, adding to that 5.43. If she gets a 1.17, which she will, she'll go into first position. But perhaps as far as the criticalness of the nose ride opportunities, it's been a hard wave to really get a full lock of a tight long five, but she has done a lot of really strong footwork, and this is a bigger wave. It's running wide and down the beach and into that big, gnarly, heavy shore break.
She's all right, though. She slid out. One of the few times I've actually seen one of those longboarders slide out in that last section. Most of them do kick out, or they just fall because they're purling at the end. But decent backup. I mean, 5:40 to go on the clock. I think this is going to be something close to the threes, maybe even touching the 4 of Batista. But in the end, doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile. You're looking to move through, Sam.
So Batista, after that decision, uncharacteristic. She kicks out of a wave and gets a 4, but she's finally getting her second score up to the nose.
Ooh.
Gets a 5, a really nice crispy 10, as we can see her sweeping into the turn there with that round-tailed board as she sets herself up. You can just see how she keeps those heel edges on the leading rail as she again just looks for the option to stay in the pocket where she knows the scoring potential will be. That's why she's cutting back, because she wants to set herself up from behind the section, stall, and use the cross steps to hopefully get to the nose. There, those 2 steps immediately made her realize that there wasn't a nose ride wall, so she went back into the cutback. She'll get the 1.44, but she's got to be regretting having kicked out of that 4 earlier in the heat.
Yeah, but you can't be thinking about that now. All you can do is just surf the rest of your heat as best as you can. Very impressed with that opening nose ride, especially touching the 10 on the outside. That was sick. One thing I really want to point out that you brought up, she's always surfing the inner part of her board for the most time. And I think that's something, as a goofy footer myself, I tend to do a lot going backside. You'll see a lot of regular footers usually surf the outside of their board when they're on their front hand, and it's very noticeable here at this wave.
Absolutely. So you can really see the commitment as well and degree of difficulty on this opening quick, spicy 10.
That was nasty right there. I mean, she fully gets to the nose, then slightly touches the 10 for a short period of time. And just the fact that she's able to control her board after gaining so much speed after that initial nose ride was quite nice. And lovely carves just back into the pocket. Maybe not a lot of variation after that initial nose ride. It's also because the wave let her down. I mean, let's be honest. It wasn't a great wave after that opening section. But she did it well. Anything that betters the 4, I think, in my opinion, would be a win for her. Maybe left a little bit too much meat on the bone with that final section going unridden, but still. it seems like she should get her best ride.
And Kira Molnar drops a 6.0. So Kara Stubbs, she's now chasing an 8 to go first. So if Atalanta Batista gets a 2.60 or more, she will go to second or first. You would imagine that Atalanta's going to get that score, and it does. It comes in at a 5.73. So now Kara Stubbs, with just 3 minutes remaining, is chasing a 6.30 as we see Nina Altenberg from Germany perched on the tip, chasing a 7.16. Blown away by her surfing here. She's really flown the flag for German longboarders, considering that Nina, the 27-year-old, only started surfing in her late teens on the French coast. And so many of the competitors here have been surfing since age 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So for her to be surfing at this level demonstrates her athleticism and the fact that she can really make a massive amount of improvement.
Not just that, a massive amount of inspirations for young ladies like herself too. Coming from Berlin originally, you're landlocked right there. There's maybe a couple rivers around that area, but when it comes to surfing in the ocean, there's no comparison, whether it's the Atlantic or the Pacific, even the Indian Ocean too. But huge performance. I know she's in a lot of trouble in this heat so far. She needs a 7 at the moment, but I mean, still, just personally, this has got to be a big moral victory for Team Germany and herself.
I completely agree, Mitch. That's so true. As we see Kara Stubbs chasing a 6.30, 2 steps on her Dave Stubbs built board. Of course, Dave Stubbs built the boards for Matthew Mouse Muir to win ISA World Longboard Golds in 2006 and 2008. Mouse, if you're tuning in, big shout out to you. 2 times gold medalist for South Africa, with Kara Stubbs chasing a 6.30. Some good footwork on that opening section. Needs a critical nose ride to really go close to that 6.30 though.
Yeah, a very tall surfer too, so sometimes there's certain maneuvers that don't look as good or maybe don't look as difficult. I know that being a tall surfer myself, it just seems to see like she's relying a lot on her rail surfing on this one. Maybe not the kind of nose riding sections she would have liked on that one, but I just don't see it being even close to the 6.3. She's going to have to settle with a loss here in Rep 4, but still a good result for her, especially going to Costa Rica after this to work.
Absolutely. Having graduated with an honours degree in landscape architecture at the University of Cape Town, she's going to work at a practice in Costa Rica in sustainable design. And really exciting for Kara. She will be eliminated along with Nina Altenberg, but Kara has been phenomenal. She's been a really great representative for South Africa. Exceptional surfing, as we see our surfer in second, Atalanta Batista, looking to drop a 4.0. 5.71 will give her that pride of having the post-heat interview. Anything less, and Kira Molnar will stay in first position, as we see Atalanta hanging 10 through that middle section. Kira Molnar, she's out back riding that set, so it'll be interesting to see if she's able to replace her 5.43. But Batista, cool and smooth, and she's guaranteed her spot in repechage round 5.
No, and big aspirations for Team Gold as well for Team Brazil, as we see her still move through. A couple lovely nose rides to finish this wave off. But yeah, I mean, overall, I think we saw the 2 superpowers move through, Australia and Brazil, kind of what we expected. But for Team Australia, really the only surfer that they have alive through Kira Molnar.
Congratulations, Kira and Atalanta. Stay with us, ladies and gentlemen. We've got men surfing next, as we see Shannon Hughes and Rachel Tilley coming into the booth.
When Paris finally said, no, we're going to do a whole different thing. We're going to Chopu. It's like we all went, oh my God, what an amazing idea.
Chopu is one of the most incredible waves, probably a wonder of the world.
And it's just sort of like a whole nother world out there. It's godlike, it's quiet, serene, beautiful. Then you have this glorious wave that comes off a reef, and it's so powerful and so beautiful.
I think Chopu has the opportunity to capture the imagination visually for what people think surfing is.
The wave at Teahupo is super scary and beautiful at the same time.
I have to give them a lot of props for the courage of making a commitment to Tahiti.
I think it'll be a really exciting way to showcase all the athletes and their talent.
I think it's going to be very good.
Welcome back to the action here in Surf City, El Salvador for the ISA World Longboard Championships. Up and riding now, our surfer in green, straight to the nose for Sebastian Cardenas of Peru. This is our men's repecharge round 5. Just 2 heats of this, and we'll be back into women's repecharge round 5 for another 2 heats. A couple more rounds to go through the day before we finish out. And a great looking ride for the Peruvian to start things off. Nice and simple, just up to that nose, perched on that hang 5. And nice clean footwork on his way back, throwing some spray off the rails and getting a little bit more out into that face of the wave as he carves back into that whitewater section. A couple more steps here. Looking for one more opportunity, Rachel, to line himself up with a nose ride as he gets straight to that 5. Will he try for the 10? He's in a good position on the 5, though. A little bit of water spraying off the section. Goes for that quick kick forward. And he will paddle back out with 20 minutes on the clock for these repecharge rounds. And we're going to have some scores to come through for that first heat. Shannon Hughes alongside Rachel Tilley here in the booth. And what's your thoughts on that first wave, Rachel?
Yeah, that was a decent opening ride. I think he'll be looking to improve upon that. We also have a wave to drop for Dorian that we haven't seen during the break, so it'll be interesting to see how that one looks as well. Not a bigger wave, but he surfed it really well, made the most of it. And this round is where we're seeing 2 surfers who have won out of their heats, out of the men's repecharge round 4, meet 2 surfers that got knocked out in the main round that we ran this morning of the men. So, you know, it'll be interesting to see the dynamic of the surfers who are actually coming off of that first and second place out of the repecharge round feeling good and confident versus those surfers who have gotten knocked down and are looking for kind of that comeback and how maybe that psychologically or that mental warfare that they'll be playing will play out in these heats.
Yeah, all of these surfers have already competed today. 16 minutes on the clock, caught behind the section, Dorian Casada with his first ride, already through as a 3.83. Now up and riding on his second, out the back behind him, Martin Perez on his opener for Argentina. Tracking now with Casada through the inside. Great drop knee, cut back, in the pocket. Nice clean face on this wave as well. Beautiful section opening up in front of him as there's a flurry of waves behind him, with a great looking set rolling through. And nice steps up to the nose. Finds that 5. A little stumble coming off of the nose into this kind of middle section of the board. Great engagement of the rail, though, just for that change of direction. And he'll go through with a tight finish into a more rocky shoreline than what we saw yesterday. Joao Dantes now up and riding. His brother Antonio will be competing in the next heat, so the 2 Portuguese surfers have to be advancing through this to keep themselves in the mix on the men's side of the draw and give Portugal a chance to be taking home a gold medal. Great footwork from Joao so far. Lining it up on the section, finds the 10, gives the point back to the beach, and goes down. Now, that was really hectic because his board could have hit Martin. He looks okay. Everybody looks fine. But would you consider that to be a completed maneuver or incomplete based on the ride out?
That's a good question. That's making me think. I guess it's close because it's that final maneuver, and as he was pedaling back, he didn't continue to actually ride it out. So while the hang 10 and the nose ride was complete because he did get off the nose, it does kind of err on the side of incomplete overall, or it's kind of the taste that the judges get left, you know, in their minds that, well, he did fall in the end after that nose ride.
And that's a challenging one that we've seen throughout the day, but we'll get back to that conversation as we already have Kira Molnar out of the water and up at the glass, ready to tell us how she took away another heat win.
Thank you, Shannon and Rachel. And yes, that looked borderline made or not made from out in front. So we'll see how that goes. We're here with Kira Molnar, last surfer representing Australia. Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm pretty stoked, and the waves are pumping, so it's been so fun, the whole event.
A lot of the surfers that have that beautiful nose ride, the traditional style, it seems like today's conditions were really catering to that. And you got the last heat before that tide starts shoving in. We just saw some gnarly shore break. And how did you feel as far as the luck of the draw as the timing went?
Yeah, I think it was pretty fun. There's still like those sections. Was really trying to hit that critical nose ride out the back because that was really important. It looks really nice, but it's definitely a bit bumpy out there. So you've got to take your time and stay on the wave.
I was admiring your beautiful Peter White Malibu Classic nose rider. It does have the option of the side bites, I noticed, but you have the big single fin in there. Was that just in case it kind of got bigger? Would you have dropped the single fin, dropped the center fin and put the side bites had it been a little bit gnarlier?
Yeah, so my usual board, it has a big square tail, and then when it got bigger I changed to this one. I had the side bites in yesterday, but it was a bit fast, so I find this wave is really different to home. It's really slow, so I put the single fin in just to slow myself down and stay in the pocket a little bit more.
It's really interesting to see how the judges are scaling with the different conditions. Today's nodding a little bit more towards the nose game than the rail game yesterday, and so it looks like you made an excellent choice, and I think as far as today, it's probably good to stick with that one. Do you want to say anything home to everybody who's supporting you, and especially Peters, who's probably watching and really stoked to see his board go through?
Yeah, awesome boards. Thanks so much, Peter, and thanks for the team support. They've been amazing, cheering and whistling from the beach. Thanks to my sponsors, Noosa Mal Club, the Surf Life Saving Club back home in Noosa, Cardera Backslap, and Huey's Choice Wax. So, yeah, stoked.
We're stoked, and best of the luck in the next one, and you'll probably be out in the water pretty soon.
Yeah, thanks so much.
All right, back to the booth with you guys.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Kira. Changing up that equipment. Love that she's got some options with her too and is feeling it out in comparison to the right hand point break she has at home, being Noosa, which is pretty much flawless. And now to find a wave that seems to be a little bit more challenging for that traditional longboarding, but is offering up some great opportunities. As we take a look at some replays now, Rachel, with Joao Dantes dropping an 8.83 for this opening ride.
Powerful opening nose ride on that hang 10 with so much speed, getting back to that hang 10, getting all those traditional nose ride maneuvers that the judges are highly rewarding, understanding what the judges are looking for and delivering it to them with so much just flair and finesse back up to the nose, you know, finding those connections where he can, eases through that turn, draws a nice line, back up to the nose. This is really beautiful surfing, so I can see why the judges have rewarded it that 8.83. Coming back all the way around and milking it this wave, giving him that opportunity all the way to the shore break, claiming it with the fans on the beach, and yeah, it goes down, but man, there was nothing lost there, getting that 8.83.
As we take a look at some more replays, Dorian Casada now sitting with a 5.1 from this wave to improve on his opener of a 3.83.
Yeah, this wave a little bit smaller, you know, kind of distracting by Martin's wave out the back. You can just see him streaming across the line, the wave, and kind of giving it that comparison of the size difference of these waves. So the judges will take that into consideration. However, this wave just looking nice and smooth, offering a great canvas of him for him. And as he gets back up to the nose, pushes through that turn, trying to find some projection. Nice bottom turn to get back into the pocket, get that hang 5, and that's a completion right to the sand.
Great surfing. Now tracking with last of Martin Perez. You already called through that opening nose ride, Rachel, and he dropped it a 7.5 for this wave, and that's where we saw Joao Dantes up and riding just out the back.
Yeah, finding that nose ride as that wave stands up, and he drops those arms next to him, trying to show that he's relaxed and in control. That footwork not looking as controlled, but is able to calm his body down by the time he gets up to that nose ride. Going for that quick 10, more like a tight 5. As he then goes to hit it, gets annihilated in the shore break.
Annihilated, that's the word of the day. Absolutely, in the shore break. That's what we needed yesterday, just over and over and over again. As we can see the men getting ready for their next heat, just the second heat in the of the 2 heats in this round, repechage round 5, with Cole Robbins getting ready to paddle out.
And Brendan White standing right next to him, both Team USA in that heat, so they're going to be trying to get that first and second position.
Yeah, that's going to be a really, really stacked heat coming up for heat number 2 for this round. As we take a look at Dorian. Now he got that 5.10, would be now wishing to really improve on that to absolutely throw away that 3.83. Great bit of footwork so far, starts to find that trim line. He's been such a friendly and happy face around the contest site this week, really just engaging with the community here and showing what that longboard family is all about as he goes in for that nice, tight hang 5, back into the whitewater section here. See if he's able to really capitalize on it and show the judges why he deserves to get into that good range of scores, being that 6+, just higher than his previous wave. Great use of the entire board throughout that. Martin Perez now up and riding. So much action. This is great to see. It seems like it's getting a little bit more consistent. When that tide had just turned, it was really slow throughout some of those heats this morning, but now it's really starting to turn on as Martin pedals back from the nose, and a little shuffle again, but he's doing good with his footwork in that front third of the board. Goes for that tight 5 once again, back to that nose ride, and he'll kick out just before the shoreline.
Yeah, and Martin having that 7.5 in his scoreline, so it's, although we're looking at Dorian in first, Joao in second, and so on, it's really Joao sitting in the driver's seat right now, Martin sitting in that second position in that driver's seat because he has that second highest score, looking to back that up. So we'll wait for those scores to drop.
Taking a look at this of Martin Perez.
On his backside, that is some dynamic and technical nose riding through that whitewash as he holds this all the way out onto the face of the wave. He's now going to redirect back to that power section of the wave. A nice stall, back up to the nose, looking a lot more technical with his footwork in this bit of the wave. Back up to the nose, just milking this all the way through, finding a little bit of a shuffle. Powerful turn back to the whitewash, throwing that spray. You can see that speed that he had through that. And back up to the nose. Wow, he's just handling that bump so well, finding those close hang 5s, trying to get to that 10. That pretty much is right in the shore break, so finishes out on the beach. That'll be a great backup score. I loved those nose rides that he was able to complete.
Yeah, impressive surfing from the 35-year-old out of Mar del Plata. Didn't grow up near the beach, but in the capital city of Argentina. And he's now in a great position with that 6.87 that's dropped behind the 7.5. Martin's favorite surf break is El Salvador, anywhere and everywhere within. So it's great for him. I feel like he'd be just as stoked making it through the heats and representing his country proudly to just be able to get more time surfing at a break that he loves so much.
But it's Joao Dantas sitting in the best position, I think, right now. Sebastian sitting with first priority. A 6.33 is definitely a great score to have in your score line. So he's looking to get a 4.6 as the way as the standings are right now. But Joao only needing a 2.1. That's really not much at all. So as he looks to get his backup score, that should put him, well, you know, if he gets a good backup, that'll put him in a healthier lead because that wave is into that excellent range.
He's just started out so well with that massive 8.83, that near 9. He's been competing on a longboard for a long time, 25 years old, started longboarding around age 16 as a competitor, was shortboarding for years before that, but now works part-time as a sailor or works in sailing to be able to provide himself with income, also keeps him in the water and allows him the opportunity to be able to travel. And he's one of those surfers that we've seen amongst the elite longboarders traveling to the various events, whether it's on the world tours or to those invitational events over the years.
Yeah, sailing is something we always bond over, and I love to sail too, so we're always talking back and forth about that. He is accompanied here by his brother Antonio Dantas, who is only 20 years old. This is his first International Worlds event, so what a fun pair they have been throughout this event. And Joao being able to really offer that experience he's had in his extensive career so far to his younger brother, and his younger brother also just lighting up, dropping some amazing scores and making his way through these rounds.
And he'll be coming up in that next heat in men's repechage round 5, heat number 2. It'll be Julian Schweizer with Cole Robbins, Antonio Dantes, and Brendan White. That will be coming up in about 5 minutes time as we're down to 4 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. The ocean has gone quiet. We are waiting for a wave opportunity for both Sebastian Cardenas and for Joao Dantes to get themselves in the mix. When it comes to being in the actual advancing positions, although they're not doing too poorly with those solid scores they already have.
Yeah, well, it still takes 2 waves to advance through a heat. So, you know, I'm talking about how Joao can be sitting confidently, but with the ocean going quiet, he still needs that second score.
On the paddle back out, Julian there in the red, Antonio in the green, Brendan in the white. You can notice the one back leg up, flopping around a little bit. You'll notice those kicks going. That's when those surfers are paddling a little bit harder. If you pay attention to that kind of in the backgrounds of some of the waves, as someone's right there perched on the nose, you'll see someone else paddling back behind and their legs are going really fast because they're trying to really paddle hard and get themselves out the back.
Yeah, I'm definitely one who just has both legs kicking all the time. My dad always jokes that I'm like a helicopter, just my legs.
Does it make you go faster though?
I don't know. Maybe it's placebo. I don't know.
Well, it seems to be a common effect happening amongst the longboarding crew specifically. Down to 3 minutes to go. Surfer with first priority is green, sitting with a requirement of a 4.60. Second priority is blue, sitting with a requirement of a 2.10, both in a knockout position at the moment, as this is the repechage rounds. There's a little bit of a line starting to roll through, and you'll notice our surfer with fourth priority, Martin Perez in white, paddling himself deeper on the inside of everyone else.
Yeah, well, deeper and farther into the beach, so giving himself that opportunity to kind of find those waves that are coming farther into the bay. And, you know, with fourth priority, you have the last selection of all the waves that are coming in. Looks like maybe a few lines coming in, but these guys are going to start getting down to that do or die time where pretty much any wave that comes in, they're going to have to take off on in order to just get that 2.10 and that 4.6 respectively.
Quiet moments as we just listen to the waves splashing on the shoreline. I did notice today, Rachel, that with that swell that we had over the last 2 days, how much water was moving through, that we've now got a lot more rock exposure, and some of that sand is being washed away on the shoreline compared to what we had the last few days. So I'm curious to see if everyone's boards are kind of coming out of the water, out of those little finishes on the sand in cleaner condition, or if they're starting to connect with some of those rocks, which is more traditionally what we see here at Sunzal, is the whole shoreline just filled with these rocks of all sorts of sizes. As we see Joao Dantes putting himself into position. Now, is that going to be a paddle and a look that changes priority?
No, I don't think so, but I would have suggested that he go on that wave just because there is time wrapping up, and Sebastian having first priority.
He's not going to be able to get into it, and it's the surfer with fourth priority that put himself the deepest and the closest to the inside that's actually able to get a screaming hang 5. Has not left the nose, connects for that quick touch to a tight 5, almost 10. Back to the nose again. That was incredible positioning to get himself into this wave underneath 3 other surfers that are chasing scores to solidify themselves with a position to advance. Martin Perez, from a competitive perspective, that was so well executed. He's now going to go for the barrel, goes for that little shampoo, comes out. Not really a proper cover-up, but how fun was that to be able to see that bit of variety and his knowledge of the wave, this wave specifically, opening back up, back to a hang 5. And this was all in a wave caught under fourth priority with 3 other surfers ahead of him in line, paddling for it and unable to get into position.
And all 3 surfers desperately needing a wave, too, to strengthen their position. So
wow.
Really showing his knowledge on the waves. And as we see Joao getting an opportunity to get that 2.10.
Joao with a chance, chasing a 2.10. So Martin will be putting a score down that could be increasing where he's currently sitting at. That outside nose ride was extremely impressive, as well as the combination of maneuvers on the way through. Dorian Casada still has that priority next to his name. So it doesn't look like he's been able to get himself into another wave for our surfer in red to be able to increase the position over third and fourth, which means now Joao Dantes still may just need that requirement of a 2.1. Sebastian Cardenas of Peru also still chasing that 4.6, but we didn't see that priority shift from his name either. So it looks like we could see the Portuguese surfer taking that advancing position. Let's take a look at this wave, Rachel.
Yeah, so kind of winding himself up a bit of a bumpier section, but finds himself up on the nose to that hang 5, and I think he's getting another opportunity. There it is as that wave stands up, navigating so much bump, and not only that, but navigating the emotional pressure that he would have as this is the final opportunity for him to try and get that score in the dying seconds. So he's trying to make sure he puts enough on the line to get a good score, but not too much on the line where he loses this opportunity, because this is the last wave of the heat for him as he makes his way back up to the nose, looking more and more confident as he's getting to the inside and knowing that he would have at least done what he needed to do to get that 2.1, and then finishes confidently onto the sand. We saw before him going to his Portuguese team, waiting for him on the beach. This replay of Martin, wow. Reading this so well, coming from behind. That nose ride just holding, getting that tight 5. That was so beautiful. And in fourth priority, I think, is the most impressive of this as well. Just the understanding of strategy and the wave. You know, a big set had come in before, so maybe there wasn't going to be another big set to roll through this heat. So he knew to kind of sit on that farther inside, pulling in for a little chandelier moment. He's just having so much fun with this now, you can tell. And it's this type of energy coming out of a heat with a wave like this and a performance like this that he will carry into the next round and will, you know, prove to or will be of a lend to him as he takes that confidence trying to continue to advance.
Now scores are in. Still waiting for a score for Joao Dantes, the big question mark, but it was a 6.30 for Lasta Martin Perez, which doesn't actually factor into his top 2 waves, but, you know, puts together a solid contingency of 3 great waves within that heat. Sebastian Cardenas, without a score to come through, is definitely going to be finishing off in 4th place, but the judges taking their time now with last of blue, multiple maneuvers together though, and he'll definitely be looking at getting a score greater than that 2.10. Now the question maybe will be, can he go into the lead as a 6.17 drops in, and there it is, into the lead. Joao Dantes takes the win over Martin Perez.
Yeah, that was an amazing win, right to the dying seconds. He's going to shower that off and just cool off, as that was, I'm sure, a stressful 20 minutes for him.
Stressful 20 minutes, but he's taken away the win. We'll be right back with more action coming up right after this. Stay tuned.
Cuando cae el sol, es la hora perfecta para desconectarte, para disfrutar de todo lo que te rodea.
City, El Salvador. It has been a great day of competition so far. As we take a look now at live action from Antonio Dantes of Portugal, his brother just took the win in the heat before on a final wave, just 2 waves caught. His first wave was in the 8s. So now Antonio, the younger brother, with an opportunity to try and meet up with his brother Joao in the following heat, should he advance through in the top 2 positions. Beautiful surfing so far, great footwork, gets a lot of work done out the back as well. Frothier inside section, not one of those bigger waves that's going to really wrap and hit the inside section with size, but could be hitting the inside section with some critical section to be able to get a nose right on. We'll see how that comes through, and he'll kick out.
I can hear the Portuguese team, as you can also hear the U.S. team behind us cheering for Cole behind him on this wave.
Cole Robbins with a quick kick in and out, straight in front of Antonio Dantes. We do have a 0.5 for Julian on the board, and Cole Robbins now with a score to drop as well. Brendan White will be somewhere out in the lineup, sitting in that second place priority, first priority to Julian, and we're going to go down to the beach to catch up with Sam Bleakley in the winner of that last heat.
Yeah, thanks so much, Shannon. Zhao, you took the win on that last exchange, just 2 waves ridden in that heat, but you did the business.
Yeah, thank you, Sam. Feels great. It was definitely a bit nervous to wait for so long for the second wave, but I was comfortable sitting on that first ride, and I knew I just gotta wait for another chance to get a backup, and it went fine.
And now you've got your brother competing in this heat, so how is that to be here with your brother, and how are you feeling right now knowing that you want him to progress?
Well, it's just amazing, it's our first World Comp together. Coming here together with him representing Portugal means a lot to us, and I think I get more nervous when he's in the water than when I go in the water, so yeah, it's just amazing. A lot of mixed feelings.
And I keep talking in the webcast about the similarities of a good day at São Pedro Estoril, your local spot, to this wave. How much of an advantage is it to be really used to right-hand point breaks?
For me, my home break, São Pedro do Estoril, it's one of the best waves in Europe for longboarding. I'm glad I grew up there, and I'm glad I'm comfortable riding on my backhand. And yeah, it's very similar to this wave. I'm stoked.
I know you want to go and watch your brother. Lastly, I'll just let you say some messages in Portuguese for your fans and family back home.
Obrigado a todos, malta. É orgulho enorme estar aqui a avançar para as fases finais do campeonato. Ontem foi dia menos bom, mas hoje finalmente está a correr tudo bem. Estou muito feliz. O meu irmão também está a surfar muito. E é isso, estamos aqui de São Pedro para o mundo. Obrigado a todos pelo apoio. Obrigado, Sam.
Thanks so much, Sam. Congratulations to Joao. We'll see if Antonio can keep his name in the mix. At the moment, he's doing pretty good. He's dropped in a 5.67 for his opening ride, behind Cole Robbins with the 7.33 for his opener. And we'll take a look at the replay now for the 7.33 of Cole Robbins.
You could see him hold Julian off of that wave, and he wanted it, and Cole said, no, this is looking good to me. It has this line going into the bay. It's slightly bigger than Antonio's in front of him. You can see he's going wider into the bay, and he's taking advantage of this line, banking off the whitewash, but getting plenty of nose rides. Cole is one of the more technical nose ride surfers. I think he does plenty of nose rides that just are great examples of something that is really critical with levitation. You can see that nose ride lifting out of you can see the nose of his board lifting out of the wave, and that's what indicates something so critical.
Love seeing moments like that as we take a look at the replay here for this 5.67 of Antonio Dantes.
Yeah, so this one, the smaller wave, but making the most of it. Beautiful nose ride. I love the calm upper body. His hands just went to his side, and he's just going to navigate this one, surfing, safely to what we know that he can do. Just wanting to get a score on the board, as he would have watched Joao just have that first hit, that heat right before him, and knowing that it is slow out there. So having a decent backup wave at the beginning of the heat is crucial, because he's going to give himself now time to get back out there and wait for one of those sets to come through that he can then try and drop those scores into the excellent range.
Team down there on the shoreline, on the black sand beaches here in El Salvador for Team Portugal. Now Joao and Antonio walked away in the finals for the national championships, which qualified them here. Antonio came in second. Joao, his older brother, came in first. They've got a great duo coming in together that could turn into one of those really strong forces of brotherhood within competitive surfing. We've got a few other sibling matchups like that within the draw, most notably maybe the Del Perro brothers. And thinking of Antonio just graduating to this level of competition now, we could see the two of them kind of flying that flag for a long time to come, as Julian just flies so fast across the face of that wave. He's now setting himself up but goes down, and for Uruguay, he is the last hope within the draw, as we saw Nacho Pignataro got knocked out in his repecharge round 4 heat earlier on today, and so now it is up to Julian to continue flying that flag on the men's side of the draw.
Yeah, it was disappointing to see Nacho get knocked out, and his heat just kind of, everything went against him. He's such a magnificent surfer, and he never really got the opportunity in that heat to show what he can do, but we've seen him surf so great throughout this event, and so it's now all eyes on Julian for Team Uruguay. And maybe getting letting the nerves get the best of him there, just kind of making those small mistakes that we haven't been seeing him make before. This is a really stacked heat. All these names having that experience behind them and have all been dropping such high scores. And so, you know, that definitely plays to an athlete, your mental game of what you need to do. Julian sitting with 11 minutes remaining, you know, knowing that he needs that score, that all adds that internal pressure that you're coping with. You know, competition surfing, it's not necessarily just giving the best surfer in the world the gold medal or the world title. It is the surfer who also knows how to use strategy, use priority, perform under pressure, use time management. All of those aspects are what make a successful competitive surfer.
I feel like you just described Taryn King to the T. With that full picture of a good competitive surfer, not just that standalone great fantastic surfer that can pedal out on any day and get some great rides, but actually to be able to keep it cool in those moments where you're under pressure, be able to use that priority smartly, be able to have that great wave selection. And that's one of those key elements that got Taryn through her last heat and took out Indy Hoffman, one of the great hopes for Team USA this week. As we take a look now at Julian, up and riding once again. Nice locked in, hang 5, straight on the nose, nice and tight as he pedals off now. Shifts that back foot slightly just to be able to apply pressure in the right part of the board. Equipment looking nice under his feet, the Michael Takayama, with that spear going straight through the middle of it. And he's going to decide to kick out and not maybe waste extra time on something that's not going to give him many more points through that flatter section. Dantes now up and riding, uses his second priority on this one. Brendan White is sitting out there with first priority, having yet to catch a wave. So being very selective. Nice line that he's drawing so far for Antonio. Big section standing up in front of him. I wasn't sure if that section was going to come down a lot faster, and I think he was also aware that it could just come closing down in front of him. Little kick there to get himself into that power section as you see this wave starting to open up in front. Setting up now for some footwork. Back to that 5. Getting a little lift out of it as well. That space from the tip of the nose to the surface of the water. One of the more important and critical aspects of nose riding is having that space there. As we see a great 10 through to the inside and can hear the Portuguese crowd in full support.
That was a beautiful wave, and this is the heat that he was hoping to surf. So his strategy playing exactly into what he was hoping and anticipating, the waves cooperating to his strategy as he opened up quickly with that 5-6-7, and now he went back out. We talked about how he was going to go out with a lot of time and just hope to wait for a set, and there he was able to get it. So that will be a healthy score to go into his score line.
Well, Cole Robbins for Team USA has dropped in a 7.33. So he's off to that great start. Looking now for a second ride as we see Atalanta Batista, one of the Brazilian women still left in the draw. Chloe Calmon on the top side of the draw in the main round still. Atalanta with a chance to keep two women moving forward towards our grand final, which will be tomorrow. It's crazy to me, Rachel, that we're already at finals day tomorrow. We're nearly finished with today. This competition feels like it's gone pretty quickly.
Yeah, I'm actually getting really sad. I've really enjoyed a week of just being able to sit and watch amazing surfing, talk about amazing surfing. Everyone's been putting on a show. The swell that had peaked yesterday with the sets that we saw coming through were just so magnificent. So it has been an exciting week here at the ISA World Longboard Championships.
Taking a look now at some replays as we see the last of Antonio Dantes still yet to drop in.
Straight to that hang 5. You can see that bend in his back leg, keeping that pressure off of that front foot as he's navigating this bump on the nose. There was a bit of bump through that turn, kind of a little bit wobbly. He was able to hold on to it. That's just kind of indicating his more traditional shape, navigating that bumpy face of the wave. But through the inside, it starts to clean up, and he's able to surf it very smoothly, taking this way all the way to the inside. He gets a quick tap there and then resets up. And then I love that he capitalized on this inside section with a hang 10. Takes his time, gets up there, and as soon as it stands up, capitalizes. That hang 10 straightens out. The beach loved that one, and I think the judges will too. He gets a 6.67, so does improve his situation and is now sitting in first. Cole still with the highest score of the heat with that 7.33, so he's looking for that 5.01 to go into the lead as he takes off now.
We saw Daisy Valdez there heading down the steps for Team Philippines, getting ready to paddle out with Cole Robbins, looking to back up the 7.33. Beautiful rail engagement before he headed into that nose ride and then hits the chop. That's pretty uncharacteristic of Cole to go flying off. As we see now, Julian from behind the section, through with a nose ride, pedals back, still staying in that front third of the board. Nice engagement of the rail here as he just starts working his way through, looking for that opportunity. A little rail to rail work. Throws in an actual maneuver there, getting that turn in with the drop knee. Nice steps up to that hang 5. Nice posture as well. Just waiting for those sections to line up. He did really well at the Pan American Surfing Games. Got himself into that qualification conversation for the Pan American Games coming up at the end of the year in Santiago. Brendan White finally getting busy. This has been a really quiet heat from Brendan, which has been surprising. Trimming through to the inside on the bright yellow Takayama. Straight up to the nose. And goes down in the shallows. So we're not sure what Brendan got up to on the outside. He's having a little look around because he's not wearing a leash. He's got to find that board before he's able to paddle back out on it.
Yeah, so interesting. Him and Julian both riding Michael Takayama's. That's been a shaper that has been really popular at this event, is really popular in the longboarding industry. You can tell it's a Michael Takayama just by looking at it because of that spear logo going down the stringer that you pointed out before. And it is Antonio and Cole kind of more in rhythm with these sets as these are lining up and it's just them two out the back.
Cole now with first priority. Now, he only dropped a 3.83 for that last wave, which was going to be his backup score. So he's going to have to stay on his feet, get that length out of this wave, get multiple maneuvers, gets that first 5, but he's caught far behind the section, has a look at it, decides to bail off and grab onto those rails quickly to hang on to his board. Out behind him, our leader, Dantes, now up and riding. 5 to 10, perches so tight for a second 10 as well, hasn't come off the nose until this moment. Right in the curl of that wave, as you can see the shadow coming over with that sun above. Beautiful 5 once again. Now looking for that rail use. Change of direction. Great off the bottom. Starts to patiently set himself up here. He's not rushing anything. He's just allowing himself to be right in the trim of that wave. Goes for that stretched out 5 once again. Little soulful turn thrown in the mix. This is a really great looking wave. It's got all those characteristics that you kind of think of when you imagine good longboarding. The sun is shining, the waves look fun, the water looks inviting, and he is feeling it, looking for a score in that range that's higher than what he already has.
I think it will be. He's quickly becoming one of my favorite surfers. I just love the lines that he draws, the confidence he has on the nose. Just such beautiful surfing from Antonio. And he has a 6.67 and a 5.67 in his scoreline, which has him in the lead right now. Cole needing that 5.01, having the highest wave of the heat so far with that 7.33, but is just struggling to back that up. That wave that he chose before just kind of closed out in front of him. That wave previously that he took off on to get that 3.83, he stumbled on the nose, which is very uncharacteristic of him. He's not wearing a leash, so he's doing well to make sure he's holding on to that board. But it is Antonio who is supplying those strong scores. We're still waiting for scores from Julian Schweizer as well. Brendan White getting a 6.3, so putting himself right in the mix as well.
He's got to get himself out there, though, be able to get into position for another wave. He just finished off on the inside. Let's take another look at this one. We haven't had the score drop through for these great nose rides.
You know, I actually suggest watching the tail of his board while we're looking at this nose ride and how locked into the pocket it is. He just did so well to fly through that section, even that foamier section. Then you can just see that the wave holding it and supporting it, showing that he was in the pocket. So smooth on his turns. That section pulls up really nicely for him. I like his adjustment and response to little intricacies like that little stretch 5 to save that maneuver and continue riding on this. Gets up to the nose a little bit wider here, but he finishes out. He loves it. He's just feeling so confident, and I'm so happy for him as he had a rougher heat yesterday, breaking his board in the first minutes of the heat and breaking his leash. It was a long swim in, and that was what he was calling his magic board. So, you know, he's looking nice, smooth, and confident out there as we see Cole answering back.
Cole, the real estate Mongol from Santa Barbara, California. Straight up to the nose, 5 to 10, connected together, goes in for that next quick 10. Looking to back up that 7.33 because so far he hasn't been able to do it, and that puts him in a dangerous conversation. He's not someone out of the first days of competition. We were expecting Cole to be a front runner in the main round all the way through to the finals. He found himself shy. He's now into the repechage and needing to get the score here to solidify his position moving forward. Looks like he's just catching his breath now at the end of that wave. All that stress kind of coming through with Team USA there to cheer him on.
Yeah, you could see the relief on him that at least he put something forward. He didn't get stuck at the end of the heat just sitting out the back. And that is one of the worst ways to end a heat, when you kind of wanted to score and you're left waiting for a wave out the back. So he got that final effort, but we're seeing more effort from Julian Schweizer right now.
Nice section that he came in from behind. Sets it up now for that 5 to 10. Look at that pocket nose ride.
Oh no, those are the things that he needs to do in order to get those scores. Unfortunately, not being able to hold on to it. He needed a 5.3. I'm not sure what he did out the back, but Cole Robbins dropping that 6.33. So Antonio dropping a 6.77, sitting really comfortably. Julian Schweizer needing a 7.57. I don't think it will be that.
And it doesn't look like Brendan White was able to get himself into a second wave either. So just a bit of a shocker for Team USA with Brendan only getting that single wave in the last couple minutes of the heat. We do have scores to come through for Cole Robbins. And that score is in. He is sitting in the lead with that 6.33. And he'll take it away, advancing through into the next round. We've got more action to come heading into our women's repechage round 5. 2 heats to go, and then men's and women's repechage round 6 after this. We'll be right back with more action.
There's a right time for everything, A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Well, Cole Robbins walks away with the win. Antonio Dantes in second, and that was a crazy heat. The battle between first, second, and third was unbelievable. Julian walking through in that third place position with just a 10-point heat total doesn't speak to the amount of anxiety that I think was happening throughout that entire heat.
Yeah, there was so much going on to the last dying moments. Cole getting that wave in the last final minutes in order to put himself into the lead. And that third place, only that 10-point heat total for Julian is also not representative of the surfing he can do. And then Brendan White only getting a single wave, a 6.3, so a decent wave to kick off, but unfortunately it was too late in the heat. So an exciting heat with lots of action, but all of the surfers leaving it to nail biters for all their friends and family at home and us in the booth.
That's absolutely right. That was a wild heat to watch unfold. We were expecting it to be one of those that really presented some of the best surfing to come through. And that's exactly what we saw with it, although it was a bit challenging to, for those surfers to get those backup scores. Shannon Hughes in the booth here alongside Rachel Tilley. It's been an absolute pleasure for us to be able to call the action with you this week. And heading into finals day tomorrow, Rachel, we've got a few more rounds to get through today. We're currently in women's repechage round 5. We have men's and women's repechage round 6 to get through, which each just contain 4 heats. We've only got about 6 more heats to go for the day, but there are some really important heats when it comes to totals for everyone, those gold medal opportunities, and the team medals.
Yeah, and working through all of those repechage rounds, these surfers are surfing a lot today. Those surfers that we just saw, Antonio Dantes, João Dantes, Cole Robbins making it through, those surfers have just made it through multiple heats already today, but will have to defend it again next round. So there is the relief in making it through that heat, but not accepting that total win for the day because there's still more work to do later today.
That's right, and we've got a lot of action happening right now out in the water as we've got 4 great women looking for opportunities to keep their name in the mix. Taryn King already has a 3.33 on the board. Coral Bonilla of Mexico sitting with a 1.83. Atalanta Batista, just that 1.07 from the takeoff. Daisy Valdez from the Philippines, the only surfer yet to catch a wave. As I'm speaking, she stands up on cue. Now uses her priority on this and gets her opening ride underway. Goes down, unfortunately. So quick waves for all 3 surfers. We're not sure what happened with Taryn King's opening ride, but she's got that 3.33 on the board. So it wouldn't have had anything really critical, at least out the back or connected through to the inside if it was a little bit of a longer ride. So some of that positioning coming into play as we're getting a little later in the day. We're also, Rachel, getting very close to that low tide marker, which was going to be around 2 p.m. local time, and it is just 1:40 right now.
Yeah, and the low tide proving to be good for heat surfing throughout the day, as some of those high tide heats this morning were just so slow. So at least we're seeing more surfing in action happening right now.
Great work from Coral from the start of this wave. Nice steps up to the nose right there in that critical section of the wave as well. She's done well battling back from getting knocked into the repechage round, figuring out exactly what the judges are looking for, starting to execute that more in her heats and showcase the beautiful surfing that she has. Atalanta up and riding behind as we see Coral back to that 5. Quick 10 for a moment. Has to go to the windshield wipers as she tries to keep that balance, but she's able to get back to the nose. Really engages a little power there. Maybe pushes a little too far, but she had the majority of her work done on the outside section, and that's going to set her up with a score that she can look to build from.
It was a beautiful nose ride that she had out the back.
Daisy Valdez now up and riding. She's a mother to 2 young children back at home in the Philippines, goes down on a heavy section.
Yeah, unfortunately coming unstuck, but look at these sets coming in. So Taryn King sitting with first priority out there. Daisy Valdez most likely will be able to get herself into position for one of these waves. Potentially Taryn will take this one. Maybe Daisy Valdez will be able to get in position for the next one. But she'll have to watch out as Taryn takes off on this wave.
Taryn King, she has a gold medal in the ISA Sprint Championships for the ISA Sprint stand-up paddle and paddleboard championships from China a few years ago. An excellent result for her career as an athlete and as a longboarder as well. She's so well accomplished, multiple national titles through South Africa, and has really been improving her surfing through each heat. I've noticed substantial differences. Really committing to those earlier sections for those nose rides, making sure that she's doing exactly what the judges need. Now using that rail to be engaged in the water for those great turns, making sure to get those proper maneuvers connected together like you've been talking about throughout this event, Rachel. Now making that connection through to the inside, and she just loses control on the finish, but got a lot of work done out the back. And we will wait for scores to drop through. As we wait for that, let's go down to the beach, catch up with Sam and Cole.
Well, Cole Robbins, it looks to me like you've got that Colgate smile back.
Yeah, after that close call, absolutely. That was it's kind of a scratchy heat. We didn't have a lot of sets coming through, and everybody is such a good surfer at this point in the competition. And fortunately, Brandon and I were both in the same heat, and he bowed out. I mean, he's just incredible. He's a legend in the sport, and it's always an honor to surf with all these guys from different countries, and especially in the hot water.
Were you trying to give Wayne Rich a heart attack then, your surfboard shaper?
Oh man, Wayne, my parents, my brother, all my family, everybody watching. Sorry for that one.
But you know what it takes to get in a final. You're a former medalist here at the ISA World Longboard Championship. What's it going to take to give yourself a shot at gold?
Just a lot of focus at this point. I mean, there's a couple really good waves in each heat, and it really depends on the wave you catch. There's a lot of waves that come through, but you really want one that's clean and lines up, and I was fortunate enough to find a couple of them, even though it was a slow heat. And when I caught that last wave and it closed out on me, I thought the heat was over, and I went like full Mach 5, which was probably going 3 miles an hour, pretty slow, but I made it out to the wave and caught it and just squeaked through, and really had full commitment. I'm still trying to catch my breath from that one.
Uncharacteristically, yesterday you opted to use the leash, but it just didn't seem to pay off for you. You looked like the leash was a disadvantage, and today, without the leash, you just looked your usual free, loose, lively self.
Yeah, I think yesterday I was having a little moment, a bad moment that is. There was so much swell in the water, and everybody was wearing one, everybody was telling me to wear one, and I just kind of got in my own head. It's tough for me to wear a leash. It just trips me up, and I'm just not used to it. And I was riding a different lighter board, and it was kind of bouncing in the chop a little bit too, so I went back to an old Reliable, and it felt a lot better.
Well, I know you've got another big heat to come up. You need to prepare for that, get focused. You're looking great. Lastly, some messages for the family tuning in back home in the States.
Yeah, thank you, Sam. I love all you guys. Thank you so much for all the support and the messages and watching. It means the world, and it's given me enough motivation and encouragement to keep paddling back out and try to get another wave. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. And thank you, Sam, and everybody else here. It's been a blast. Woo.
Great to hear from Cole. As we see Coral have a look at that wave, is unable to get into it. Scores in now. Taryn King into the lead with a 5 for her last ride. Coral now chasing a 3.51 to gain the lead. Atalanta chasing a 2.67 to take second. And Daisy chasing a 5.29 to get herself back into the conversation. Just past that halfway mark, under 10 minutes remaining on the clock. So we're coming down to that challenging position. Daisy now putting herself in a great spot on the reef. Quick paddle, sitting out there with priority. And now up and riding, draws that high line. Now she's had a couple of falls on her first waves. A 3.33 does drop in though right as she's taking off for this. And she's now chasing only a 3.34 to make a difference. I love the pattern on the deck of her board. It just looks
thinking that.
so beautiful, that floral display as she's gliding across the surface of the water. Beautiful footwork up to the nose and looking to connect through to the inside. She's certainly going to be chasing down that 3.34 that she was needing. We'll see how high the judges will go with it and if it will put her into a safer position with the conversation to be moving forward. Great bit of footwork, clean finish on the inside as well, and now a long paddle.
Yeah, with only a 3.33 and a 1.37, that's the wave that she's been looking to get into her score line. That will improve her situation. At the moment, she only needs a 3.34, but there are scores to drop for Coral and Atalanta. So we'll see how the situation finishes up when all those scores are dropped.
Kira Molnar getting ready to paddle out for her next heat, along with Seba Gerard, Cindy Portillo, and Liv Stokes, who will be gathering their jerseys in no time at all. Kira being the last of the Australians left in the mix.
Yes, but her whole team's still there representing. They've been a strong team down here in El Sunzal and having a great time traveling all together. I know they didn't all previously know each other before this trip. Lucy and Kira being best friends, but Sam and Tasman coming from Phillip Island in Victoria. They haven't grown up in similar areas, so this has been the first year that they've really gotten to know each other, and I know they've been having a great trip.
Yeah, great to have some of those newer dynamics from a nation that has very strong surfers, and you're often traveling with the same people. So great to see that change up this year. Coral now with an opportunity to ditch that 1.83. She's got a 4.83 as her high score. Came from deep on that first section. Now looking for a nose right here, but just doesn't have that speed and momentum within the wave. So she'll kick out early, or, at that stage. 7 minutes now on the clock. Taryn's done very well to put herself up into that leading position. And now the question will be on Atalanta Batista. She's not quite out there in the lineup with priority next to her name yet. We've got scores to drop through from her last wave, chasing a 2.67 for the Brazilian, who has been such a strong force in women's longboarding over the years on not just a Brazilian level, but an international level. However, back at home, she's taken out the national title 6 times in her career. Also for the South American Championships, she's taken that out 3 times, and that's with such strong competitors. We're seeing that South American contingency so well represented on the women's side, with very much, some of those favorites coming into that gold medal conversation coming out of South America.
Yeah, as we see Taryn giving this wave a good paddle.
Now up and riding, sets that line. Little shake there at the beginning, but now she's going to drive off the bottom. Feeling nice and comfortable. Nice engagement with the board for that first turn. Sets herself up with a couple of steps. Gets that outside nose ride. Looks relaxed as well. All that spray flying off the outside rail. All those important dynamics of having a good nose ride. Back into the pocket here. Setting herself up as she comes through the inside. She's looking much more relaxed than the last couple of days. She's got a great support system behind her. And I know that she's been calling back home to her husband, Tom. He's an incredibly good competitor as well. He's taken out some huge victories within his career as Taryn finishes off here on the inside with even more footwork. Great setups now. Couple steps here. Maybe another section to be able to get to the 5, and she'll finish off right in the shoreline. But it's pretty great for these two. For her and for Tom, her husband, he's made it into 2 ISA finals in the past. One in Peru for longboarding, which was a year that you were in competition, Rachel, and walked away with a silver medal back in 2013. And he also made it into the finals at Cloudbreak in Fiji for the SUP World Championships. So as far as very good competitors go, the King family is some of the best.
Absolutely, and she has 2 kids back home watching now as well, I'm sure. But it is Atalanta who has dropped the highest score now while Taryn was on that wave, a 6.17. So Atalanta sitting comfortably with Coral, giving this one, giving herself an opportunity to up her scoreline.
Nice work so far on this wave from the young 15-year-old. So she's the Grom in the lineup right now. The rest of the field in their 30s and have been competing for a very long time, where Coral's newer to the scene. She's obviously surfing at a very high level for being such a young competitor and is coming from a great group of surfers back at home. She spends her time, living between Ontario, Canada, growing up between there, and Baja California Sur in Mexico. So she's been splitting that time between the two areas, and it's been great to see her putting together some great heats this week alongside with her sister Moana.
Yes, and she drops a 4.07 for that, and that is going to put her into third place, but not going to be the requirement she needs for, as a 4.14 is what she'll need to go into that second place.
As we take a look at our current conditions, we have seen a decrease in that swell, Rachel, down to that 3 to 5 foot mark. Earlier this morning, we were still seeing some of those big 6 foot sets rolling through. That wind has kicked up through the afternoon, though, and we are nearly to that low tide mark.
Yeah, and it's proving to make it more consistent for the surfers. We're seeing a lot more waves ridden now than we were earlier today, seeing only with 5 minutes remaining about 3 waves ridden. So definitely makes for a more interesting heat as a competitor and as a fan watching.
Atalanta currently sitting in the lead, a 6.17 and a 4.00 on the board. Daisy Valdez up into second as she's dropped in a 5.63 for her last wave. Scores coming through now, though, and we've just seen a shift in the lineup as Taryn King has dropped in a 5.5, so that takes her to first. Daisy Valdez now up and riding, chasing a 4.55 as she goes down on the nose. That is such a shame for the outside section. So she's down into third from the second place position she was just holding. Corral now down into fourth, chasing a 5.34 as all scores are in for our surfer in red, her last of 4.07. So she's now chasing a 5.34. Green chasing a 4.55 as we see Atalanta looking to replace the 4-point ride specifically to increase that requirement on third and fourth place as she's sitting in second. 5 to 10, holds the 5. Gets that length of ride after that big opening section that she had to kind of manage. Now setting herself up here in front. Great footwork. Setting up that line as we change to that drone angle. Beautiful hang 5. Nice and tight. Love being able to see that water over the back of the board, over the tail, like you were mentioning before, Rachel. Really showing where, that water holds down the tail of the board and supports that body weight while nose riding. 5 to 10 once again on the inside, and she'll go down in the shore break, but could be looking to improve on that 4 that she's got as her backup score.
Yeah, I think it will, and Daisy Valdez and Corral going into this final minute, both needing a score. Daisy with first priority, so she is sitting out the back. Corral, I think, is not too far behind. So it'll be interesting to see if waves come in order to give them that opportunity. But really, it's Corral. She had some great waves, just not being able to connect to the inside, which has limited her from getting out of that 4 range. Re-looking at this wave from Atalanta, making her way up to the nose, quick tap of the 10, and is able to hold that nose ride. Gets a little bit out of the pocket, so she's going to take herself back into the pocket there and then stay with the speed of the wave as this one lines back up and she gets back out onto the nose. You can see that deep bend in her back leg, making sure she navigates this bump well, not purling or anything like that. She wants to replace this 4 and just kind of solidify herself into that advancing position. Back up to the nose, looks for that quick 10 again. That is amazing surfing. Finishes off in the shore break. So it looks like we're just waiting for that score of Atalanta. So it will be Taryn and Atalanta advancing through this heat.
Incredibly well surfed, a little bit slow to start, but everyone seemed to find their groove. We saw great surfing from all of those competitors. Looks like Taryn King also got a piece of the action just before the buzzer, Rachel.
Yeah, this just looks like we didn't get to see anything farther out, but I think she would have caught this one on her way back out. Just a smaller one. She has a 5.5 and a 5 in her score line, so I don't think this will improve her situation from what we're seeing now, but being able to take that to the sand would feel good. So the question is, will Atalanta take the lead? She needs a 4.33. I think that will probably be that score that she needs. But Taryn King sitting comfortably in that advancing position again because Daisy and Corral were not able to get another opportunity to try and fight for that advancing position.
That's right. Both did an incredible job. That was a really fun heat to be able to call, but it's Taryn King that's going to be taking it through for sure. Still waiting for that last score of Atalanta, but definitely South Africa and Brazil advancing through into repechage round 6. We'll be back with more action. Sam Bleakley and Mitch Salazar jumping in the booth.
Cuando cae el sol, es la hora perfecta para desconectarte, para disfrutar de todo lo que te rodea.
Welcome back to the action, surf fans. A pleasure to have your company. Thanks so much for tuning in as we see Atalanta Batista. She takes the win, beating Taryn King, who also qualifies for repechage round 6. Eliminated Daisy Valdez and Coral Bonilla out of the Philippines and the Mexico, respectively. Of course, great performances from both of those women. They have really put on a wonderful show. They can be very proud of their result, but it's Atalanta and Taryn moving on through as we see this heat kicking off. 20 minutes for Seva Gerard, Cindy Portillo, Kira Molnar and Liv Stokes. American Samoa, El Salvador, Australia, Canada. Sam Bleakley back in the commentary booth with Mitchell Salazar all the way from Mexico via your home base in California, and armed with a lot of good knowledge on Seva Gerard from American Samoa based in Hawaii.
Yeah, resides in Waianae, the west side of Oahu, here with her father Lionel, the rest of the family, Jonah, and older sister Lucy out there that was competing earlier today too. So a big moment for American Samoa in the water.
And culturally, the American Samoan culture, of course, they're going to feel at home in the Polynesian island of Hawaii.
100%, and especially on the west side where you see a lot of concentration of a lot of that native culture too. As we're on screen, thanks for having me, Sam. I really appreciate being here all this week long and getting to learn a lot from yourself, Shannon, and of course Rachel Tilley, former longboard champion as well.
Of course, but also getting to learn a lot from you, from your experience traveling down to El Salvador. And, how much have you seen this place change in the last 5 years?
I've been here, maybe 6-7 times to work since 2019, and it's changed a lot. It's changed for the better, for the greater good, a lot of employment opportunities, a lot of events, and really happy to see surfing really take place in a nation that has really been known as a surfing nation when it comes to the quality of waves since the early 1990s.
Absolutely. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's throw down to the winner of that last heat. Atalanta Batista from the northeast of Brazil is with Ben Way.
Thank you, guys. Here with the winner of that women's Rep 5 heat number 1. 6-time national champion for Team Brazil, Atalanta Batista. Muito parabéns.
Muitas graças. Obrigada a todo mundo que está aí acompanhando. Estou muito feliz de estar aqui em El Salvador, muito bem assessorada pela CB Surf. E é um privilégio poder estar pegando essas ondas com poucas atletas. Quero agradecer muito a Deus, a todos os meus apoiadores, a minha família, meus filhos. E é isso, estou bem feliz. Vou focar agora para as próximas baterias. e o resultado é consequência.
Okay, she's really happy to be here. She thanks to first God, then to the Brazilian Confederation, to her family, her sons, and she's very happy to have these waves with a few people. And now she's focusing to the next hit, and the win is just a new step for all of the hit that she's gonna do right now.
That's excellent. So the next question, I'm going to ask her in Spanish, and then we'll have that translated into English. Si ves la playa hoy, hemos perdido mucha arena. La arena está muy profundo, un ángulo que hizo el más profundidad en la orilla y mucho backwash. Y parece que hoy puede parar más la ola desde afuera hasta la orilla, dando más oportunidades para el nose ride. ¿Cómo lo sentiste en comparativo de ayer?
As ondas em El Salvador são muito boas, né? Independente do que esteja acontecendo, sempre vem boas ondas. Se a gente tiver um pouco de calma e esperar, sempre você vai conseguir pegar ondas boas.
She said that in El Salvador always have good waves, so it doesn't matter if have sand or not. But if you wait and you focus in the right one, you're gonna get this one.
Well, that was beautiful surfing, bella surfing. Te felicito mucho y mucha suerte en la próxima.
Muitas graças, beijo a todo mundo e continue acompanhando.
All right, back to booth with you guys. Thank you so much. Muito.
Congratulations, Atalanta. She'll be getting ready for that repechage round 6, but we just saw an outstanding ride from Saver Gerard. She put everything into that 5s, 10s, beautiful flowing turns, as answering back Kira Molnar from Noosa, Australia on the Peter White Classic Malibu. Locks up for that critical nose ride, but bounced off. And now answering back our local El Salvadorian surfer who comes off a bronze at the Pan American Surfing Championship in Santa Catalina in Panama. And she's looking really strong and stylish on this one. And it's so great when you see the local surfers going far in international events on home waters.
100%, but she's got her hands full in this heat, that's for sure. Seva opens up with a 6.67. That's a pretty good score for how conditions are right now. Liv Stokes already with a 4.5, and Cindy only having a 2 as we look at the replay here of Liv's ride. Decent footwork on the outside. I mean, we're talking about a 4 that could easily go into your scoreline at the end of this heat. We're at the peak low tide right now, Sam. You can definitely see the energy being sucked out of majority of these waves. But Liv did super well to make it around this section and capitalize on a bit more of this points.
Absolutely. I like the way she just stayed at the front third of the board there and just got low and trimmed, and then she managed to get that Michael Takayama back out on the face. And what's interesting, Mitch, is the fact that both Siva and Liv both riding Michael Takayamas.
Well, I can tell you one thing. There might be a recipe to success with those kind of boards under your feet.
But this was an incredible ride. I mean, she really put everything into this. It could well be borderline excellent range.
I really enjoyed it, especially the opening nose ride. It comes in the mid-6s, where I just think right now with these kind of conditions, it's very difficult to really find a wave that allows you for this kind of surfing. We saw it in the last from Atalanta. Lovely footwork. Really enjoy the way she gets to the nose. You mentioned that, usually 4 to 5 steps in order to get to the nose. She had 6 or 7 right there coming from all the way back into the front part of that board. I really like her style too, Sam, coming from the west side of Oahu. Makaha, one of the best waves in that area.
But ethnically from American Samoa, and she will also be representing American Samoa as a shortboarder coming up at the World Surfing Games. Have you seen her shortboard?
I have. I actually saw the whole family and Liam Wilson compete for American Samoa at the ISA World Surfing Games last year in Huntington Beach. It was cool. They've been living in Oceanside for years, recently made the move back to Hawaii, to Waianae to be precise, and cool to see them compete here as a family overall, Sam.
High line for Kira Molnar with 4 cross steps up for a nice crisp 5. Again, keeping that trim line, locked in the pocket for that second nose ride. It's a fast section. She judged that line perfectly on the takeoff to get those 2 critical hang 5s. Now she uses the cross step cutback. She's just now on the stall, setting herself up for an opportunity to go back into another cutback. Comes sweeping, setting herself up on a high line. again using the cross steps, 4 to the tip,
Ah.
touches the 5, sits back down, but gets back up. So Kirill Molnar kicks off with a 1-1-7. Great angle if you really get to see the power of the shore break. And of course the swell has dropped since yesterday, but still the surfers want to end the ride cleanly, either with the kick out or just the smooth ride out from that shore break.
Yep, and it didn't look that way with the way she fell down to her bum, and it was a real bummer because she was on her way to the best score of the heat I felt up until that point. Unfortunately for her, you don't get docked points because of that, but it just doesn't look as good. As we were talking about presentation a few heats ago, you want to present the wave at the beginning and at the end specifically in the best of ways.
Up and riding from Canada, Liv Stokes. Nice opening nose ride. 4 steps up to a tip ride there, and she cross steps and then puts that board on an arc. And I love the way she just opens out her arms and just guides with the shoulders into those cutbacks. Again, 3 nice flowing cutbacks, and the opportunity to get back up to the tip, 6 steps, all smooth and crisp, and then pedals back to the tail there. So strong to that moment, but perhaps just recognizing that the scoring potential was finished on that ride, and she's going to add to that 4.50.
Yeah, I don't expect the score to be in her top 2 at the end of the heat. We're halfway through it right now, and these 20 minutes fly by quickly. Look, she drops in a 3.33. I think it's a decent score. It's not something that you'd like to have in your top 2 at the end of this one. I think 12 points is really going to get you through these heats, save us in an excellent position right now in order to make it through. But how about the last wave of Kirill Molnar? We're still waiting on it. I'm really interested to see where the score goes based off of that kind of misstep at the last part of the wave, Sam. It was an important part because you want to end the wave as cleanly as you can, especially going into that shore break section.
Yeah, that 6.67 from Siva is that highest score of the heat, but she's awaiting to get her second ride as we see the Dantas brothers coming up next. Who would have thought it? The 2 brothers going head to head, and they've got Rodrigo Schfeier, their fellow Portuguese-speaking surfer, but he will be representing Brazil, but he's also a Luffy team rider.
Yep.
So interesting, 3 of those surfers riding Luffy-built boards, Luis Bento in Costa da Caparica, Portugal, and then Sam Christensen, the South African. Sam has been surfing incredibly well. He's really honouring a classic approach to footwork and riding that front third of the board with critical nose riding. And you just feel as if as these conditions get a little bit smaller, Sam really could accentuate the lift on those nose rides. And that might be where Sam could get the edge.
100%. I couldn't agree more. I think the Portuguese surfers tend to be better when it gets heavier and bigger on the outside. I mean, we saw both of them dominate their heats out there in the repechage round before. I wanted to point something out, though. It seemed like on Antonio's board, you could see some duct tape on the rails. I mean, they've really had to prepare as much as they can with their equipment, with their boards. But there's times where you're traveling, you don't have enough time to ding repair. You have to adapt to the situation. Duct tape solves all, Sam.
Absolutely. Vans don't call the duct tape longboard events the duct tape for nothing. It's symbolic of the underfunded, under-budgeted longboard community around the world. The fact that they often don't have the time or the money to fix their things with resin.
No resources.
Absolutely. But of course, a lot of heart. And all of these surfers, 118 from 33 nations represented here, have put everything on the line. And today has been an exhausting day for so many of them. The disappointment of getting eliminated, and then the need for stamina for those surfers who have been in the repechage rounds and have been continuing to get through. Like the Dantas brothers, I was actually preparing some questions for Antonio for that last post-heat interview, and then Cole slipped up into first position. That was easy because I know Cole well, but I was interested in asking Antonio about the board that he broke yesterday. We saw that incident. I wanted to find out if his backup board was a favorite or if it was something he wouldn't have chosen to ride if he still had his unbroken board from yesterday.
I like the point that you bring because there's a lot of surfers that tend to keep their magic board on ice, as we like to call it. They don't ride it as often. They kind of keep it in the background so they can surf it during the most important heats or during the most important events. I don't see that being the case here because when you're going up against the best longboarders in the world, you just need to always bring your A game. As we see a paddle here from Gerard, Sam.
It looks like she's going to have a high line here, up and riding. She's in second position now that Liv Stokes has dropped her second score. 4 steps up to a nice crisp 5, puts that Michael Takayama on rail in the middle of the wave, just eyeing up this section, climbs to the upper section and then drops back down to the lower part to use the bottom turn as we see Kira Molnar falling out back on what looked to be a really strong wave, while Siva's just so elegantly, she just seems relaxed. Everything about her body positioning is just indicating to me this is a woman who is feeling so at home in El Salvador and surfing at her very best.
No, I agree. She seems comfortable, and more importantly, she seems poised. That's one thing that we don't see a lot from the competitors that aren't maybe as known or as well known as a lot of the elite surfers are. I think right now she has to consider herself elite just by making it to this point of the event, and by probably now going to be leading the heat after this last wave too.
So she's going to drop a score. It might well change the situation because she only needs a 1.16 to move up into first. Liv Stokes is carrying that 3.33. Kira Molnar has had a lot of scoring potential on 2 waves that she's fallen off on, but there's still time. 5 minutes remaining. Kira carrying a 4.67. Cindy, she's carrying a 2.23, so she really needs to get 2 strong scores to give herself a chance of staying in the event.
Well, she lets that wave go, and now Kira had a look right there, not able to get into it, so priority's going to stay the same. You see Liv waving her arms right there, asking the beach announcer for situation. What happens here, and you brought up an excellent point a few minutes ago, there's days, and this is that day really, where you become both athlete and teammate for the entire day, and it can become extremely exhausting. We see Seva's wave right here. Lovely footwork on the outside. Really love the patience on this wave and the pace of it. Great read, Sam, and I truly think that surfing that wave of Makaha a lot has really accentuated her style on this Point Break events side.
Absolutely, and she just looks so comfortable on rail as well. I love the way she's got that flex in the hips and the knees, but keeps the upper body very composed, and brilliant balance, great technique, and definitely kind of celebrating all of that Pacific ancestry and wave riding.
I think I could even have an argument where the most difficult thing is surfing is keeping your upper body as loose as possible, but not move it too much. You see John Florence do that a lot in shortboarding. You see Ethan Ewing do it a lot now. Joel Parkinson was one of the best. I think when it comes to longboarding, Joel Tudor is a classic example of that too.
Kira Molnar, 6 steps up to the tip there, gets that 5, and then cross steps back on her classic Malibu Peter White and sweeps that turn. And really now we see Kira Molnar at her finest from Noosa, setting herself up for this section again, just putting that board nice off the bottom section and then getting a high line for 4 steps up to a 5 as we hear her Irakanji's Australian teammates cheering on the beach. And this is really dynamic from Kira. She's going to add to that 4.67, and you start to feel that this could rival the 6.67 or go even higher. Unfortunate to just not end cleanly, but it might not make a difference.
Well, look, she only needs a 31.6. No doubt she got that. This is the important wave, though, the answer back from Liv Stokes.
Nice and loose, out of the nose ride, into the rail turn, dynamic, straight back up for the second 5, pedals back, great footwork, double nose ride section through here, a third strong critical 5. Footwork back to the tail, a little stall speed check, staying nice and high, staying nice and lively on the feet, and then just kicking out. So she will replace that 3.33, but she needs a strong score to be in contention for first and second.
Well, especially because Kira's best wave is just slightly better than hers. This is what happened on the outside, though. That's a lovely 5 all the way out the back. A lot of difficulty in that, a lot of risk. Lovely carve back to the power source. Once again, great footwork to that midsection. And this is kind of where we caught up with her. So good variation on the outside, presented the outside section very well. And I love just the pace that she brought to this wave. That's another lovely nose ride, Sam. I think she's easily going to get rid of that low 3 that she has in her scoreline.
So it'd be really interesting to see what the team standings would be for board shapers represented. I think Michael Takayama's going to be right up there. Luis Bento Luffy is going to be right up there. Piccolo Clemente Minvel from France, Peter White up there, and as we see our surfer from El Salvador, Cindy, has got a beautiful section ahead with lovely footwork there, and just keeping that board moving through the footwork, but high in the line there, and able to then power down, but elegantly and gracefully, and then re-entry back to the cutback section, and she's still going strong on this wave, chasing a 5.60 and demonstrating why she got a copper medal at the Pan American Surfing Games recently, Mitch.
Yeah, but I don't know if this is going to be the wave that she's needing at this point of the heat. Lovely style right there, lovely grace, but I think at this point with just 60 seconds to go, she only had a 2.23 as her best up until this moment. Great finish right there. I think she's going to fall a bit short, though, Sam.
But if she does fall short, she has been a real
No
outstanding surfer for El Salvador. We saw Amado eliminated earlier today. Again, another outstanding surfer. We look forward to seeing the longboard community grow for competitive surfing here in El Salvador. But we move into the last 30 seconds, Mitch, waiting for that score for Cindy that probably won't make a difference. But what could make a massive difference is the score for Kira Molnar.
Well, and look at the score for Liv Stokes, too, 6.93. That extends her second place position, so now we're waiting for Kira's last wave. It would have to be better than the 6.77, Sam.
So it would have to be close to the highest scoring wave of the heat, which is Liv Stokes' 6.93. So the judges will have that opportunity to compare those two rides. They'll be looking at degree of difficulty, but what Liv really seemed to capitalize on was that opening section with a really beautiful locked Soul Arch 5 that then involved a cross step into a swooping rail turn with spray.
Yeah.
So we'll wait for those scores and we'll update after this break. But stay with us, ladies and gentlemen, as we move into Christensen, Schreier and the Dantas brothers live from Surf City, El Salvador.
When Paris finally said, no, we're going to do a whole different thing. We're going to Chopu. It's like we all went, oh my God, what an amazing idea.
Chopu is one of the most incredible waves, probably a wonder of the world.
And it's just sort of like a whole nother world out there. It's godlike, it's quiet, serene, beautiful. Then you have this glorious wave that comes off a reef, and it's so powerful and so beautiful.
I think Chopu has the opportunity to capture the imagination visually for what people think surfing is.
The wave at Teahupo is super scary and beautiful at the same time.
I have to give them a lot of props for the courage of making a commitment to Tahiti.
I think it'll be a really exciting way to showcase all the athletes and their talent.
I think it's going to be very good.
Thanks for staying with us, surf fans, as we see Sam Christensen, Rodrigo Schreier, and the brothers João and Antonio Dantas looking to book a spot in repechage round 7. South Africa, Brazil, Portugal, as we have just seen American Samoa and Canada take first and second, respectively, booking a spot in the women's repechage round 6. So congratulations, Siva Gerard and Liv Stokes. Kira Molnar eliminated, as is Cindy, our El Salvadorian surfer. But right now is João Dantas surfing with his brother in this heat. He's in green, up and riding. Antonio, also a goofy footer in white. And very interesting that they're both goofy footers, but they live at a right-hand point break. But you can really see that they're so comfortable with my commentator's curse because he nearly fell off on that wave, but yet he powers through and gets that reform section. So he did take a wobble, but we've already seen some good footwork and nose riding out back. But this wave just getting a little bit peaky and bouncy, but it's no problem for Zhao because he's nice and lively off the tail of his single fin Luffy board, just winding it up to see if there's an opportunity to get that wall steep section on the inside as he kicks out and gets a score on the board.
Kind of an interesting wave to start things off, right, Sam? Not the cleanest one. Degree of difficulty on the outside, obviously, with that opening nose ride. But after that, not a lot done. As you mentioned, almost fell at the end as well. Get a wave here for Christensen, though.
The lone regular footer in this heat with 3 other goofy footers. Sam Christensen from Durban. I love that rock and roll, the way he just got to that front third of the board and just wound it up rail to rail. But then when he locked on that 5, that wave just wasn't going to be a runner, so didn't cooperate with him. So Sam will drop a low score. Zhao, probably a slightly higher score, but it's going to come in at a 3-3-3. So Zhao will not want to carry that score. As we see live action, it looks to be Antonio, Zhao's brother, up and riding. 2 steps, 4 to the hold of the 5. Beautiful lock of the 5 into a second 10. Holding the same 5, all in the same nose ride line for a third quick 10. Keeping a really long time for a 4th 10, but just overcooks the chicken on that one.
I was kind of doubtful of the wave selection. I think he just wanted to get something on the board real quick. Just the same thing as his brother. Obviously a very strategical Portuguese team out there in the water right now. But I think the experience of Spire will really play off in the back end of this heat, Sam. We've seen him with his back up against the wall before. I expect him to drop at least 11 points in this heat and potentially make it through a tough one.
And a former ISA World Longboard gold medalist in 2010, nicknamed the Sea Captain. He's from Saquarema, which of course is such an iconic center of surfing in Brazil and home to multiple international events. And he is 3 times South American champion. And of course, if you want to follow us on social media, check it out at #ISAsurfing. Go to the International Surfing Association website. Read the biographies of all these great athletes. Follow us on YouTube, on Twitter, and on the gram, because El Salvador Surf City continues to bring you incredible action as we look at El Tunco Rock. And we will be here in a couple more weeks to host the World Surfing Games. So if you're enjoying what you see, tune back in for the World Surfing Games starting at the end of May. But before then, we've got to crown gold medalists here for the 2023 World Longboard Championship, as we have 15 minutes remaining. Dantas dropping a 3.33, Antonio, his brother, dropping a 1.6. So just on those multiple nose rides, he only gets a 1.6. Had he not fallen on that last one, I think that score might have kind of headed in the direction of a 4 or 5.
Well, here's the thing. They deemed the whole nose ride incomplete because it was a continuation of the first one up until the point that he fell. So really like the criteria right there, Sam.
And talking of criteria, somebody who's just surfing incredibly well is Siva Gerard. She's had multiple post-heat wins. She's there with Ben Way.
Thank you, boys. Here with winner of the Rep 5, heat number 2, Siva Gerard, representing American Samoa. Congratulations.
Thank you. It was so fun out there. I caught some pretty good waves, and I was pretty stoked.
Yeah, I think you're getting all this power from the red jersey and the matching red Michael Takayama board. That board looks great. It looks really, really good on your feet. You were saying earlier in the heat, you kind of forgot you were in a contest, just having fun out there. Now that you have a few sessions under your feet, I think you're just getting more and more locked into how the sand has changed, how the swell's changed, and it just looked like you were just going out and having fun.
Yeah, I was having a lot of fun. The waves are kind of changing in my heat just a little bit, but with my board and everything, it was really fun.
And I saw your brother was your caddy. He was out hanging there. At the end of the heat, he got his own little barrel in the shore break, and was that why he volunteered to be your caddy?
Knowing my brother, he makes every wave a barrel, so probably so.
That's epic. And so you were born in Encinitas, not Ensenada. And that's just down the way from where I'm from in Southern California, North County, San Diego. And how is it to go between Hawaii and California?
It's good. Like, I'm able to surf like 2 different kinds of waves, and I think that really helps and improves my surfing a lot. And like, I have family everywhere, so it's just a great time.
And I used to see you ripping really bad conditions on north side of the pier, a beach break. When you get to a reef break that's so perfectly spelled out and you know where the top of the peak is, you know it's going to be a perfect right every time, does that just make things easier? It's like almost like a wave machine out here.
Oh yeah, it just kind of feels like a movie out there. Like I haven't seen like such perfect waves in my life, and it's having so much fun.
Well, let's say something for the local people here in El Salvador, letting us use this beautiful El Sunzal Point at Surf City, and then I'll let you go.
Thank you so much. Oh, are we still going? Oh yeah, I love it here. The people are super nice. Food's even better. I think I want to move here now. Yeah.
Right on. Thank you so much, Sierra. We look forward to seeing you surf again.
Yeah, thank you.
Back to the booth, guys.
Brilliant stuff as we see Rodrigo Schweier on fire. Brilliant surfing from the Brazilian, and brilliant contrast in the amount of coastline between these two countries. El Salvador, 367 kilometers of coastline. Brazil's got 7,491 kilometers of coastline. El Salvador, the smallest country in Central America, but an incredibly warm-hearted, welcoming place with world-class waves. And this guy is absolutely shredding the socks off this right-hander, Mitch.
He is, and I told you before, all you need to do is just get him started and get that basically monkey off of his shoulder at the beginning of the heat, and then all of a sudden he's on a roll, as we see Antonio with another wave. He only had a 1.6 before that, and here's Sam's answer back.
Sam Christiansen, super stylish with that drop knee turn. Flashes of the great Nat Young, of course, our world champion from 1966, and then made a comeback to win Longboard Renaissance ASP world titles on multiple occasions in the 1980s. But everything about Sam Christiansen's flow and style for me is just pleasing on the eyes. He's very powerful and graceful and very dynamic, and that was a good ride for Sam. A 133 needing to replace, but with 11 minutes to go, it's probably all going to be a benchmark against the very strong score that Rodrigo Schweier is about to drop.
100% agree. And Christensen came up through the amateur ranks in South Africa as a shortboarder originally. Started doing the pro juniors as well. Wasn't as successful. He didn't like the feeling of not winning most of the time. He started longboarding, started being successful there, and stuck with it. So a decent ride to start things off there for Sam. Here's the second scoring ride of Zhao, though. Oh, great opening nose right outside. Unfortunately for him, this wave kind of flat through this midsection. He's going to have to kick out. And this is the wave that I really like, Sam. On the outside, lovely 10, tight 5 now. Walks back once again to the nose ride. He's in complete control of his board the whole time, and this is what happens when you see a former gold medalist, a former runner-up to the WSL World title a few times too, South American champion. He's composed. He's as cool as a cucumber out there in these high-pressure situations.
Yeah, this is great surfing from Schweier. In fact, he's been surfing very well, but for me, this is the first time I've seen him put together a flawless ride where everything was just linked together with that controlled, tight, crisp, committed footwork, tight 5s, and then just putting that Luffy board on rail. He has his own Luffy model called the Sea Captain, Rodrigo Schweier, and answering back is this is the replay of Antonio Dantas.
You can see them catching these waves way up the point. This is kind of one of those middle ones that taper off a little bit through to the inside. Lovely nose ride to begin things, and then this wave unfortunately just going to die out through this midsection. That's why you see him have to cut back so many times afterwards. Not to say that these two gentlemen, the brothers, haven't done very well in this event, but I think in this heat in particular, their strategy going into it actually affected their performance so far. Meanwhile, Christensen, I really like that opening nose ride. Lovely 10 right there. That is as difficult as it could possibly be on the outside. And as you mentioned, shades of Nat Young. I also see a lot of Sean Thompson in his style, too, another Durban surfer.
Oh, great reference, of course. The mighty Sean Thompson, pioneer of tube riding techniques, of course, busting down the door era. And Sean Thompson still going strong. You might well be tuning in.
He very might be. I love that carve right there where he grabbed his rail as well. Get a variation and a lovely finish here for the South African surfer from Durban. So it's a competitive one now, Sam. You saw Rodrigo get a good score. I'd have to say it's the best one of the heat so far, but a good contrast in styles from Christensen right there.
Live action, Zhao Dantas taking a high line, straight up for the 5. Second 5, tight 10, pedals off the 5, cross steps back to the tail. swoops himself for another setup. 4 steps up for another 5, another 10. Dynamic surfing from Dantas. Really nice wall ahead of him. Beautiful so far, all clean, crisp, committed. He's had 5s, he's had 10s, he's had a variety of rail work. So already you feel it's comparable to Sam Christensen's ride that had that really incredible lifting hang 10. This is more multiple nose rides than, for example, Sam's kind of really pronounced long 10, but it looks really great and he's still moving strong. Just eyeing up this shore break, gets another touch of the nose, and his Portuguese team manager and teammates will be on the sand cheering for João Dantas because he has put everything into that ride. So now Schweier drops a 7.50. We're still awaiting for a score for Christensen, which we know is going to be big, and we know that's going to be big from Dantas. So now 3 of those surfers carrying something strong. It's now down to Antonio to put a strong score on the board.
Yeah, and say he's not in contention for the top 2 spots afterwards, then you got to play some defense for your teammate on your brother in order for him to move through into the next round, as we see Cole Robbins getting ready for his heat coming up.
Absolutely. This is going to be a brilliant heat. Benoit Piccolo Clemente, our reigning gold medalist, against Kai Hamase. And then, of course, you can see Cole Robbins doing these post-heat interviews of these repechage round winners at the moment. You know that you can't be with them too long because they've got to get focused on their next big heat.
2 questions and let's get it over with. Battle back out for your next heat.
Sam Christensen drops a 6.33, so he's now looking to replace a 1.33. I really like that nose ride he had on the 6.33. I thought that alone might have pushed the score up higher, but it's Rodrigo Schweier who has the best of the exchange. Dantas coming down with a fairly low 4.67, so it just felt like Dantas's and Christensen's waves were a little bit lower than we thought, but Sam Christensen there again on the 5-10 combination. And I love the upright posture and then the ability to then flex low. The 25-year-old from Durban who's just founded a business called NASLearn to empower small businesses in South Africa to create a positive social impact through supporting and building their online presence. And right here, he is just putting some beautiful longboard presence representing South Africa, looking to drop that 1.33, which he'll do, and currently in the lead.
Yeah, but I'm surprised that he wanted to get to this wave, Sam. Much smaller, first of all, and I think the quality of the waves out there is much higher, as we've seen with the 7.5 and even his own 6.33. Much better wave right here for Antonio.
Antonio on an opening 5, walks back to the tail, big sweeping turn, clean, crisp footwork, setting himself up for another 5, stretching out on that 5, back for a 3rd touch of the nose ride, and now he just widened his stance and then stands up nice and tall. He knows he's in control of this wave. It's a bit bouncy now. He's just got to navigate it with some cutbacks and some lines, and he wants to get that opportunity to get another nose ride. So you'll see use of the cross step to keep the board trimming, or the turn to get the board in the pocket. And there is just all trim based footwork into another 5. Here he might have the opportunity to do something interesting in the shore break. He won't want to miss the chance to use that last steep section in the shore break because that extra point could make the difference, but really you can see from the way that wave was coming through that he did everything possible.
Absolutely, and you got to be thinking right now that he's going to move up into the top 2. Christensen's going to extend his lead, only looking to better 1.33. That's gone by a long shot, but how high does his backup score go?
Yeah, it's really, really interesting heat, Mitch, isn't it? Because all of the surfers are probably now going to be sitting on quite close scores, and it's going to be who's got the strongest backup or who gets a backup in the dying 4 minutes.
Especially when you consider that this gentleman on screen has the highest wave of the heat so far. That's just lovely nose riding at the beginning of the wave. He comes from Saquarema, you mentioned. A lot of beach breaks around there, heavy waves. That was a long, drawn-out nose ride, too, as he just has a lovely carve right after that. This is a tough section to navigate, too, with all the froth on the face of this wave. Great pace. And this is where we can just see somebody as experienced as him, a former ISA gold medalist, really use these pressure situations to his own advantage. And then I believe Antonio had a nice opening nose ride, as we saw right there. So this potentially could be his best wave. Lovely 5 once again. I thought he had touched the 10. I might have been thinking of his opening ride, though. And then once again, just read this wave, I thought, to almost perfection, really, for how bumpy it was, for how difficult it was to navigate that midsection.
Yeah.
As a goofy footer myself, with this low of a tide, if you're not reading that midsection very well, you're usually not going to get a big score. Lovely nose ride again, Sam, and boy, a lot of these goofy footers have really impressed me based off of the difficulty of riding this wave on your backhand.
And I think this wave is actually favorable to the goofy footers because I do think it does favor you staying closer to the pocket. I think it can be easy on the front side to outrun this wave because it's not the fastest trimming wave. You have speed from the kind of in movement of the south swell just running down the point, but not the face cross trim speed. The pocket hasn't got a massive amount of power. We've had size. Yes, it's a powerful wave, powerful enough to break a board, but I do think that it's a favorable wave for regular footers to really excel on.
To goofy footers, you mean?
For goofy footers, sorry, for backside surfers, exactly.
Well, what happens with the regular footers, I feel if you're not fading enough, you're usually having too much speed at takeoff, and you're out of the bully section of the wave. Whereas a goofy footer, their fade can be a bit more subtle, and they're usually a lot more in the pocket early on. Look at the score here for Rodrigo, a big one, Sam.
So it's a 6.83, so he's now got that 14.33. Christensen drops a 4.17, so he's now with that 10.50 in second. Dantash waiting for a score to drop. If it's a 5.84, he moves up into second. And then Zhao, he is also waiting for a score to drop, needing a 7.17. Zhao's with priority. Rodrigo's with second priority. Both Sam and Antonio not in the lineup. Smart movement there from Zhao. I saw the wisdom of a seasoned competitor, someone who is a former European champion, someone who was competing on the WSL World Longboard Tour final in Malibu last year. Great choice of wave, great use of priority. 6 steps up to a 10. Holds that 5, stays in trim, goes back for the second 10. A distinctive feature of the Dantas brothers has been their opening nose rides into 5s and quick 10s. Pedals back to the tail, all now still in the same trim line. The judges will appreciate now that board going on rail, and it's important to recognize the surfers that come to the bottom of the wave. It can't all happen in the top of the wave. They want to see that rail engagement also taking the surfer to the lower section, as we have just seen happen from Zhao Dantas. But out back, Rodrigo Schweier, he will look to replace his 6.83 as Dantas is carrying a 3.33, needing a 5.01 to move up into second, and then just attacking this section as it gets pretty lively, pretty fruity on the inside here. There's that 5 through the shore break, and here's that big drop, and he's just going to deal beautifully with that. He is absolutely pumped, Mitch, and Rodrigo Schweier is still on the nose, so it looks like we haven't got a score to drop for our surfer in red. Sam Christensen currently in second position, so Rodrigo Schweier might well improve on his first position, so that won't affect Sam. But what could affect Sam is Zhao getting a 5.08, and you just feel as if that was way past that.
100%. I mean, just the outside nose ride alone, long one, and seems like there might have been a wave ridden at the end for the surfer in red too.
Absolutely. So Christensen did have a wave. We're waiting for that. Blue had a wave, and that could increase Blue's lead. So we do have an option for Christensen. So I did say we didn't think he got a wave, but situation is we're waiting for scores for all 4 surfers. Antonio needs a 5.84. Let's have a look at this last one of Blue, Mitch.
Well, as you mentioned before, he hadn't been the standout surfer of the event. Wow, lovely nose ride there. He got the 10 real quick, a tight 5 right there. How about that style on the nose of the board, too? Just incredible stuff. And a beautiful down card there from the surfer from Rio. I just think that he's peaking at the right time. He knows he needs to do this. Don't do it early on. Do it later on in the event and make a statement performance happen in these later heats too.
Absolutely, Mitch. I mean, you know, he needed to go large to get through this heat. This was a stacked heat.
Yeah, and one of the surfers that's only surfed 1 repecharge heat too. I mean, he had only lost in the main round up until his last heat surfed, so he's way more fresh than a lot of these other surfers too. he just demolished that last wave he served. That might be the best score of the entire day.
And absolutely, it goes excellent range. It's an 8.33, Mitch. So 7.5 and an 8.33. He is safely in the repechage 7. So congratulations, Fire. Now let's see what happens to Sam Christensen when his score drops and João Dantas. So Sam needs a 9.5 to move up into first. So Sam's currently in second, but João needs a 5.01 to move to second. Antonio drops a 5.77, so Antonio Dantas is eliminated. So he will move out of the event, and now he will wait and listen to hear if his brother João has got the 5.01 that he needs. You would expect it's going to be a pretty decent score. It was strong surfing. It was a set wave. He rode it all the way through. So you feel as if he's going to get the score he needs, but it depends on what Sam Christensen had, because that could really come into factor here.
Exactly. Does he better the 4.17 or not? You see the beautiful embrace there by the brothers. Antonio was really close to getting the score as well. Look at how tight it is between red and white. 10.5 to 10.44. As we're listening to the scores, he gets it.
Wow, a 6.73. So João Dantas and Sam Christian drops a 4.03. It's not enough. So Rodrigo and João progress through to repechage 7. Sam Christensen surfing incredibly well, sadly eliminated. And we will be back, ladies and gentlemen, for Peru, Japan, USA, Argentina, all surfing in heat number 2, repechage 6, live from Surf City, El Salvador.
Cuando cae el sol, es la hora perfecta para desconectarte, para disfrutar de todo lo que te rodea.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the action, and thanks for tuning in as we have just witnessed Rodrigo Schfeier on fire, the 2010 ISA World Longboard Champion gold medalist. João Dantas on that last exchange moves up into second. Sam Christensen surfing outstandingly. Loved every flash of brilliance I saw from the South African. And also Antonio. He's pleased for his brother to still be in the event, but Antonio can be so proud of the way he surfed. As we move into heat number 2 of repechage round 6. Surfers in 3rd and 4th will be eliminated. Surfers in 1st and 2nd will move into repechage 7 to meet Rodrigo Schfeier and João Dantas, and that's going to be a really big battle ahead. But right now we got Peru, Japan, USA, Argentina. Our reigning gold medalist, Benoit Piccolo Clemente, surfboard shaper, wonderful ambassador of longboarding. And then Martin Perez, the Argentinian, very flamboyant. He's really on fire today. Cole Robbins, silky surfing, regular footer riding, Wayne Rich boards from Santa Barbara. And then the fast feet of Kai Hamase. Excellent skateboarder, very, very dynamic on a longboard, but it's our reigning world champion after winning this in 2019 in Côte de Basque, Biarritz. Toes on the nose for Piccolo Clemente with that trademark hood ornament 10 and super low down on the wave. Mitch, you loved that. That was a strong start.
That was nasty to start things off. And how about that carve, too? He just looks pumped up after the loss earlier this morning, Sam.
Beautiful surfing from Piccolo Clemente. Did get knocked out of the main event to move into the repechage round. Fired up. Beautiful drop knee turn. Setting himself up again with a high stall. There's the 5. There's the 10. There's that balance. This guy just never seems to get knocked off his board. He's not so tall, but you can just use and see the way he uses his arms to really help with that balance. And he keeps that upper body very composed. And he really has changed his board design in the last few years from famously riding quite narrow-tailed, wide-nosed boards to now demonstrating that he's enjoying these wider-tailed boards and they're really working for his hang 10s.
100%. A more traditional type of board, per se. As we see the lovely nose right at the beginning. Great 10 right there, even though it was a bit shorter. But I just think that when it comes to the length of a nose right at the beginning of the wave like that, it shows so much commitment to the judges. And just an incredible display of great rail surfing right there by the former ISA gold medalist. As you mentioned, the defending one, he's usually a very quiet guy. He was very passionate and emotional this morning, really showing his, well, maybe not happiness per se, as he was a bit displeased with his performance earlier in the main round. But when it comes to being a resilient surfer, that really describes Piccolo to his best.
Argentinian Martin Perez. He had an incredible performance at the 2019 World Longboard Championship in Côte de Basque, Biarritz. And he's looking really strong on this wave. Sets himself up for this inside section, sweeps off the foam, but unable to connect with the last scoring potential of that wave. Now there'll be a little bit of a paddle battle. Looks like Piccolo's got the edge. But with that, let's go to the interview with our surfer, Rodrigo Schfeier, on fire. He's with Benway.
Thank you very much, Sam. So here, winner of the men's Rep 6 heat number 1, representing Brazil, former ISA champ, Rodrigo Schfeier. Muito parabéns.
Muito obrigado. Thank you.
So, I'm going to ask a few questions. Te voy a preguntar en español. Tú respondes y él va a traducir en... Ok. Bueno, las condiciones hoy, no sé si he fijado, pero la playa está más plato. He ido mucho de la arena que estaba haciendo ese backwash y los shore breaks que estaban muy fuertes en los días anteriores. Ahí tienes tu tabla muy clásico de Luffy, un single fin grande. ¿Y crees que las condiciones de hoy estaban perfecto, customizado para tu tabla?
Sim, as condições teve boas todos os dias, eu acho. Todos os dias de campeonato teve altas ondas, um lugar que eu acho que eu nunca vi um lugar parecido com esse, com tanta onda. Por evento de longboard, então, acho que é a melhor praia que eu já vi. E agora o mar baixou um pouco e se encaixa um pouco mais com as manobras performance, com prancha single fin, fica um pouco mais fácil. E vamos para cima, vamos para mais uma.
Y luego, como equipo, so I'm going to ask, what I was asking is if he noticed how flat the beach was, if the waves stood up, he noticed that the waves stood up a little bit more. He's got kind of a classic style Luffy board with a big single fin. And yeah, so he was saying that the waves, can you translate for me?
Ele está falando que as ondas, né, tão boas e que encaixa legal com o teu surf clássico, né? E o que você acha disso?
Para mim e para todos, né? A condição é boa para todos. Acho que está muito bom de surf. As ondas estão muito boas.
And next thing I'm going to ask is what kind of momentum, because basically everyone on their team's winning all of their heats. So that's one thing to go for, the team gold, which is up for grabs. And also he will be fighting to qualify for the Pan Am Games. Bueno, todos los del equipo han ganado. Atalanta, Chloe, Carlos Bahía. Y estás entrando con mucho momento en ese campeonato. Aparte del medalla de oro que está para el equipo, también estás luchando para calificar para los Pan Am Games.
Sim, nosso time veio forte o Pan-Americano. Fomos já pela segunda vez campeões de medalha de ouro. E nosso time está focado, unido, pronto para ser campeão e buscar essa medalha de ouro aqui no ISA Games. Todos estão preparados para ser campeões e a vaga para o Pan-Americano vai sair naturalmente ou qualquer atleta do Brasil que se qualificar vai representar bem a bandeira.
He said everybody's very focused, united, and whatever athlete from Brazil that qualified for the Panama Games will represent with the best performance.
That's great. Thank you for your time. Muito obrigado, and mucha suerte en la próxima.
Gracias, thank you.
Back to the booth with you guys.
Thanks so much, Ben. Congratulations, Rodrigo. And a big mention there about the Pan American Games and the importance of that event for these longboarders.
Yeah, no, huge. And he's been a multiple-time Pan American Games champion. Just really want to point two things out that he mentioned during his interview. One was that he said that this has been the best stop out of every single event that he's done as a longboarder professionally. For him to say that, a guy that's traveled worldwide, has been a runner-up to multiple world titles, an ISA gold medalist, that is huge. Huge props to the people from El Salvador, to the locals here of El Sunsal. Perfect waves on display. Second, and most importantly for the team aspect of it, he mentioned that everybody is looking to get an individual goal too. They're focused, they're prepared, and they're willing to do anything it takes to get a medal as a team, Sam.
Absolutely. Martin Perez out there in the lead with a 4.50393, a proud Argentinian, of course. Argentina, the reigning FIFA Soccer World Cup champions, home of Lionel Messi and home of Fernando Aguirre. Fernando, I hope you're tuning in. This has been a fantastic event, and it's just so good, all the work that the ISA have done with El Salvador and the El Salvadorian government. Of course, Fernando, president of the ISA since 1994 and the primary driver of the growth and the development of the ISA in the last 20 years, bringing Duke's dream alive and getting surfing into the Olympic Games.
Yeah, huge feat. We thank you very much, Fernando. The first time I met him in 2011 in Peru for the ISA World Juniors. He introduced himself to my father and I, and since then we've had a good relationship. Obviously, I work for the ISA every now and then as well, so being a part of the ISA family to me means a lot. Being a former competitor and now being able to bring the dream alive of everybody else, it's really cool to be part of something bigger than yourself, Sam.
Talking of keeping the dream alive, for double back-to-back gold medals, Piccolo Benoit Clemente, he drops a 7.50. So that's a really dynamic start to his heat. But it's one of those waves that has had a slow start because we're already into the second half of the heat.
And you see that frustration on that second ride when he kicked out immediately. You normally don't see that. But he was frustrated after today's performance in the morning. This is obviously a huge heat for both him and his nation, Peru. Martin Perez, though, I've been very impressed. I honestly might be thinking that this is the best surfing performance I've ever seen out of him in a single event, and especially a long event like this one, too, going up against Kai Hamase and a former top 10 surfer in the world like Cole Robbins from the USA. It's not an easy feat just to be in this contention for this heat.
But he is 5 times Latin American champion.
Alas, yep.
35-year-old who, for me, I remember him with fond memories in the 2019 ISA World Longboard Championship in Biarritz. He was really, really on fire in that event, and he's an extremely expressive, flamboyant longboarder, and he's also a really great shortboarder. And you know, that ability to, you know, read the wave and, you know, be in the right part of the wave. And I think wave, you know, reading is so key at this spot, making sure you maximize that pocket section. As we see our surfer from Peru, our reigning world champion Piccolo Clemente, comes out of an opening hang 5 and then just puts everything into that cutback. You can really see he's feeling this. He wants to get the job done on this wave. You know, he's carrying a 7.50, and you can see by his body language he's just willing to put everything into this section. He had a little look over his shoulder. Very difficult thing to do mid-ride, to take your concentration off the moment, but it hasn't affected his ability to ride this wave with power, with presence, with control. Already had 2 radical critical 5s, and he's been putting some really dynamic rail work on his self-shaped built surfboards as he just puts in that drop knee and then eyes up that shore break. Not being so heavy now on the shore break on this lower tide. Surfers dealing with it much more easy as the swell decreases in size, and Piccolo just super cool there as Kai Hamasi adds to his 6.33 with a beautiful soul arch. Nice drop knee turn. Love to see that arm up. Puts the soul arch again to set up for the inside section, and you get the body language from Kai that was a strong score.
Positive body language right there from the Japanese surfer. So the two surfers that hadn't lost in the main round up until their previous heat, they just look so much fresher in this one, Sam. You can easily see it with their score lines, a 6.33 and a 7.5 for Benoit on his opener. Great body language there from Clemente compared to his previous ride, too. He was quite frustrated on the one before that. Lovely footwork, great nose ride at the beginning of this wave. A lot of froth on that opening section, too. Oh, my. Filthy 10 right there for a second, and he was just on fire on the outside.
That was really high degree of difficulty. Did you notice the way he lifted his toes up just to get balance, and then that subtle change in weight distribution allowed him to lock for the 10?
I wouldn't even be surprised to see this be the best wave of the heat, honestly. A smaller wave, but it just had that bully section on the outside that you really want here in Ensonsal. Great footwork. I love the variation with the carves and the turns, too. And you mentioned that arch right there at the end. I expect this to be a pretty big score and put him into contention for the lead.
He was just feeling every moment of that ride. It was based primarily on those critical nose rides, but the speed at which he walked in and out of the rail work for me was very dynamic.
Yep.
And the way he navigated that opening section, he was a very risky foamy section that most surfers would have pedaled back from.
Yeah.
But he managed to just hold on the nose, and we'll expect a big score for Kai Hamasi to add to that 6.33. Martin Perez carrying now what feels like two medium scores, because Piccolo Clemente has dropped a 6.93, puts him in first position. Kai now needing a low score of a 2.10 to move to second, and Cole Robbins also needing a low score, a 3.43. So suddenly Perez's 4s and 3s don't seem to be strong enough compared to the 6s and 5s that Kai Hamasi and Cole Robbins are carrying.
They're not going to cut it at this point of the heat anymore with 5 minutes to go.
Up and riding 2 steps up for a 5. It's our Argentinian Martin Perez, and he recognizes that wave isn't going to do much more for him. So he will be now back out onto the spot. Cole Robbins has got first priority, but he recognizes also that Kai and Piccolo are further inside, so he's going to beat them in the paddle battle, and that's probably why he kicked out.
You ever have a sense of hunger where you want to microwave something just because you're so hungry rather than actually cook it? That's what Martin Perez tried to do right there. You're trying to get something done so quickly that actually takes time. He needs to be on a set wave here, and that's why Cole Robbins' decision to stay on the outside, hold down first priority, to me is the smartest move right here. He knows that he needs to be on a set wave to make it out of this heat, Sam.
Live action, Cole Robbins in priority, sitting with a 5. Straight up 2 steps for a 5. Gets himself in a nice high trim line, a second 5. Cross-stepping back to the tail, sweeping cut back. Again, a high line. Touch of the 5, no hold of the 5. Back to the tail, rebounds off the foam. So this wave is looking interesting for Cole. Nothing super incredible on the nose ride factors. Lots of touches of the nose, but not a lock or a lift on the nose like we saw from the nose rides of Kai or Benoit. So it's certainly going to be an important score for Cole, but the wave just didn't really have the flavor of Hamasi and Clemente's waves.
He needed to make a decision whether to go on that wave or not, and if he didn't take it, what if it ended up being a good one and the surfer in white got it? So I understand his decision making there.
So Kai Hamasi drops a 7.30, and he's adding to that 6.33, which he wants to replace with this ride, and he's looking really at home, almost like Siva Gerard, who we've just seen win her last heat. Both of these surfers looking extremely relaxed. Something good is happening in where they're staying, what they're eating, the way they're feeling, but they just look like they're not going to fall off these boards.
And their mentality, too. Always looking forward rather than staying in the past. Focus on what you have ahead. And you look at Hamasi's incredible footwork there. That was just incredible. That might be the single best nose ride I've seen on that inside section today.
That was just incredible, and there's no hesitation in the way he strikes those nose rides. I mean, you know, it's loose and lively, and that footwork so fast and crisp and precise, everything just locking in.
Right, a lot of confidence shown in that last nose ride right there. Now down to 2 minutes. You got to be thinking both Robbins and Perez, they both need mid to excellent scores, an 8.63 and a 9.13 respectively. This is the last wave of Homase from the drone angle, so lovely opening nose right out there on the outside. I love the pace of this wave, and he didn't necessarily have to go on this wave either, Sam. He decided to choose it and looked to better that 6.33. That carve right there where he just drops his back knee, wraps it back into the wet water is beautiful. But this fade to nose ride right here is just subtle and as beautiful as it could possibly be.
Yeah, he's just looking fantastic. There's that cross-step turn, and then still being nice and lively. And just look how fruity he is on the footsteps. And then that arch, just super full hood ornament, soul arch nose ride for the Japanese surfer, Kai Hamasi, 25-year-old, looking incredible, 3 times Japanese Grand Champion, and also a very good skateboarder. And I think there's a kind of skateboardy vibe to his longboarding. You know, that sense of always moving, always being active.
Yeah, and style too. I feel like most skaters tend to have a great style, especially once they transition to a longboard, even to a shortboard as well.
High risk nose ride on the backside from Martin Perez. He's still hanging on. He's going in for the helicopter. He's going to possibly engage that fin, and he walks out of that backside helicopter. That was absolutely incredible. The degree of difficulty on that maneuver was extremely high, but it's not necessarily a maneuver that gets heavily rewarded in the criteria. But let me tell you, to actually do that is something else, and it demonstrates the skill level of Martin Perez. I don't think it's going to be the 913 he needs, but Cole Robbins waiting for scores to drop. It comes in at a 4, so Cole Robbins is eliminated. He will not have the opportunity to fight for gold, but he is up and riding, so this is all to play for. Up in time, so this is Cole Robbins chasing a 8.63. We didn't get the beginning of that ride, so all of you Cole Robbins fans tuning in back home are really hoping that it kicked off to a strong start. He's still on the tail, on the rail. It'll be the body language we see at the end of the ride for me, which will indicate what, you know, whether it's going to be the score he needs.
Yeah, no, I agree, and just by right now, it doesn't seem like it's going to be enough. Lovely nose ride there to finish this wave off, but too many flat sections, I felt. Nothing super critical all the way on the outside either, but nice performance by both Martin Perez and Cole Robbins from the USA. He's going to have to be satisfied with the loss here in this round.
Absolutely, and you can see by the body language of Cole there, he just, it looks as if he knows he's not going to get that massive score he needs. But Piccolo Clemente, Kai Hamase, incredible surfing. We do still have to officially tabulate those last scores for Benoit, and Cole comes in at a 4.60. Drops early, it's not enough. Piccolo's wave doesn't make a difference, so eliminated Cole Robbins and Martin Perez through to repechage 7. Piccolo Clemente, our reigning gold medalist, and Kai Hamase from Japan, who is looking like Mr. Electricity.
Yeah, I know, and the body language on both of his high-scoring rides too. Great performance. I was really impressed from Kai Hamase from Japan. They'll be going into the repechage final tomorrow, Sam, and it should be a good heat when we see that main round final coming up tomorrow as well.
And stay with us as we shift over to the women's, and we have Shannon Hughes and Rachel Tilley coming into the booth for the final last 2 heats of today's action, live from Surf City, El Salvador, for the ISA World Longboard Championship.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to the action here for the ISA World Longboard Championships. We are watching Atalanta Batista on her opening ride for the Repecharge Round 6. We've got 2 heats remaining in the women's side of the draw, and that will finish out our competition for the rest of the day. This also means that we're down to our final 12 women, with 2 that will be eliminated in this afternoon's, or sorry, 4 actually between the 2 heats that will be eliminated this afternoon, leaving us with 8 competitors on the men's and the women's sides to finish out finals day. As we see, great looking ride here from Atalanta to finish off. Gets that connection to the nose once again. Decides to pull out quickly to avoid that shore break. Caitlin Mickelson from Team USA up and riding just behind her on that set. Nice bit of footwork. Great rail engagement. Going for a great wrap back in the pocket on a smaller size wave, but making sure she gets out onto that face and wrapping back into that foam. Getting those full maneuvers together. Finds another 5, looks for one more nice kick out as this wave just continues to offer more opportunity than I was expecting as she comes into the shoreline. Puts on a great finish, throws through the claim. Team USA going to feel stoked for Caitlin still advancing, or Caitlin being in this event still, as they've lost both of the men in the last couple rounds, and they lost Indy Hoffman earlier on today, so Caitlin Mickelson now being the final USA surfer in the draw.
Yeah, so we have Caitlin, Atalanta, and Liv all to drop scores now, with Anna just sitting out there from Peru with a medium-sized set coming in, and so she's going to open up her heat campaign now.
Nice size set here for the Peruvian. Maria Fernanda Reyes still sitting in the top side of the women's draw in the main event. So both Peruvian women still with an opportunity. Great footwork, nice section as she's charging ahead on a well overhead sized wave. We'll see if she's able to get that footwork in. There we go. Now engaging the rail, wrapping back, just a small turn and change of direction, not that full rail carve. Nice nose ride for a second, goes for that quick 10. Pedals off the nose once again, grabs that rail down to the bottom of the wave, drives off, and sets up this line coming through to the inside. She's gotten a lot of great nose riding done on this wave. I would say the turns are the place to really be focusing on, maybe for her, in a position to really showcase to the judges she has that full understanding of the rail work as well as those nose rides.
All of these women extremely capable, so it will be interesting to see how this one goes.
Down on the beach, we've got the winner of that last heat with Ben Way.
Thank you, ladies. This is the winner of the men's Rep 6, heat number 2, representing Peru, Benoit Piccolo Clemente. Felicidades, brother.
Gracias, gracias.
So I'm going to ask him a couple questions, first in English. The conditions are a lot different. It's his second time surfing today. However, the tides have moved a lot, and the wind has also picked up. I want to see how that affected his approach. Bueno, estaba surfeando en la mañana, menos viento, casi nada de viento. Olas perfectas. Había cambiados en la marea. También entró el viento. ¿Cómo se afectó tu approach de surf?
Bueno, ahora el viento cambió un poco la ola, pero creo que a esta ola le va bien un poco de marea baja porque puedes agarrar las olas un poco más inside, abren un poco más. En la mañana creo que están un poco más gordas y la campana también es un poco más difícil, ¿no? Pero estuvo divertido, las olas siguen buenas.
So he was saying in the morning there was no wind, but the wave was a lot fatter, and he said that this wave seems to cater to the low tide. You're able to sit deeper, and even though there was the wind, I think as far as the tide and the way the wave was standing up was a lot of fun. Bueno, I'm going to ask him about his equipment. He's been shaping for his whole team. He's got some new designs. I want to pick his brain about what he was using for himself. Bueno, casi todo el equipo están en sus shapes y yo he visto unos nuevos modelos que has diseñado para Maffer y los demás. El modelo que estás usando es el mismo de siempre o has hecho algunos cambios desde el año pasado?
Bueno, hemos cambiado un poco los modelos. Estamos trabajando con Octavio, Dani, Pedro Vázquez y trabajando en conjunto, buscando unos modelos nuevos, algo que se acomode más al criterio de juzgamiento y buscar diferentes longboards para diferentes tipos de olas. No se pueden usar los mismos en la misma ola siempre.
He said they're always trying to advance things. Was working with the team and discover new things to create new models. One of his riders earlier was saying that all of the boards are EPS core, which is a more progressive, more advanced construction. And I would just want to ask him what he thinks the advantages are of having that over the traditional construction like most of these surfers are using. Me había dicho que, bueno, todas las tablas, el core, el blank es EPS, nada más que están agregando más capas para hacer más peso. Pero con el foam de EPS tienes más flotabilidad. ¿Sientes mucha diferencia en la flexibilidad y la flotación?
Bueno, sí, siento la diferencia entre un PU y un epóxico. Prefiero mucho más el epóxico. Estoy acostumbrado a correr con epóxico. Cuando hacíamos high performance también eran epóxicas y cuando hacía shortboard también tenía las epóxicas. Así que soy un fanático del epóxico.
So he said he feels a huge difference between the poly and the epoxy. He said also if he switches to shortboards, he also goes for the epoxy construction. Bueno, también estamos, I'm going to talk a little bit about the Pan Am Games, and I'm going to let him go. También estamos hablando sobre los Juegos Panamericanos y cómo te sientes así por las calificaciones.
Bueno, feliz ahora porque ya estoy clasificado para los Panamericanos en Chile. Seguir trabajando ahora en las siguientes rondas y poder a ver si puedo llegar a la final. Y eso es todo, poco a poco.
So he's very happy. He is qualified for the Pan Am Games in Chile, and now he's just basically focusing on the heats ahead of him. Bueno, muchísimas gracias y te vamos a ver mañana, yo creo, para el siguiente heat.
Sí, espero que mañana las olas sigan buenas. Un saludo en Perú a mis auspiciadores, a mi familia, Pili, Pepe, mi hermana, Pierito, Jamie y a todas las personas que me siguen. Gracias y vamos Perú.
Va bien tu papa, Piero. Okay, we'll see you soon. Muchas gracias.
Gracias a ti.
Back to the booth with you ladies.
All right. Thanks so much for that interview. As we're just watching through those replays during it, great to see some action from the women. Atalanta with an incredibly good performance so far, waiting for those scores to drop as we see Liv Stokes now just following all that inside section, but got a bit of work done out the back as well. And we'll see this wave here from our surfer in blue. Caitlin, Rachel, what did you like about it?
I just love Caitlin's power in her tail surfing. We know she's a strong nose rider, and all of these women are strong nose riders. I think what will differentiate Caitlin is the power that she's able to put into her turns, the flow in which she's able to do that with as well. She's someone who we've been kind of talking around this event as, you know, in that gold medal contention, has at least been a part of that conversation when looking at the draw. So it is surprising to see her in this repecharge heat. She had a tough heat this morning. There was that kind of interesting almost interference call. And I know some debate afterwards whether I talked to multiple people who thought it was either way. So she finds herself here in this repecharge round, but opening it up strong, a 5.83. As we see Anna's wave, this is the replay of her 5.67. A bumpier wave. We're in the afternoon now, so harder conditions for the women to navigate. They have been surfing all day. Some of these women have surfed 2 or 3 times already, and so they would be feeling comfortable at least. They understand this break now. Getting that 10, pointed a little bit more towards the beach with that one, grabbing that rail, honing in that speed, adding that variety for the judges, and will make her way all the way to the inside. You can see as she moves her foot back onto the tail when she goes in for that cutback and then scoots it back as she kind of lines back up for that nose ride section. Getting a little bit obliterated there, but all surfers sitting out the back with a score. Locked in, so the best is Atalanta Batista with a 6.33.
What a great exchange. I love seeing solid scores across the board, ranging from that 5 at the bottom from Liv all the way up to that 6-3-3 of Atalanta, and our other two competitors sitting right in between that in those middle places on the 5s. So a solid start, everyone getting off on that first wave, and shows that, you know, I think this is going to be one of those tougher heats in the draw, as we've got a good size set rolling through. It's our surfer in green that has first priority, and everyone's going to have a look at that and decide not to take off. Surfer in white with second priority, who is sitting kind of off on the left-hand side of the screen on the outside section of the wave. Caitlin having a little look at this under third priority, and that set will definitely go unridden. It is difficult, Rachel, for us to get a gauge of really what that wave looks like when we're looking at it from this drone angle. So to me, it seemed like that first wave could have been a great decision, but coming from, you know, being in the water, having that feeling of those waves, or even just that angle of looking from the shore out to the water, you'd really be able to see what that wave entailed.
Yeah, and kind of looking behind us now in our beach view that we can have a look at, they looked like nice waves that came through. However, I think they kind of would have been similar waves to what they just opened up with. So I think most of those women are sitting out there wanting to get those bigger sets that come through that are kind of only coming through once a heat. So they're going to now all sit out there waiting for that. No one's desperate for a score. They're happily sitting with a decent opening ride. So I think we're going to see some patience.
Coming up in the next heat, we will have Hiroka, Aping, Seva, and Taryn paddling out. Each person in the draw at this stage of the game has surfed a couple of times today already. So they've been in that position where, like you said earlier, Rach, they've either lost out on their main round this morning and then had to battle back and already been victorious at least once or twice through the rapid charge rounds, or they've been in the rapid charge already from yesterday and been continuing to battle their way through. So I would say now by round 6, maybe at round 4, it was some of those surfers who were losing momentum, needed to regain. At this stage, every one of these competitors has been making it through in those top 2 positions from a couple of heats and has been gaining some momentum through the day.
Yeah, these heats are getting more and more stacked as we have so many of these women posting great scores throughout the past few days. And in these later rounds, as we're getting towards that more pointy end of the event, we're going to be sending home really great surfers. And the thing about competition surfing is it's really whoever was best in the heat, who is best on the day, and who is able to put together what they needed to in order to advance out of the heat in the moment.
It's not always reflective of the all-around surfer, is what you're saying.
Yes, absolutely, exactly.
Team USA there on the shoreline. So we've lost 2 of the competitors. 3 of the competitors now, 2 of them that are on screen, and they are putting all of their hopes for Team USA into Caitlin Mickelson, a mom, a wife, family back at home cheering her on, no doubt. She put together a great performance at the Mexi Log Fest in preparation to come here, as a lot of the competitors from around the world took advantage of the fact that there was 2 events running in, you know, close locations here in Latin America, and getting advantage of that time in the Jersey, some time at some great waves with a great longboarding community in preparation for this World Championship.
The other conversation we've been having today is that qualification, or that provisional qualification for the Pan Americas. All of these women in this heat are from the Americas. So those would be factors that they're also considering, trying to get that provisional qualification.
That's right. It's been a huge conversation point coming into today. We did already have an event, the Pan American Surfing Championships, just a couple of weeks ago that a lot of competitors came straight from to get here. Chloe Calmon, Olivia Stokes, Liv, who's in this heat, Leah Diaz of Costa Rica, and Cindy Portillo of El Salvador all had great results there that have made them provisionally qualified for the Pan American Games happening in Santiago, Chile at the end of the year. Now this event, the ISA World Longboard Champions, does hold a higher standing in the qualification realm to get to the Pan American Games. So if there are any double qualifiers, or if there is anybody from the same country, say a Brazilian, who, you know, if Atalanta is to advance farther in this event than Chloe Calmon does, then Atalanta could take that qualification away from Chloe, although Chloe had such a strong result at the Pan American Surfing Games.
Yeah, exactly. So multiple things that these women are grappling with, not just wanting to earn a gold medal here, but at this event, this is what they are going for. This is what the focus is at the moment, the primary focus. And time is winding down. We're below 5 minutes. None of the women have gotten a backup wave. So, you know, thinking back to that nice wave that came through before that all of them opted not to go on, it'll be interesting to see how that strategy or none of them choosing to go on that one will affect them now. It's kind of one of those things that if a surfer who had fourth priority, Anna, just took that wave, she'd probably already be back out there right now sitting in the lead because she had 2 scores under her belt.
That's so true. That's a great call and a missed opportunity. We'll see if anyone has a look at this. Not quite. Now, one of the other points of conversation in the longboarding world is that potential of seeing longboarding enter into the Olympic Games at LA 28. There is the proposition that's been put forward to the IOC for longboarding specifically to be entered into the Olympic program in Los Angeles off of the strength that shortboarding showcased for surfing's first time in the Olympics at Tokyo 2020. So that's an exciting prospect. This is a great event, and the lead up over the next few years will really be there to showcase to the Olympic committees the fact that longboarding has a great community, that it is continuing to grow, and that it is developing as a sport globally with great inclusion for both men and women. And so this is just one of those things in the road on the way to possibly getting longboarding into the Olympics. And Caitlin Mickelson, now up and riding, no doubt would love to represent the U.S. on that scale. But at this stage, feeling so proud to be on Team USA for the ISA World Longboard Championships. Great carve back and rail work, but decides to kick out, probably based off of that outside section not capitalizing as much as she would have been able to or wanted to. So she's going to get herself into a position to hopefully get another wave in the set. Atalanta now with an opportunity. She's sitting in the lead off that single highest score of a 6.33. Now looking to put her backup score in as well. Needing to find that nose ride section. That's a good critical pocket opening up in front of her. Connects for a very quick hang 5. Nice drive back. Sets that line off the S turn. Back to that 5. Stretched out really well. Keeping that weight over the back leg just to make sure she has that steady flow through those chops. And Chloe Calmon, who is in the main round for the women already, she's advanced through into that finals day conversation, giving the crew, giving Atalanta some encouragement to quickly get to the back of the lineup.
Yeah, that was a beautiful wave surfed. That will easily back up her 6.33 and put her into that comfortable position. I think that was a smart decision for Caitlin to go on that wave. It only comes in at a 3.33 because she didn't get that much opportunity to do as much as she would have wanted to out the back, and obviously cut out early on that one. So it's all going to be down to how this time winds down for their opportunities of Liv and Anna sitting out the back. Looking at this replay of Atalanta, as we see Caitlin just cut out halfway through there. She gets a nice nose ride out the back. This is, I think, what Caitlin was hoping that first wave would line up into. But Atalanta, with first priority, had the pick, and she chose really well. She chose a beautiful wave that stood up, gave her plenty of opportunity, and stayed pretty clean. Look at this nose ride section standing up in front of her, just using really clean, precise footwork. The board not pushing too much water, holding this one, adding those scores up, giving the judges a reason to give her a score, and she backs it up with a 6.4, so bettering her first wave just slightly, but sitting comfortably and putting that requirement farther on the rest of her competitors.
So Atalanta now sitting in a convincing lead. Caitlin with the 3.33 as her backup score is sitting in second, but now already back up and riding. Remember, she had a quick wave, decided to kick out right after that opening section, knowing that she wasn't so happy, thinking, you know, maybe towards that 7 to 8 point range that she's aiming for. This wave shaping up for her a bit better. She had that great critical section now. Another nose ride, quick taps, smaller sized wave as it's starting to hug this shallow section. Great movement and fluidity as she comes through to the inside, finding those little pockets, getting that little soulful hang 5, then jamming it in on the tail, really wanting to throw some power in. And you can sense that aggression, but in a way that is just still encompassing that grace and that flow within longboarding.
Yeah, it's interesting. Look at where Anna and Liv are sitting. They kind of pushed in, but if they had maybe sat farther out, they would have had the opportunity to just catch those waves real quick, but trying in those dying moments to look for a wave, they kind of paddled inward. Caitlin's so happy with that. She's showing her experience, played that heat really well with what she was on offer, and we're going to run straight into the next heat.
That was an incredible performance. Scores through quickly from the judging panel. And we're going to go to a quick break. We'll give you that official situation once we return.
Cuando cae el sol, es la hora perfecta para desconectarte, para disfrutar de todo lo que te rodea.
Wait. I like it. I like it. Wow. I like it. Yeah, I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it.
Well, that was a very exciting finish to the last heat. The official results are in. Atalanta Batista walking away with a first place finish, a 6.33, improved on by a 6.4 for her only 2 waves. Caitlin Mickelson drops in a 5.03 to better the 3.33 and give herself that convincing second place finish, advancing through into finals day tomorrow. Anna Kaspar and Liv Stokes, unfortunately of Peru and Canada, knocking out in those 3rd and 4th place positions, both only able to find a single score, surfed those waves really well, walked away with 5-point rides, but were unable to get the backup scores to be in contention. Now out in the water, Shannon and Rachel here in the booth, but getting to enjoy the final heat of the day with Hiroka Yoshikawa of Japan, Aping Agudo of the Philippines, Seba Gerard of American Samoa, and Taryn King of South Africa. With a couple sets rolling through here, and Taryn scratches into this wave on her second opportunity, straight to that hang 5, a little bit outside of the pocket, but gets that opening nose ride. That would feel really good for her. Now working her way through that rail game and looking for this wave to stand up in front of her, driving off the bottom. Nice bit of cross-stepping through that frothy section in a critical area of the wave. Flying through on this turn, adding a bit of power in, now setting her line off the bottom. 16 minutes, 45 seconds remaining, and a great bit of footwork so far from Taryn. Standing tall as she looks for that next section. Coming through for that nose ride, if she can find it. Quick tap doesn't quite go through complete, but will put herself in with a scoring wave. We've got a score to come through for first of red as well for Hiroka Yoshikawa, and now waiting for Aping and Seva to get their opening rides.
Yeah, it'll be a 3.67 that comes in. It'll be interesting to see how that heat strategy plays out.
A little bit of music rolling into our ears here, making us feel good. Rachel, you've been dancing your way through the day, and we've been seeing these surfers dance their way through the day as well. 16 minutes to go on day 5 of competition, as we see Seva Gerard from American Samoa cross-stepping her way through, setting her line here on the inside. Got a little bit of work done on the outside as well. And now just looking to put that exclamation point on the finish if possible. trying to find one more critical section. Beautiful little pocket nose ride. Small sized waves, but such fun waves when you're riding a longboard. The size really doesn't matter. Even getting those little small ones, you get a critical section you can fly through on the nose.
Yeah, you can surf that wave up, absolutely. Looking at this, it might be Hiroka's opportunity now. Can she scratch into it?
All right, strong paddle under second priority. So opting to go on some of these smaller size waves, just a quick kick in and out. I respect that decision, having a look at it and deciding, it's not going to give her anything.
Yeah, so as we saw in that last heat, it was all about the surfers who they all posted a wave, a score right at the beginning of the heat, but only 2 surfers really had the opportunity to back that up. So conditions are slowing down as that tide is changing again. And so Taryn, using her experience and knowledge, trying to kick that off quick with a 3.67, just a small score, but can really come into play when there's not that many waves being ridden when we get to those final minutes.
Well, this is exactly what we saw in that previous heat. Both Anna Kaspar and Liv Stokes only had the single score. If either of them had had that 3-point ride in their score lines as the backup, they could have been in that conversation to be taken in advancing position. As we have a 4.67 that's dropped through for first of Seva Gerard, so she's got herself in a good position. Just a 1.33 on the board for first of Hiroka, a 0.41 for that last kick out, and a ping sitting patiently with priority now awaiting the set.
And that's what you were saying, right, about Seva Gerard's wave, is that it was a small one, but with all the nice footwork that she did, the grace, flow, and style that she surfed it with, she's able to elevate that smaller wave into a score that might really matter.
As we see a ping now with a first wave opportunity. Baby Bella and husband on the beach supporting. He's been competing in the event as well, so the Agudo clan has been flying the flag proudly, and all of the Philippines has been tuning in, watching the action. It's been fun to see that tracking through, and for a ping to be putting together a performance like this, that was an extremely critical hang 10. Her footwork also absolutely flawless. Extremely tight steps, beautiful use of that cross step cutback, functional with power, with speed as well, putting her into a great situation.
Yeah, that was a really great hang 10. Just that footwork, just so precise, nice and tight on the hang 10. Those ankles practically touching or were touching, and the judges will like that. As we see Hiroka now having an opportunity, goes straight up to the nose. Can she come around this section in order to capitalize on this wave? As she makes it to the shoulder and cuts back, it's back up to the nose. She's kind of milking this one. It's now getting cleaner, and she is looking for that other nose ride opportunity. She's really just looking, with 12 minutes remaining, to have this be a counting score line going into, a counting wave into her score line. Taps it back onto the nose. And just so much action here. Another nose ride, and then finishes it off cleanly.
Great wave from Hiroka. Great live call, Rachel Tilley. And that's going to be the way to really get things going. A 2.35 is the requirement for her to be able to put herself into a good position here. She's well gone above that. And as we wait for that score to drop through, let's go down to the beach to catch up with Benway in Atalanta.
Thank you, Shannon Rachel, here with the winner of Rep 6 Heat number 1, representing Brazil, Atalanta Batista. So what I'm going to do is, primeiramente, muito parabéns.
Muito obrigada. Toda a honra e toda a glória seja dado a Deus. Ele que me deu força para conseguir ir passando todos esses hits. E estou muito feliz de poder avançar mais uma bateria e estar disputando amanhã novamente. Quero agradecer a todo mundo que estava aí na torcida, assistindo a transmissão no Brasil, a minha família, meus apoiadores, meu namorado, meus filhos. E de coração só tenho a agradecer a todo o time Brasil que está dando todo o suporte. Estou muito feliz de estar aqui. E é isso, vamos focar para as próximas baterias. Se Deus quiser, vamos estar na final e buscando o melhor resultado.
talk a lot, Okay, so all the glory to God. She's praying all the time to be in this game. She's thanking for everyone that is cheering for her, especially for her family, boyfriend, and sons, and also the Brazilian Confederation. And she's very, very strong for the next heats. So for now, she gonna have everything she needs. That is rest and food and everything else.
Yeah, I only have one question because she mentioned plenty, but she's been surfing 4 times today, so I'm just gonna ask her how it feels to manage the fatigue, keeping hydrated. Bueno, has surfeado 4 veces, 4 heats. Y bueno, hay mucho calor aquí, el agua también está muy caliente. ¿Y qué haces entre los hits para relajar, para hidratar y también para guardar las fuerzas para seguir ganando?
Entre um hit e outro, eu bebi bastante água, comi uma barrinha de proteína e tomei um pouco de creatina que eu consegui na Empório Corpo Vital. Quero agradecer ao meu preparador físico, Dinho, a minha nutricionista, Lu Miranda, ao meu shaper, que faz as minhas pranchas estão muito boas, meu equipamento, a Regula Fins, que me fornece as quilhas, e a Cicrupt, que me fornece os biquínis tão lindos que eu estou usando. Cada bateria é uma bateria, então a gente sai do mar, acaba focando ali, olhando as condições que está, bebendo bastante água. O calor não faz tanta diferença para mim, na verdade eu gosto do calor, porque eu venho da região lá de Ipojuca, então é muito quente, então para mim não tem problema nenhum, é só se manter hidratado. E um recado que eu quero deixar para as pessoas: acredite nos seus sonhos, foque, treine, que um dia você consegue.
Okay. She hydrated a lot. She got a protein bar, she got some creatine, and then she thanks for all her supporters like fins and shapers and the clothes and everything. And
Trainer and nutritionist.
And
Shaper.
And she said that this warm water and warm temperature here to her is not a big deal, because she came from a place in Brazil that is really hot, so she's okay with this.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you both very much for all of your work and your great surfing today. We look forward to you surfing again tomorrow. Muito obrigado.
Thank you. Obrigada. Gracias.
Back to the booth, ladies.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Atalanta and Karina. As we see some live action here with Seva. Now she's got that 4.67. Rachel, we're down to 7 minutes, 30 seconds in live action. Final heat of the day. Seva with that opening nose ride now whips it around. Great turn. Sets up that high line for a second nose ride. Looks to put together some sort of maneuver here. Just a little rail to rail there to keep that speed and that trim moving forward. Great cross stepping. Setting up that high line once again. Flying through behind her. A ping. Looking for a similar score. They both had very similar opening rides. They're both chasing very small scores for those backup rides. A ping can't quite find that transition through down to the bottom of the wave again. And you can see how much water is moving, how, that low tide is really affecting the conditions this afternoon, making it slightly more difficult to maybe connect some of those waves than what we were seeing earlier, closer to that high tide today. Taryn King currently sitting in the lead with a 4.13 and a 3.67. And Hiroka with the highest score of the heat so far in that 6-point range. She's now in a great position, also holding on to priority to put herself into a convincing lead should she get another good wave.
Yeah, she is sitting in the best position absolutely right now, as she only needs a small wave to back that up, but we can expect to see a better wave to come for her and for her to solidify that. And it's the rest of the girls that are out, as we see Hiroka going for that backup now.
All right, this is the opportunity to solidify herself in the lead. Quick to the 10, back to the 5. Nice cross steps, drawing that line off the bottom, throwing a lot of spray with a great S-turn, setting straight into those cross steps as well, showing that variety of maneuvers and connecting them together with control straight from the turns into the cross-stepping. Nice line being set here. Back to that hang 5, riding a board that her dad shaped from a full surfing family back in Japan. And for the very first time, Hiroka competing for Team Japan here at the ISA World Longboard Championships, putting together an incredible performance. And looking for a strong finish, this is going to well and truly back up that 6-point ride and take her into the lead.
Wow, I think that will go above that 6-point ride. That was just so beautifully surfed. If we see a replay on that, I can describe, but you saw that she went straight to that 10. So she already knew that she wanted to do that before she was paddling. She was reading the wave while she was paddling, going, I'm going to stand up, get straight to that 10 and plant it in that critical section and take advantage of that outside section. So that shows her experience and her understanding of what the judges are looking for. There we see she runs straight to it, gets that 10, holds that 5. So critical. That was in the pocket of the wave. The judges will really like that, doing that on the outside and just looking so loose on her tail. She really just knows how to control that board. That is such beautiful surfing. And this is the section that we saw Ping and Siva kind of get hung up, but she read that well, did that extra cutback, gets back up to the nose, and then navigates this one all the way into the inside. Her turns just looking really nice and lively, adding that variety with the drop knee, back up to the nose over this bump, there she goes, back up to the nose, navigating that bump, completes the nose ride by walking back, and then shoots that board out to cut out. So that will be, I think, a good score, bettering her situation regardless because she's throwing away a 1-3-3.
Currently, we have Siva Gerard, who's just jumped into the lead as her last score dropped through. Ping Agudo before that had taken the lead away from Taryn King. So we're seeing those shifts now start to filter through as we're in the last 3.5 minutes. Last of Siva, a 5.00. Last of Ping was a 3.63 to support that 4.7. So that's where the current situation stands, but we're waiting for a wave now for Hiroka in red. That last beautiful wave. In that replay, Rachel, I got that same feeling that it's got to go higher than that 6-point ride. That was incredibly well surfed, incredibly committed in critical sections, while throwing in every aspect of rail to tail surfing. It goes in just higher, a 6.43, and it does take Hiroka up into the lead, pushes Siva into second, pushes Taryn King, who was in the lead not 1 minute ago, down into fourth, chasing a 5.54. She maybe would have heard that. She would probably know that she's not in that advancing position at this stage at least. Drives off the bottom after that opening nose ride. It's a smaller sized wave, but she could have a good corner that stands up in front of her here. I love this decision to just trim through with the white water so that when that wave starts to bend around, when it starts to open up for that critical section, she'll be in a position where she's able to find that nose once again. As we're down to 2.5 minutes, the South African, with possibly another chance after this, but really wanting to make the most of this wave. Great section, looking to finish. Just finds a little stumble and a bump. Can't quite get to that critical hang 5 on that section that she would have been looking for. She'll finish off into the flats. Lots of action happening behind her, though. Possibly some better waves as well, just looking at the shape of them. Siva in front and Ping out the back. Ping on a beautiful looking wave as Siva taps the nose. We'll track with her now to finish off on the inside. She'll be done without really making that statement to finish with. Ping, though, with the opportunity. She's currently chasing a 4.98 if Siva does not improve on her 4.67, which was last of green. Now kicks out with a lot of control for that wave. The crew from the Philippines feeling lots of energy down on the sand today.
Yeah, they have had some great performances all day today. And Ping just has been advancing through these heats with that classic tight footwork. The judges have been rewarding that. That is a nod to that traditional criteria that they are asking for from the surfers. So that, I think, should be better than Ping's 4.7. Taryn King looking for that 5.54. You know, she kind of had a decision about halfway through that wave when it proved to kind of go smaller and she had to wait in that whitewash and had that downtime, she could have either cut out and tried to make it back out the back, but she chose to stick with it and just try and make the most of it all the way into the inside. Unfortunately, it just never really offered all that opportunity. Although she surfed it beautifully, I don't know if it will be enough to go into that 5.54.
It's come in for Taryn, a 3.43, so that doesn't factor into her top two, and she's going to need to get herself onto another wave to have a chance to advance through. We are waiting for last of green to rock in. For a ping, for last of blue, it was a 4.8, which also doesn't factor into those top two waves, which means that at this stage, whatever green gets, it doesn't really matter because it keeps her in that second place position. Hiroka now having a look and a paddle, but up, I would say, after the buzzer, from what we can hear here in the tower, and getting a little bit of footwork done, getting those cross steps in. Beautiful looking wave for her to come through with. Either way, it's going to be a victory lap. And that's a critical committed nose ride, but she goes down to that sitting position for a moment, just can't quite stay on her feet. But anytime you're able to nose ride through that whitewater section from behind, it's very, very impressive, Rach.
Yeah, it's good reading of the wave. It's good technique in order to be able to do that. If someone who doesn't really understand their longboard technique would bury the nose during a section like that. So showing her maturity, and that although she didn't, that wave won't count, it doesn't matter because she took the win of that heat with Siva Gerard in second. Unfortunately, a ping going home along with Taryn King.
Yeah, what a well-surfed battle, though, for both Aping and for Taryn, flying the flags well for the Philippines and for South Africa. It's going to be a tough day. It's going to be an exciting day of competition for finals day tomorrow. We've got some of those powerhouse nations like Peru and Brazil, France, all in the mix tomorrow with multiple surfers still in the draw. Some of those other nations, like the USA, with just that single surfer remaining. So that team gold's still open, and it's going to be an exciting day. Pay attention now to the highlights from a great day of action, and we'll be back in your ears bright and early tomorrow morning.
Hey!